Chapter 2260. How awe-inspiring. Su Hanzhan, come and try attacking me. The incredibly sloppy-looking beggar appeared out of nowhere in the rubble of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Then he stood on a piece of rubble and looked up. No matter how one looked at it, such a person did not look like an expert. However, this beggar just stood up and smiled as he looked at the sword god in the sky. He directly addressed the sword god by name, Su Hanzhan. Who was Su Hanzhan? Probably every cultivator in the imperial capital Yen City had heard of his name. When he was very young, his elders had told him about his deeds over and over again. Su Hanzhan was the pride of the Yenwu dynasty, a living legend. His name resounded like thunder, but few people had seen him in person. However, the moment he appeared, he hugged his sword and raised his eyebrows, scaring away the Blood Eagle army. There was no need to guess his identity. Aside from the sword god, Su Hanzhan, no one else in the imperial capital Yen City possessed such strength. Many people had seen his portrait before. However, when they saw his true appearance, they did not dare to cry out, fearing that they would profane this person. This was especially so for the swordsmen present. They were already incredibly excited. Just seeing him once made their blood surge. Several people even knelt and worshipped him, all because he was the sword god, Su Hanzhan. Everyone thought that the first prince's wedding would be settled after the sword god appeared. Who could have imagined that a beggar would appear out of nowhere and call out the sword god's name in a carefree manner, not showing any fear? Who is this beggar? He even dares to call out the sword god's name. Is he tired of living? Damn it. He is simply profaning the sword god. Some people did not understand and some were upset. However, Su Hanzhan did not make a move. He once said that no one dared to take a step forward. In that instant no one dared to move. Su Hanzhan's gaze forced back the entire Blood Eagle army. However, when this beggar appeared, Su Hanzhan did not make a move. The strangeness of this immediately inspired speculation. At the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiao Qin, who already despaired, immediately felt some hope when he saw the beggar appear. However, he found this inconceivable, too shocking. The other party was Su Hanzhan, the sword god Su Hanzhan. What gave the beggar the confidence to stand out? You are here to join in the excitement as well? However, something even more inconceivable happened. Su Hanzhan actually attacked the beggar. His tone was as if he was talking to someone of the same generation, and it instantly caused an uproar. This beggar was actually old friends with Su Hanzhan. You can join in but I can't. If we're talking about connections, I'm more involved than you. Originally, I didn't want to interfere in this matter, but since you've come out regardless of your status, it would be too heartless of me to not show myself. The beggar covered his face with his hands and combed his messy hair. He revealed a dirty face, but the smile on his face was clean and pure. It made people feel at ease, like a spring breeze caressing their faces. No one would have thought that this was the smile of a beggar. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, his heart immediately trembled and his expression changed slightly. The smile. The first time he saw this beggar, he felt that this beggar's smile was somewhat familiar. It was exceptionally clean. But at that time he didn't have time to think too much about it. Today he saw that smile again in this kind of situation. A name immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, and he could not help feeling shocked. You know who he is? Chu Chaoyan asked when he noticed the strange expression on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen nodded. I know. If I'm not wrong, he is from the same place as you and me. The Kunlun realm? Yes. A bright light flashed in Chu Chaoyan's eyes as he looked at this beggar. He simply could not believe that this beggar was the person Xiao Chen mentioned. I couldn't defeat you 100 years ago and I probably can't defeat you now either. What do you want? Su Hanzhan said calmly with an indifferent expression. That might not be the case. I have not improved at all in the past 100 years. You can try drawing your sword. The beggar's smile remained the same as he said softly. Whoosh. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Many people were even more stunned by Su Hanzhan's words. It turned out that Su Hanzhan was not just an old acquaintance. The two even fought 100 years ago and Su Henin did not win. It's him. I know who he is. It's the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang. The bladesmen present connected Su Hanzhan's words and guessed the beggar's identity. The Spring Snow Bladesman, Pan Huang. This was another legend, a bladesman whose name resounded like thunder but faded from everyone's sight long ago. Pan Huang's deeds were no less legendary than Su Hanzhan's. Instead, he was even more legendary. Who could have imagined that the first prince's wedding would first cause the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden and the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal to fight? Now, it was even more exaggerated. Two legendary figures actually appeared at the same time. The clash between Xiao Qin and Chu Chaoyun between the saber and the sword was about to happen in reality. Su Hanzhan, the strongest person of the sword Dao, and Pan Huang, the strongest person of the saber Dao. Just thinking about the clash between the two excited everyone. However, everyone was very clear that Su Hanzhan and Pan Huang would definitely not fight. Even if they did, they would not do it in the imperial capital, Yen City, with so many people watching. However, Pan Huang's words, "You can try drawing your sword," still filled everyone with anticipation. What if he really drew his sword? Su Hanzhan stared at Pan Huang and said sullenly, "There is no need. Either I don't draw my sword, or once I do, even if it is life and death, victory will be decided." Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, "Su Henin, in that case, there is indeed no need for you to draw your sword. Didn't you see the clash between the saber and the sword of the two little fellows earlier? What we are fighting for is not victory or defeat, not glory or disgrace, but the fate of the mortal world." Su Hanzhan showed an indifferent expression. "You have your Dao and I have mine. In my heart, the sword will always reign supreme. My heart for the sword has never changed, not even for 1,000 years or 10,000 years." The beggar no longer tried to persuade Su Henin. He said sullenly, "Very well. In that case, I won't speak nonsense with you. Neither of us need to make the decision for this wedding. Let her make the decision." Pan Huang pointed at headliner Ling Long, who was on the rainbow bridge in the sky. The first Prince Wang Fei's expression changed slightly as he said, "No way. This is my wedding. I cannot allow others to make the decision for me." "Is it your place to speak? Not even if your father came." Scram. The beggar roared. This was the first time Xiao Qin saw the beggar, who had a frivolous smile. A saber light seemed to flash in the beggar's eyes. When the beggar swept his cold gaze across, the Divine Guard's army was struck by a saber and knocked back 50 kilometers. In that instant, a vast crowd surrounded Wang Fei. When he looked up, he saw that he was the only one left riding on the flame Qilin. The army that had been surrounding him a moment ago was swept away like trash. Fear flashed in Wang Fei's eyes. He wanted to check if he was injured or not. However, when he saw the beggar's gaze, he did not dare to act rashly. Su Hanzhan remained expressionless, acting like he did not hear anything. After a while, he looked at Ling Long and said, "You make the decision." Whoosh. After obtaining Su Hanzhan's approval, Ling Long did not give Wang Fei another look. She directly landed before Xiao Qin and Chu Chaoyun. Ling Long glanced at the veiled woman coldly before looking at Xiao Qin. Her voice trembled as she said, "Lord Xiao, that ice coffin in the sky." Xiao Qin did not say anything, only nodding silently. Boom. Ling Long immediately felt like she had been struck by lightning. Indeed, this was the worst possible outcome. "Ling Long, listen to me. He is already dead. Don't overthink it. Since you are the one making the decision now, just agree to the first prince's request. In the future, when he ascends to the throne and becomes the Yen Emperor, you..." The veiled woman grasped this opportunity, wanting to win Ling Long over and make the right decision for her. Bang. However, right after Ling Long spoke, a short sword flew out of her sleeve and pierced the veiled woman's mouth the moment she opened it. "You promised me that you would protect his life." Ling Long's expression turned frosty as she looked at the veiled woman coldly, not showing any pity in her eyes. Xiao Qin looked at the veiled woman, who was already dead. Then he moved the saber away from her neck and said, "Headliner Ling Long, my little martial nephew is already dead. However, that beggar uncle brought him an ice coffin to protect his soul and prevent it from scattering. It can extend his life. Perhaps he will wake up one day. I want to leave this place with him. Can you bring me away?" Ling Long sounded fatigued. There was no sorrow or pain in her eyes, but it made one's heart ache. "Sure. I'll get the golden crow to bring you away." Before everyone's eyes, headliner Ling Long soared into the sky and mounted the golden crow above the clouds. Then she left with the ice coffin. From start to end, Ling Long did not even look at Wang Fei. Wang Fei, who was on the fire Qilin, flushed. He felt like someone had slapped him swollen. To think that he could not even defeat a dead person. On the day of his wedding, a dead person snatched away his bride. This was definitely the greatest joke since the establishment of the Yanwu dynasty. Chapter 2261. The first prince watched helplessly as his bride rode away on the divine bird, the golden crow. At this moment, many princes snickered in their hearts. The first prince knew that his father would not appear to uphold justice for him after such a huge commotion. He also knew who was the one who had done this. His father doted on little 13th the most. He refused to believe that little 13th did not do something this time. The 8th prince probably put in a lot of effort as well. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarch still did not arrive. Barring any surprises, little 13th prince must have done something. However, the one that enraged the first prince the most was the 9th prince. To think that the 9th prince Wang Yan directly led the Blood Eagle army to Yen City, standing out to oppose him. If not for the Blood Eagle army putting the first prince in the most dangerous situation, Su Hanshan would not have appeared. If Su Hanshan did not show up, that Pan Huang would not show up either. However, there were no ifs in this world. Everything had already happened and could not be undone. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master died, and headliner Ling Long chose to leave. Only Wang Yan remained in the vast rubble. He was like a joke, receiving everyone's pity and mockery. This wedding caused a huge commotion. Practically everyone in the world paid attention to it. Everyone knew about it. The entire imperial capital paid attention to it. The 100 feudal lords and 18 noble clans all came to offer their congratulations. Wang Yan showed off his luck, appearing awe-inspiring. However, everything changed now. Wang Yan got slapped in the face again and again. In the end, he could not even compete with a dead man. Ling Long chose to leave with Ling Yu's ice coffin, not even willing to look at Wang Yan. The country and beauty became nothing. Su Hanshan looked around. However, he did not look at the dispirited Wang Fei. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yi. Whoosh! Su Hanshan's figure flashed, and he appeared before Su Yi. After some thought, he asked, "How have you been?" Su Yi trembled slightly. Unexpectedly, the godlike old ancestor of the Su clan, Su Hanshan, still remembered her. "I'm fine." Su Hanshan said calmly, "Your father has always missed you. Go back with you. My Su clan's bloodline flows in your veins. Your talent should not be wasted." Su Yi immediately felt angry in her heart. It turned out that he had taken a fancy to her talent. She immediately said in a sullen voice, "Thank you, clan ancestor, for your concern. In this lifetime, Su Yi will never return to the Su clan, much less meet that man who is worse than a beast." Seeing the undisguised disgust and hatred in Su Ye's eyes, Su Hanshan fell silent. He also knew about what had happened back then. However, a lady from a brothel would not have a good reputation. It would be better if Su Ye's father was not the family head. However, now that he had become the clan head, he definitely could not allow his mother to be the official wife anymore. Otherwise, how would the family head's face remain? Whoosh! Seeing Su Ye's attitude, Su Henin did not try to persuade her any further. Instead, he simply said, "If you're willing, you can come back any time you want." Upon seeing this, Pan Huang did not linger, leaving as well. With their current strength, they could practically come and go as they pleased in any forbidden area of the Great Thousand World. As for Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun, they did not have such strength, so it would be difficult for them to leave. The two leaped down from the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and landed among the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden. After Xiao Chen and Su Yi nodded slightly, they arrived among the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden and stood before a woman holding a bamboo flute. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, holy daughter, for coming to help. I am filled with endless gratitude." That was right. The woman playing the bamboo flute among the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden was the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter that Xiao Chen had sent a letter to. However, her face remained shrouded in a layer of fog, making others automatically overlook her. Furthermore, she hid among the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden, so she did not attract much attention. In fact, no one even knew about her. However, this was in line with the holy daughter's style. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land had always been neutral, not getting involved in any disputes. Coming to help was already the holy daughter's bottom line. Young Master Xiao is too polite. My Heavenly Fragrance owes you a debt of gratitude. How can I not come? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled faintly. She clearly stood in front of Xiao Chen, but she gave off the feeling of being 500 kilometers away, as distant as that. The holy daughter gave off a natural sense of distance, preventing others from getting close. "Xiao Chen, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Patriarch's people are here," Su Yi said as she pointed to a group of black dots rapidly flying over from the distance. When Xiao Chen looked in the direction of Xiao Chen's finger, he saw the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs with extraordinary cultivations. Xiao Chen was not surprised by the appearance of this group of people. In fact, he even felt that they were a little late. Presumably, the prince who was secretly helping saw that the wedding had been destroyed. There was no need to continue helping to block the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. Just let them come and cause trouble for Xiao Chen. So. In the blink of an eye, This group of people led by the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor appeared before Xiao Qin and the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden. Greetings, Patriarch. Xiao Qin cupped his hands and said, Lord Xiao, how impressive. Come with me. You are the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, so it is not convenient for me to kill you. I will discuss this matter with your Alliance Master before deciding how to punish you. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor looked coldly at Xiao Qin, showing no expression on his face. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor did not give Xiao Qin a chance to explain, nor did he intend to waste his breath. Needless to say, after causing such a huge commotion, nearly tearing down half of Yen City, Xiao Qin had definitely caused a great disaster. No matter how good the reason was, there was no way to explain what happened before Xiao Qin. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor wanted to take down Xiao Qin, but Xiao Qin was not in the right. Even if he brought this matter to Hua Tianyang would not side with him. Xiao Qin looked around, hoping to see the beggar's figure. However, there was no trace of the beggar at all. If Pan Huang were here, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs would not dare to ask. However, Pan Huang clearly did not want to care about this matter. Since Su Hanshan left, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs left as well. Count me in. If you want to take him away, then take me away, Xiao Qin said as he stepped forward. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and stepped forward. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor focused his gaze on Chu Chaoyun. Then he said, I advise you not to be a busybody. We are not seeking trouble for you on account of the Universe Origin sect. Don't go overboard. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's sect master was well aware of Chu Chaoyun's identity and background. He was a Taoist of the Universe Origin sect. Although he was an accomplice to Xiao Qin, he was not the mastermind. Thus, he didn't want to ask too much about it. However, he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to interfere. Count me in too. Whoosh. A petite figure flashed and appeared beside Xiao Qin. It was Ao Jiao who had arrived with the golden crow. Sun Goddess. Senior, there is indeed nothing wrong with taking young Master Xiao away. However, since he was going to be punished, it had to be fair and just. The first prince killed young Master Zhao's martial nephew for no reason. He had to pay with his life. If young Master Xiao did not die, today's matter would not have happened. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said softly as she walked over while holding her flute. Who are you? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor was enraged. Each of Xiao Qin's friends had a greater background than the last. First, it was the Universe Origin sect's Taoist, Chu Chaoyun. Then, it was the Sun Goddess. Now, a mysterious woman appeared from somewhere. When the Imperial Ancestor took a few more glances and recognized the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, his expression changed slightly. To think that it was the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. I was blind earlier and was too rash. I did not recognize this lady as the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor had no choice but to suppress his anger and apologize while holding back his anger. It's fine. However, I still stand by what I said earlier. Young Master Xiao must have committed a grave mistake. There is no need to explain. However, this prince killed someone for no reason. We still have to give him a proper explanation. Otherwise, if we end up with an unfair punishment, that would be an even bigger joke. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter stood up as well. However, she was smarter than Chu Chaoyun and Ao Jiao. From the start to the end, she kept insisting that Wang Fei killed someone, not letting go. The people who stood up one after another startled the cultivators watching from all around Yen City. They had not expected Xiao Qin to have so many friends. Furthermore, each of them had a deep background. What was even more shocking was that even the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter appeared. Bullshit. This prince did not kill Lingyu. That person committed suicide. What does that have to do with me? Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, although you are the holy daughter, you are just a woman in my dynasty. You speak without thinking and malign this prince. That is a heavy crime. The first prince Wang Fei said in exasperation. The first prince had already embarrassed himself. At this point, if he still could not take down Xiao Qin, it would be like having his left cheek slapped. It meant that after the left side of his face was slapped, the right side of his face was going to be slapped again. He couldn't stand it. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said coldly, Is that so? In that case, do you dare to swear that if Ling Yu's death has anything to do with you, you will give up on entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb? Wang Fei felt stifled. How could he dare to make such a vow? He said angrily, Humph. I can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. Imperial Ancestor, take down this brat. Disrupting the prince's wedding is equivalent to insulting the royal clan's dignity. He deserves death. May the Lord Buddha show mercy. This humble monk, Yan Qin, is here on my master's orders to capture Xiao Qin and bring him back to the hidden spirit temple for punishment. Just as the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor hesitated and the two sides entered a stalemate, a Buddhist proclamation rang out in the air. A Buddhist name rang out from nowhere, and a youthful monk turned into a beam of silver light and descended from the sky. Chapter 2262. This humble monk's dharma name is Yan Qin. On my master's orders, I am here to bring Xiao Qin back to the hidden spirit temple to receive punishment. The instant the dharma name rang out, a silver light tore through the sky. The light descended together with the voice. It was a young monk with red lips, white teeth, bright eyes, and a handsome appearance. He still looked like a child. This was clearly a young novice monk, but he addressed himself as a humble monk. This was a rather comical scene. Unfortunately, this little monk was simply too handsome. He gave off a rather adorable feeling. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor frowned and said, "Little monk, this is not a place you should be. Quickly leave." Yan Qin said gravely, "Greetings, imperial ancestor. This is the abbot's personal token, and this is my master's token, Su Yun's. Imperial ancestor, please take a look." One was from the hidden spirit temple's abbot, and the other was from the venerable Su Yun. Imperial ancestor. Anxiety flashed in the first Prince Wang Fei's eyes as he tried to advise the imperial ancestor not to care too much and directly take down Xiao Qin. Don't be impatient. Suspicion flashed in the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor's eyes as he received the two tokens. After a while, his expression changed drastically. The abbot's personal token stated that Xiao Qin caused havoc in Yin City at the foot of the Spirit Mountain, affecting several temples and destroying incense offerings. His crimes were unpardonable. Hence, the imperial ancestor sent Yan Qin to capture Xiao Qin and bring him back to the temple for punishment, cleansing his heart and cleansing his sins. The other token was the venerable Su Yun's personal token, proving that the little monk's identity was real and that he was his disciple. The two tokens complemented each other. They were absolutely authentic and could not be wrong. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor wanted to find some mistakes but could not find any, so he could only return the token helplessly. Xiao Qin, you led the crowd to cause trouble in Yen City, destroying the Buddhist sect temples and injuring innocent pilgrims. You have committed grave crimes. On orders from my master, I have to capture you and bring you back to atone for your crimes. Yan Qin received the token and walked over to Xiao Qin with a grave expression. Then he asked, "Do you admit to your crimes?" The bystanders felt somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Qin had caused such a huge commotion, nearly destroying half of Yen City. Many of the first prince's subordinates had died. Finally, the hidden spirit temple wanted to take Xiao Qin away for destroying the temple and injuring pilgrims. On the surface, it looked like he wanted to punish Xiao Qin. In reality, he was clearly trying to absolve Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin indeed should not have destroyed the temple. After being taken away by the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor, who knew if Xiao Qin could return, the little monk appeared at the right time. Naturally, Xiao Qin had no reason to reject this favor. Pa! Yan Qin leaped up and ferociously smacked Xiao Qin's head. He said angrily, "There is no sincerity at all. You are really sinful." The slap stunned Xiao Qin somewhat. Then Yan Qin quickly took him away, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. The sect Qini Yen Xiao is Yan Qin. Yan Qin. Yeah. Yan. 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 Qin. Yeah. Yan. Yan Qin. Qin. Yeah. Yeah. Yan Qin. Yeah. Yan. Yan King. Only then did everyone startle to their senses. Then they recalled the silver light that appeared when the little monk appeared. It really was the little demonic monk's silver saber. Imperial ancestor, there might be a trap. That little demonic monk's silver saber has a bad reputation and is not well liked in the temple. How could the abbot hand such an important matter to him? The first Prince Wang Fei said seriously as a brilliant light flickered in his eyes. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor reacted and looked around. However, Xiao Qin and the little monk were nowhere to be seen. Outside the city, Pa. Xiao Qin continuously smacked the little monk's bald head. Then he said softly, "You are so impudent. To think that you dare to hit Big Brother in front of everyone. Ouch. Big Brother, stop hitting me." The little monk held his head with both hands as he dodged left and right, crying out in pain. Xiao Qin withdrew his hand and said, "Your token should be fake. Given how you are in such a rush to leave, it seems. Yenchen smiled and said, the token is indeed fake. However, the part about destroying the temple and harming the devotees is just something I made up. Master only wanted to meet you, so he got me to invite you over. Before I left the mountain, I did not know that you caused such a huge disaster. Hence, I could only make up a reason to bring you away. Xiaoqin laughed hoarsely. You are rather smart. Let's go. I also want to take a look at the Hidden Spirit Temple. The top holy land of the Buddhist sects, the Hidden Spirit Temple, ruled over all the Buddhist sects in the world. Xiaoqin had a fate with Buddhism. This was especially so since Xiaoqin cultivated the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, a Buddhist sect forbidden technique. Perhaps he could make some breakthroughs in the Hidden Spirit Temple. The two did not dare to linger for too long. They quickly rushed to Spirit Vulture Mountain outside Yen City. There were many temples on Spirit Vulture Mountain, giving off a Buddhist light. There were many devotees, all of them grand and magnificent. Even though such a huge commotion happened in the imperial capital, Yen City, there was still an endless stream of devotees. Among them, there were ordinary mortals as well as martial artists with varying cultivation levels. There were both strong and weak people. Everyone was different. The only thing they had in common was a pious heart to Buddha. At the foot of the mountain, Xiaoqin looked at this sacred mountain from a distance. He felt the vast and deep power of faith contained in the mountain. That was a kind of power that was as vast as the sea, containing countless inheritances and opportunities. The endless stream of devotees accumulated the power of faith. The Buddha accepted the power of faith and enjoyed the incense. Then it passed on to the devotees, forming an orderly cycle. This cycle repeated endlessly, accumulating endlessly. This resulted in the scene that Xiaoqin saw right now, vast and unfathomable. The sea of faith formed by the incense felt as weak and insignificant as an ant in the depths of it. Of course, ordinary people could not sense the profoundness of this. What they directly felt was the Buddhist light supporting them, calming their bodies and minds, making them even more pious. After walking along the mountain path for a while, Xiaoqin saw many temples along the way. These temples were hidden in the forest, burning incense and giving off a dense Buddhist light. This made Spirit Vulture Mountain look like it was bathed in Buddhist light. Walking in it gave off a wondrous feeling of entering a place of bliss. The colossal golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha stood at the summit of the mountain. A bright light shone behind it, guiding all the devotees down the mountain. Behind the Kasayapa Buddha were indistinct bodhisattvas and arhats. They looked dignified and divine, not to be profaned. I heard that the Hidden Spirit Temple is not among these mountains. Even if ordinary people searched the entire mountain range, they would not be able to find it. In that case, is it in the Buddhist light of the Kasayapa Buddha? Xiaoqin guessed that the Hidden Spirit Temple might be in the secret realm of the Buddhist light behind the Kasayapa Buddha. One needed a certain identity to enter. Big brother, you guessed wrong. The Hidden Spirit Temple is not behind the Kasayapa Buddha, nor is it in a secret realm. It is in this forest. Come with me. The little monk smiled mysteriously and led Xiaoqin into a secluded path. Although the path was hidden, one could discover it if one paid attention. The mountain path had not been maintained for a long time, looking like it had been there for many years. Even though the sky was already dark on the mountain path, it was still as bright as day when illuminated by the Buddhist light. After entering this ancient path, it was like entering another world. It was cold, desolate, and dark, but it seemed even more real. Beside the desolate ancient road, green pine trees were planted, swaying slightly in the wind. White moonlight sprinkled on the path. Aside from that, there was no other illumination. Xiaoqin experienced a profound state. However, he felt suspicious. Could the Hidden Spirit Temple be at the end of this ancient path? If that was the case, it would be rather simple. Although this place was desolate, if a believer wanted to look for it, they would definitely be able to find it. This was because there was no illusion formation or secret realm. It was just a simple ancient path filled with pine trees. Just as Xiaoqin felt suspicious, a faint fragrance wafted over. Raising his head, he saw an ordinary-looking old temple 10 miles ahead of him. A few osmanthus trees grew in front of the temple. Under the white moonlight, the osmanthus flowers looked like they were bathed in a faint layer of silk. From 5 kilometers away, Xiaoqin could clearly see the words Hidden Spirit Temple written on the temple door. It really is the Hidden Spirit Temple. Surprise flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes as he muttered to himself, feeling somewhat incredulous. The pine trees face the ancient path, and the white moon covers the cold mountain. This winding path leads to the Hidden Spirit Temple. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. Xiao Qin turned his head and saw a middle-aged man holding a folding fan with a sword hanging at his waist. This person walked with a majestic gait and extraordinary air. A sovereign's aura was hidden on his face. As he slowly approached, an overwhelming pressure pressed down. This person did not purposely hide this aura. Just as Xiao Qin was about to use his dragon might to block, he discovered that the aura had already silently enveloped him. However, he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, it felt strangely harmonious. It was like he was in this aura. Young man, there is no need to doubt. This is the genuine hidden spirit temple. Young man, there is no need to doubt. This is the genuine hidden spirit temple, the person who arrived said softly as he flung open his folding fan. Xiao Qin asked cautiously, which expert of the royal clan are you? This person's strength was unfathomable. His sovereign's might was much stronger than that of the many princes. Xiao Qin had just caused a huge commotion in Yen City and got into a conflict with the royal clan's people. When he suddenly saw a royal clan expert, he could not help but be cautious. Who are you? Are you the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Qin? The Dragon Race's Xiao Qin? Or is it the Bladesman Xiao Qin who raged because of my martial nephew? The middle-aged man smiled faintly and countered with a question. While Xiao Qin hesitated, the middle-aged man smiled and said, so, there is no need to mind who I am. Right now, we are just visitors heading to the Hidden Spirit Temple. After saying that, the middle-aged man headed straight for the temple without waiting for Xiao Qin's reply. As Xiao Qin looked at this person's back, he muttered, how strong. He gives the feeling that he is undefeatable. Isn't that obvious? He is the current Yen Emperor. Even foe gods might not be a match for him in the Yenwu dynasty's territory, what more big brother? The little monk said in disdain. This startled Xiao Qin. Only now did he recall that the sword at that person's waist was exactly the same as the Yen imperial sword that appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion back then. Chapter 2263. The Yen Emperor. The middle-aged man who just walked over was actually the current emperor of the Yenwu dynasty. The doubts in Xiao Qin's heart cleared up. No wonder this person's sovereign's aura was 10 times, even 100 times, stronger than that of the prince's. No wonder this person's aura did not feel any discomfort after containing Xiao Qin. Everything under the sky belonged to the emperor. As long as one was in the Yenwu dynasty, it was like one was in the other party's small world at all times. Furthermore, this small world had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. The 108 feudal lords, 3,000 noble clans, hundreds of sects, and the various factions attached to it would all invisibly increase the dynasty's luck and strength. Even Xiao Qin himself would invisibly strengthen the dynasty's accumulations when he was in it. However, it was too insignificant and negligible. However, that might not be the case after a long time. Now that Xiao Qin's old doubts were gone, new doubts arose. Earlier, Xiao Qin nearly tore down a small portion of the imperial capital and caused a commotion at his son's wedding, turning him into a joke before the world. To think that the old man still had the leisure to come to this hidden spirit temple to offer incense and pray to Buddha. Even when the old man saw Xiao Qin, he did not show any rage or murderous intent. Xiao Qin could not figure out what he was thinking. Strange, Xiao Qin muttered in his heart, feeling extremely confused. Come on, let's go. Don't just stand there like a fool. Even if he is the current Yen Emperor, he will not dare to do anything to you in this hidden spirit temple. Don't worry. The little monk quickly consoled Xiao Qin, thinking that he feared the Yen Emperor and did not dare to climb the mountain. Xiao Qin did not worry about his safety in the hidden spirit temple. He just felt some doubts, so he did not explain and let Yen Qin continue leading the way. After a while they traveled 5 kilometers in an instant. The fragrance from before drifted over with the wind, faintly drifting over. When they arrived before the temple, the moonlight illuminated the osmanthus tree. However, they could not smell any osmanthus fragrance. The ancient road in the pine forest fills the cold mountain with white snow. The winding path leads to the hidden spirit temple. Xiao Qin recited the poem that the Yen Emperor recited. As he looked at the simple signboard in front of the temple, he still felt some disbelief. To think that this place was the hidden spirit temple. Not to mention the majestic temples on the mountain, even the guest halls at the foot of the mountain were much better than this hidden spirit temple. Return to the natural state? Xiao Qin's brows furrowed slightly. Returning to one's true nature was about being casual and natural. Deliberately making it so simple and crude would instead seem pretentious. Given the hidden spirit temple's status and strength, a grand and imposing temple made it seem more natural. Isn't this hidden spirit temple very hard to find? Why did the other pilgrims say that they couldn't find it anywhere? Could it be that this is some kind of forbidden area? Xiao Chen asked, unable to suppress the doubts in his heart. The little monk smiled faintly and said softly, "This place is really not a forbidden area. When ordinary worshippers come in, the senior and junior brothers in the temple will also treat them with courtesy." He explained the Buddhist scriptures, served tea and was very polite. However, do you think that these people really think that this is the hidden spirit temple? They probably just think that it is a temple with the same name. Don't overthink. I know you are very disappointed. However, this is really the hidden spirit temple. I grew up here just like my family. I won't lie to you. Yan Chen's youthful face filled with smiles. He probably felt happy to be able to bring Xiao Chen to his home as a guest. As Yan Chen entered the temple, other monks occasionally passed by. When these monks saw Yan Chen, they would respectfully greet him as little martial granduncle before quickly leaving. These junior brothers and senior brothers must have already experienced the little demonic monk Silver Saber's bad luck. Yan Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Every time this happened, he would laugh loudly and quickly introduce the temple to Xiao Chen, changing the topic. Void Cloud Hall? Xiao Chen thought to himself when he saw the words on the courtyard wall after arriving at a backyard near the mountain. It is clearly a courtyard, but it is written as a hall. This is rather interesting. Xiao Chen thought about how grand and majestic the Heaven Dragon Hall was. This courtyard before him could not compare at all. My master stays here. Come, I'll bring you in. When Xiao Chen entered the courtyard, the ground was covered in fallen leaves. When he stepped on them, they rustled like he was walking on snow. Although the courtyard was simple and crude, it wasn't small. Just the adjacent wing rooms alone numbered quite a few. 2 people were currently playing Go under an old tree in the courtyard. One of them carried a sword. His facial features were sharp like they were carved by a knife. He looked extraordinarily handsome and gave off an extraordinary air. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he felt startled. Isn't this Su Han's Han whom I just met? The person across from Su Han's Han wore embroidered robes. His sleeves looked as gaudy as a skirt. The skin on this person's face was smooth and tender, and his exquisite facial features formed a handsome face. However, this person did not give off a distant feeling. Instead, he appeared very gentle. Coupled with that smooth and tender face, he gave off a surprisingly gentle feeling. This person was currently hesitating, frowning slightly, not knowing where to place his ghost stone. Hey, why does this person feel somewhat familiar? However, I cannot recall where. As Xiao Chen pondered, that person raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen. Then, his frown relaxed, and his eyes narrowed as he revealed a smile. In that instant, it felt like winter had passed and spring arrived quietly. A smile contains spring, but this spring is not that spring. It was a gentle spring breeze that melted the ice and snow. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the spring breeze. Xiao Chen was stunned on the spot. His heart felt like it was in the wilderness. 10,000 horses were galloping and whistling past. It was like heavenly thunder rolling endlessly. This is Uncle Beggar? No, this is the spring snowbladesman Pan Huang. These were 2 completely different styles. What was even more inconceivable was that the 2 seemed to have arrived at the hidden spirit temple one after the other. Little brother Xiao Chen, unexpectedly, you also came to the hidden spirit temple. When Pan Huang saw Xiao Chen, his eyes lit up and he prepared to walk over. But just as he was about to get up, Su Hanshan's sword landed on his shoulder, forcing him back down. Hurry up and make your move. I want to have a better view. If you want to give up, admit defeat first. Su Han's Han said indifferently with a calm expression. Xiao Chen felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward and didn't know how to deal with it. Who are the 2 of you? Why are you in my master's courtyard? This is not a place where visitors can enter. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Doubt flashed in the little monk's eyes. As he looked at these 2 strangers, confusion flashed in his eyes. The little monk immediately walked over with large strides, preparing to chase them away. When Su Han's Han and Pan Huang saw the little monk walk over, shock flashed in their eyes. Su Han's Han carefully put away his sword and gently leaped up. Before the little monk could approach, he landed on the wall. Pan Huang's figure flashed, appearing like he teleported to the wall. The 2 seemed to fear this little monk somewhat. It was like Pan Huang could see the bad luck the 2 carried and did not dare to touch him. What a fast movement technique. Yan Chen's eyes lit up as he continued to give chase. Don't be rude. Xiao Chen was about to remind Yan Chen when a shout stopped him. It was Venerable Su Yun. Xiao Chen had met Venerable Su Yun once at the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence. The 2 could be considered to have met before. Master. Yan Chen leaped up and landed before Venerable Su Yun. Then he pointed at Su Han's Han and Pan Huang and asked, Who are these 2? They are the abbot's honored guests. They are here to rest for a while. You startled them. Ah, Venerable Su Yun is joking. It can't be considered startling. Is this that child from back then? With one look, he truly lives up to his reputation. Pan Huang and Su Hanshan had already landed again. As they looked at Yen Qin, they showed curious expressions. That's good then. Benefactors, please go about your business first. I have to entertain Benefactor Xiao. After some pleasantries, Venerable Su Yun led Xiao Chen into a tea room in the hall. Then Venerable Su Yun personally brewed tea. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? Looking at the time, it has been 10 years since we last met. Venerable Su Yun smiled softly as he served a cup of brewed tea. After receiving the teacup, Xiao Chen did not rush to taste it. After some thought, he said, "Many thanks for Venerable's help this time. Otherwise we would have been in trouble." Since Su Hanshan and Pan Huang were both here, Venerable Su Yun was not as ignorant as the little monk claimed. You are too polite. However, since you are already here, you should stay in this hidden spirit temple for a few days. Even without this matter, I would like to invite Benefactor Xiao to stay for a few days. Venerable Su Yun smiled faintly as he spoke unhurriedly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The other party should have other intentions. However, since Ranwei said so, he would not ask further. At the same time, in the hidden spirit temple's main hall, after the Yen Emperor offered incense alone, he looked at the Kasyapa Buddha image. Then he picked up a bamboo lot and asked, "Is my lot good or bad?" Whether the Yen Emperor was willing or not, the result of the lot would implicate the entire Yenwu dynasty. It was unavoidable. The hidden spirit temple's abbot, Su Yi, walked out from the side and received the bamboo lot. After a while he sighed softly, "The worst lot." Chapter 2264. The worst draw? The Yen Emperor's elegant face changed slightly as he said softly, "Venerable, you are not joking, right? The worst draw. My Yenwu dynasty is flourishing with luck. For the past 500 years, I have worked day and night to expand my territory. Since I ascended to the throne, I have not lost a single inch of my territory. I even subdued several outer region great realms that the Shuowu dynasty controlled. The dynasty's luck fell to rock bottom in my hands, then returned to its peak. Now everything is peaceful. How can there be such a thing as the worst draw?" Since the Yen Emperor came to the temple to draw lots, he had to be planning the nation's luck. From the moment he ascended to the throne, his fate had become tightly tied to the Yenwu dynasty. The Yen Emperor's tone contained heavy dissatisfaction and some doubt. Venerable Su Yi said calmly, "May the Lord Buddha show mercy. A monk does not lie. Benefactor Wang, you took time out of your busy schedule to come here alone to offer incense and draw lots. I believe you must have sensed something. As the current Yen Emperor, you already come into contact with the Supreme Heavenly Tao. Your intuition is right." The Yen Emperor's expression turned grave. After some thought he asked, "How severe is this bad draw?" Seeing nothing, Abbot Suyi pressed his palms together and murmured softly, "Seeing nothing?" The Yen Emperor muttered to himself. Then his expression changed drastically. "Seeing nothing? Does this mean that the entire dynasty is going to be destroyed?" However, in the blink of an eye, he felt that this was somewhat impossible. The dynasty was flourishing now with deep accumulations. If there was a great calamity, even if the dynasty's luck was damaged, it should not fall. However, when the Yen Emperor thought about how unsettled he had been for the past year, the shadow in his heart hard to erase. At the Yen Emperor's cultivation, he had the power of the dynasty's luck. His intuition for the heavenly Tao and fate was already very sharp. Such a situation could not have happened for no reason. However, the Yen Emperor could not accept the dynasty's destruction. The Yen Emperor's expression immediately changed, appearing conflicted. "Venerable, is there a way to resolve this?" A bright light flickered in the Yen Emperor's eyes as he revealed a hopeful expression. Abbot Suyi shook his head and said, "Fate rises and falls. The cycle never ends. Everything in the world is destined. This is not your fault. The cause was planted 100,000 years ago. Then, someone forcefully stopped it 50,000 years ago. It is impossible for someone to stop it a second time." The Yen Emperor felt stunned when he heard that. He did not believe it, feeling that the other party was just brushing him off. 100,000 years was too far away. What time was that? That was still the era when the Black Dragon King wreaked havoc. How could the Yenwu dynasty's fate be decided 100,000 years ago? He stared at the other party and said, "Grandmaster, are you dissatisfied with some of the elders of the imperial family? Is that why you are unwilling to say more? In the past few years, I've actually been quite dissatisfied with the elders in the clan. In the past, I was restricted by the throne and couldn't do many things. Now that I'm about to abdicate, I can do whatever I want before I leave. Many of the older generation experts of the royal clan were dissatisfied with the Hidden Spirit Temple. They felt that they were always controlled by others. The Hidden Spirit Temple had deep accumulations, but the royal clan could not control it. They had tried to infiltrate it several times, but they had failed. Hence, the royal clan's older generation cultivators let the Pleasure Quarter Alliance grow, using it to keep the Hidden Spirit Temple in check. Needless to say, this strategy was very effective. In the past few thousand years, the influence of the Buddhist sects on the Hidden Spirit Temple had decreased significantly. In the past, when Buddhism was at its peak, even the heir to the throne had to submit to Buddhism, requiring the Hidden Spirit Temple to recommend him. Now, although the Hidden Spirit Temple's influence was still significant, it could no longer compare to its peak. The Yenwu dynasty's royal clan was practically independent, unlike the Qianwu dynasty and the Xinwu dynasty, which were controlled by the Universe Origin sect and the Profound Heaven Holy Land. The Yen Emperor's words hinted to Abbot Su Yi that as long as he was willing to help the Yenwu dynasty clear this calamity, the Yenwu dynasty would be able to return the Buddhist sects to their peak. It could allow the Buddhist sects to return to their peak. This was a huge temptation. Abbot Su Yi shook his head and said, "The cause and effect from 100,000 years ago was already set. Benefactor, there is no need to feel so conflicted. No one can avoid this calamity. The Yenwu dynasty cannot avoid it, the Hidden Spirit Temple cannot avoid it, and the world cannot avoid it either. The cycle of fate never ends. What does the Yenwu dynasty count for before the world? Just treat it normally." The Yen Emperor felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was stunned. He understood what Abbot Su Yi meant. The Yen Emperor also knew that the cause and effect were set 100,000 years ago. Then, someone forcefully stopped it 50,000 years ago. Now no one could stop it. What was going on? I understand. Goodbye. The Yen Emperor performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Before he left, he looked at the worst lot in his hand. However, he did not return it, keeping it with him. As the abbot watched the Yen Emperor leave, he sighed softly and withdrew silently. Inside the hall, the golden image of the Kasyapa Buddha shone brightly with a smile on its face. It was like it had seen through everything and was detached from it. Naturally, Xiaoqin did not know what happened here. After Xiaoqin tasted tea with Venerable Su Yun, he saw that Pan Huang was still under the tree. Before Pan Huang could play the ghost stone in his hand, sword god Su Hanshan was nowhere to be seen. Su Hanshan probably could not stand Pan Huang's shamelessness and could not be bothered to play anymore. Without the sword god around, it was much easier for Xiaoqin to face Pan Huang. Without any hesitation, Xiaoqin walked over with large strides. "Little brother Xiaoqin, you came at a good time. Help me see if this game can continue." When Pan Huang saw Xiaoqin, he invited him to sit down with a smile. This form of address scared Xiaoqin half to death. In the past, when he was still a beggar uncle, he naturally didn't feel uncomfortable calling him that. However, now that he knew that the other party was Pan Huang, how could Xiaoqin dare to accept this form of address? In the Kunlun realm, Xiaoqin had received the Saber Sovereign Medallion. It was also because of the Saber Sovereign Medallion that he comprehended the Saber Tao. Without this Saber Sovereign Medallion, it would be nearly impossible for him to surpass Prime and leave the Kunlun realm. Pan Huang was like Xiaoqin's ancestral master. It was truly frightening for such a person to call Xiaoqin little brother. "Senior, please don't call me that. I really don't deserve it. Actually, I'm also from the Kunlun realm." Senior Pan Huang should recognize this Saber Sovereign Medallion. After Xiaoqin spoke, he took out the Saber Sovereign Medallion. When Pan Huang saw the Saber Sovereign Medallion, he did not feel surprised. He smiled faintly and said, "As you wish. However, I do not like others calling me senior. However, given your character, I believe that you will feel uncomfortable calling me big brother as well. I already felt the Saber Sovereign Medallion in your hand long ago. I almost forgot about it." After receiving the Saber Sovereign Medallion, Pan Huang revealed a reminiscing expression in his eyes. After some thought, he said, "Back then it was really hot-blooded. For so many years. Nearly all the people I met from the Kunlun realm are still alive. It seems like you are the only one who obtained my fortuitous encounter and walked out of the Kunlun realm. Senior, what exactly is the relationship between you and my martial nephew?" Xiaoqin asked out of curiosity. At the mention of Ling Yu, some regret flashed in Pan Huang's eyes. He said sullenly, "I have been roaming the world for the past few years. A few years ago I accidentally saved him in a forbidden land. I heard that he was Yi Zifeng's disciple, so I came to Yen City with him, intending to protect him. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened after I left for a while. This child is really unfortunate. It turned out that it was not that complicated. The reason was actually so simple. At the mention of Ling Yu, Xiaochen could not help feeling sad in his heart. However, headliner Ling Long's final decision still gave Xiaochen some comfort. At the very least, it proved that bringing Ling Yu to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm back then was not wrong. You did not love the wrong person. Do you know why the Hidden Spirit Temple's people sought you out? Since Ling Yu's topic was somewhat heavy, Pan Huang changed the topic after returning the Saber Sovereign Medallion to Xiaochen. Xiaochen shook his head and said, I feel that Venerable Su Yun has something else to say. However, I do not know what the deeper meaning is. Pan Huang smiled and said, they probably want the old abbot to tell you that they sought you out for the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb? However, I already promised the 9th prince. Could they be preparing to support the 9th prince's ascension to the throne? Xiaochen asked, confusion flashing in his eyes. No, the Hidden Spirit Temple does not care who becomes the next Yen Emperor. They only care about the ethereal immortal palace. In reality, even if the Yenwu dynasty is destroyed, the Hidden Spirit Temple will not care too much, Pan Huang explained softly. However, this time we have to pay attention to it. To think that the first prince allied with the Azure Lotus Church. If the ethereal immortal palace really appears and the wings of time lands in the Azure Lotus Church's hands, the Hidden Spirit Temple will not be able to sit still. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. After some thought, he said, so, they want to work with me at the very least to prevent the wings of time from landing in the Azure Lotus Church's hands? Smart, Pan Huang praised softly with a faint smile. Chapter 2265. Xiaochen thought about Pan Huang's words. If the Hidden Spirit Temple invited him for a chat because of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, then what about Yuanzhen? What about Yuanzhen? If Xiaochen recalled correctly, Yuanzhen also had an ethereal immortal palace key. Furthermore, he was the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple. Could it be that they did not know that Yuanzhen already had an ethereal immortal palace key? Strange. I should wait for the abbot to come before asking. Setting this matter aside for now, Xiaochen asked, Senior, how much do you know about the ancient Yen Emperor tomb? Pan Huang scratched his head and replied after some thought, let me think. I entered the ancient Yen Emperor tomb once. However, that was a long time ago. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb is a secret realm of the royal clan. It gathers the luck of the entire Yenwu dynasty. The entire dynasty's accumulations are gathered here. There are many inheritance treasure troves that are opened only during the succession race. If I recall correctly, every prince has a quota for the succession race. They can bring their guests in to help them fight for luck and become emperor. However, these guests are not allowed to be older than 500 years old. Aside from that, there are no other requirements. Finding this strange, Xiaochen asked, not allowed to be older than 500 years old? Why is that? Pan Huang smiled and said, just think about it. There are inheritance treasuries everywhere. What if an overly strong old monster comes? What if an overly strong old monster came and wiped out all the inheritances? If he wanted to kill, he could kill all the princes. Then the entire dynasty would have no successor. Xiaochen understood. The human heart was unfathomable. It was necessary to make such a rule. However, the intensity of the competition in there is flabbergasting. Everyone knows the benefits of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Every time the succession race takes place, all the experts under 500 years old of the Great Thousand Realms, or rather the entire martial epic, gather in Yen City to fight for these few slots. The various noble clans and sects of the dynasty have been making preparations long ago, focusing on nurturing talents under 500 years old. Even if the prince they support does not become the crown prince, they can take away the inheritances they obtain in there. The ambitious princes with high statuses visit everywhere, searching for experts throughout the entire martial epoch. It can be expected that every prince's retainer is definitely an expert among experts. Xiaochen was slightly startled. He had long heard that the competition for the crown prince position was very intense. A sovereign emperor who would stir up the entire martial epoch. Now it looked like it was true. As Pan Huang said, the sovereign emperors who could get a spot would probably all have a powerful secret art. Pan Huang paused for a moment before smiling. What are your thoughts on the ancient Yen Emperor tomb? Meh. Yeah, what do you think? Xiaochen said after some thought, I'm not very interested in the other inheritance treasure troves, but I won't despise them either. After all, no one would complain about having too many heavenly treasures, but the main focus would still be on the misty immortal palace. Pan Huang said indifferently, The ethereal immortal palace's prophecies have never been accurate. I once chased after it twice but returned empty-handed. Senior, are you also interested in the Misty Palace? Of course. The Wings of Time was the only transcendent grade soul tool in the current martial epoch. Which faux god would not care about it? However, I am not interested now. Not to mention the accuracy of the prophecies, it would be impossible for me to gather all 7 ethereal immortal palace keys, especially the inheritance key. Then why is the Hidden Spirit Temple so nervous? It's better to be safe than sorry. Pan Huang raised his eyebrows and looked behind Xiaoqin. Then he said, the abbot is here. When Xiaoqin looked back he saw 3 old monks outside the courtyard. Their cultivations were incredibly horrifying, unfathomable. One of the 3 old monks wore a golden kasaya and held a Buddhist monk's staff. If there were no surprises, this would be the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot Su Yi. The one on the left was Su Yun. The one on the right was an old man that Xiaoqin did not recognize, looking at him with some hostility. Xiaoqin did not know where this hostility came from. He had never met these people before. Benefactor Xiao, this is senior brother abbot. This is this old monk's junior brother, Su Ming. Venerable Su Yun stepped forward and introduced the two to Xiaoqin. You guys talk first. I'll take my leave. Pan Huang stood up and smiled faintly. Before he left, he sent a voice projection to Xiaoqin, ask for more benefits and don't be soft-hearted. Don't think that this place looks simple. This poor monk is very rich. Xiaoqin felt speechless. This senior Pan Huang speaks without any scruples. He does not have the air of a senior expert at all. If this abbot knew about Pan Huang's voice projection, what would he think? Greetings, seniors. Xiaoqin said calmly with a cupped fist salute. After Abbot Su Yi returned the greeting, he went straight to the point. I believe you know that junior brother Su Yun invited you here because he has other matters to discuss. I am the one in charge of this matter, so let me do the talking. There is no harm in speaking. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb will open in 2 months. This old monk already knows that Benefactor Xiao has an ethereal immortal palace key and will be going with the 9th prince. Indeed, it is as senior Pan Huang guessed. Xiaoqian's expression did not change as he said, Indeed. Venerable Abbot, what advice do you have for me? Abbot Su Yi paused for a moment before continuing, If the ethereal immortal palace really appears, I would like to ask Benefactor Xiao to make a move and ensure that the Wings of Time do not fall into the hands of the demons. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Abbot Su Yi and asked, Senior, are you so sure that demons will enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? Venerable Su Yun, who was at the side, said, Some of the royal court's elders have been working with the Azure Lotus Church in secret for a long time. They are even bolder this time. To think that even the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, a forbidden land of the royal court, tacitly allowed them to enter. They think that no one knows. However, my hidden spirit temple naturally has a way to find out. Xiaoqin frowned and said, I don't understand. Isn't working with the Azure Lotus Church like asking a tiger for its skin? The abbot sighed helplessly. The people of the royal clan have their own way of doing things. They feel that they can toy with the Azure Lotus Church and use it to keep my hidden spirit temple in check. In reality, it is as Benefactor Xiao said. If this isn't asking a tiger for its skin, what is? However, there will always be people who think themselves clever, thinking that they can control everything. I understand. Xiaoqin nodded to indicate that he understood. Perhaps to the royal court, the Azure Lotus Church and the Hidden Spirit Temple were not good things. Balancing the two sides was the best choice. However, Xiaoqin had other doubts. Does the Hidden Spirit Temple know that Yuan Zhen has an ethereal immortal palace key as well? Has your esteemed temple never thought of working with the other princes? Wouldn't that be more direct? Xiaoqin asked probingly after some thought. Venerable Su Yun smiled bitterly. Right now, the royal court is avoiding the Hidden Spirit Temple like a tiger, fearing that the Hidden Spirit Temple supports a prince ascending to the throne. Hence, they do not allow the Hidden Spirit Temple's disciples to enter. Otherwise, the Hidden Spirit Temple would not have to trouble Benefactor Xiao. After a moment of silence, Xiaoqin said, I find this very strange. Even without you saying anything, I would not sit back and watch others snatch away the wings of time. Su Ming, who had been silent all this while, said coldly, Stop? How are you going to stop them? With your strength, it would be pretty good if you don't lose your life. Xiaoqin found this strange. The moment this Su Ming entered, his eyes showed some hostility. Now his words were also very blunt. Su Yun quickly said, Benefactor Xiao, please don't take offense. My junior brother's words were blunt, but they were the truth. Senior brother Abbot sought you out because he worried that you and the ninth prince would not be strong enough to stop the Azure Lotus Church. So, Abbot Suyi said, so this old monk decided to lend you a hand. This is a Bodhi seed that has been placed at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain for 10,000 years. It has a strong suppressive effect on evil Buddhist sections. If the ethereal immortal palace really appears, Benefactor Shao can use this item to suppress all evil Buddhist sect experts. When Shaoqin received the scarlet Bodhi seed, he saw that it was a scarlet Bodhi seed. When he looked at it carefully, he discovered that the scarlet Bodhi seed had many tiny divine scripts carved on it, at least 10,000 of them. What is on it? The Kasyapa Buddhist scripture is a supreme scripture of the Buddhist sections. All heretics will be suppressed before this scripture. Those who are not strong enough might even turn to ashes on the spot. However, it is not very useful to those who are not of the Buddhist sections. This item is incredibly precious. If the ethereal immortal palace does not appear, please keep it. Abbot Suyi instructed softly as he looked at the Bodhi seed in Shaoqin's hand with some reluctance. Shaoqin smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Now that it was in his hands, there was naturally no reason for him to return it. However, this scarlet Bodhi seed was not enough to convince him. Shaoqin said calmly, I want another item. What is it? A copy of the last 6 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Although rumor had it that the secret manual was lost and the hidden spirit temple did not have a complete copy, Shaoqin did not really believe that. Since the original copy was missing, there should be a copy. Chapter 2266. After Shaoqin made his request, the expressions of Abbot Suyi, Su Yun, and Su Ming all changed slightly. A sinister look flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Not to mention that this is a Buddhist sect forbidden technique, it has already spread out. The hidden spirit temple does not have a complete copy. Even if they did, they would not give it to someone who cultivates a demonic Tao cultivation technique and is plagued with sin. So that is the case. This old monk sensed the demonic Tao cultivation technique in Shaoqin, which was why he was so hostile. Su Yun said slowly and softly, Benefactor Shao, please change your request. This request is too difficult. The hidden spirit temple's abbot, Su Yi, looked at Shaoqin. Although he did not say anything, his eyes conveyed the same meaning. In that case, there is no need to negotiate. I do not care about other requests. Shaoqin took out the scarlet Bodhi seed and handed it back. Then he prepared to take his leave. Abbot Su Yi received the scarlet Bodhi seed from Shaoqin. Then he remained silent. Su Yun sighed softly at the side. As for Su Ming, he snorted coldly and said, we are not asking him for help. There is no need to think so highly of him. Shaoqin, who had already turned around, smiled coldly in his heart. In that case, why did they ask me to come? Su Ming needed to clarify this. To Shaoqin, he was not obligated to help the hidden spirit temple stop the Azure Lotus Church's people. Giving him the scarlet Bodhi seed to suppress the Azure Lotus Church was not a problem for Shaoqin. After all, it was free. Since the other party invited him, Shaoqin naturally had the qualifications to raise conditions. Furthermore, did this Su Ming really think that he was not a match for the Azure Lotus Church without the scarlet Bodhi seed? In that case, Su Ming underestimated Shaoqin too much. Benefactor Shao, please wait. Just as Shaoqin was about to leave the Su Yun Hall, Abbot Su Yi turned around and arrived before Shaoqin, holding the scarlet Bodhi seed. This item is a token of our temple's sincerity. Benefactor Shaoqin personally killed the Black Lotus Church's sect venerate and reconstructed little Yen Chen's physical body. No matter what, my Buddhist sect is greatly indebted to you. Thus this item is a gift. Su Yi stepped forward and returned the blood-colored Bodhi to Shaoqin. Shaoqin did not stand on ceremony. He put away the blood-colored Bodhi and handed over the Golden Book of Buddhism. Benefactor Shao, what is the meaning of this? Venerable Su Yun asked after receiving the golden letter. Shaoqin said softly, Senior Su Ming seems to have a problem with me. I don't know if I can accept the so-called kindness, so I don't dare to be presumptuous. One thing for one thing. Shaoqin still respected Venerable Su Yun and Abbot Su Yi. However, Su Ming treated them with hostility for no reason. This made Shaoqin somewhat uncomfortable. It felt like he was deliberately taking advantage of the hidden spirit temple. Abbot Su Yi, you don't have to worry too much. The first prince and I will not rest until one of us is dead. If the Azure Lotus Church really wants to protect him, I have no reason not to kill them. So, even without your esteemed temple's request, I would still stop this group of people from obtaining the wings of time. Shaoqin paused for a moment and said softly, as for my strength, boom. Before Shaoqin could finish speaking, his entire body suddenly released a blue light. His chest looked transparent. It was crystalline and translucent, resplendent and dazzling. I have an immortal heart. When the dust scatters and the flower blooms, it will illuminate 3 lifetimes. The blue lotus flower under Xiao Chen's feet bloomed elegantly. His white robes looked simple and tidy. With a thought, he executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 3-life flower. Xiao Chen stood on the lotus flower, but it seemed like he was separated from it by an entire world, appearing boundlessly mysterious. This was a saber technique, but no one could sense any saber intent. This move already reached great perfection. The saber intent in it already existed between formless and tangible. Formless meant that one could not sense it. Formless meant that the entire state was made of saber intent. The expressions of Su Yi and the other two changed, feeling shocked in their hearts. This was not a strength that a small perfection sovereign emperor should have. Suddenly there was a change in the realm. Xiao Chen's figure on the blue lotus flower turned blurry and distorted. The entire world sank into darkness. A cold killing intent formed by Buddhist might soared into the clouds, seeming to merge with the heavenly Tao. The sky shattered, and an eye formed by the heavenly Tao's killing intent struggled to open. Heavenly Eye. Su Yun exclaimed, "This is the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's merciless killing? If heaven has feelings, it will age. The heavenly Tao is the most emotionless, and the heavenly Tao's killing intent is the most powerful. One will die without a doubt if one looks at heaven." The heavenly Tao was the most emotionless. When it came to killing, who could compare to heaven? When heaven opened its eyes, whoever it looked at would die. If heaven wanted to kill, who dared to say no? This was merciless killing. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the various mysterious phenomena immediately vanished as if nothing had happened. Xiao Chen bowed slightly and said softly, "This junior was rude and embarrassed myself before the 3 seniors. As foe gods, you naturally do not care about such insignificant tricks. However, I believe that as long as a peak sovereign emperor does not make a move, this junior will be able to protect myself." That was right. That earlier move was merciless killing, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 6th move. Xiao Chen was not trying to show off on purpose. Doing so before 3 foe gods would appear to be overestimating his own abilities. However, Xiao Chen was truly unconvinced by this false reputation. Xiao Chen's expression showed that he wanted to take advantage of the hidden spirit temple. "May the Lord Buddha bless me. Benefactor Xiao is too humble. Such skills are an eye-opener for us. Truth be told, aside from Mahamaya himself, no one in our temple can practice merciless killing. As for Benefactor Zhao's 3-life flower, it is even more astonishing. It seems to have already surpassed Mahamaya's." Abbot Su Yi praised Xiao Chen's 3-life flower more than the 3-life flower and merciless killing. This was because Xiao Chen had already practiced the 3-life flower to great perfection, nearly reaching perfection. He had already surpassed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's limits. As for merciless killing, it was because Xiao Chen had just reached small perfection and still had many flaws. One could tell that it was a little strenuous for him to use it. However, with the 3-life flower before him, Xiao Chen believed that great perfection was only a matter of time. "Junior brother, what do you think?" Venerable Su Yun asked Su Ming with a faint smile. Naturally, Su Ming felt very upset. He really wanted to say something insignificant, that it was merely SOSO. However, he clearly could not say such words. Saying it would be like slapping himself in the face. Hence, Su Ming showed a sullen expression and decided not to say anything. Seeing that Su Ming had nothing to say, Venerable Su Yun looked at the abbot and said, "Senior brother, I feel that there are some things that we should honestly tell Benefactor Xiao." Xiao Chen showed some doubt in his eyes, feeling somewhat confused. So he thought for a while. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Actually, Benefactor Xiao does not know this. This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique only has 9 moves. The last 3 moves are the result of Mahamaya's disguise, reversing the sequence. If anyone follows Mahamaya's instructions and practices the last 6 moves, they will fall into a state of madness. This is the reason why this technique is classified as a forbidden move. In terms of killing, there are actually several Buddhist sect martial techniques with even more ferocious killing intent than the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. My Buddha is merciful. However, the merciful must be stained with blood. Otherwise, how can they illuminate the world and kill evil?" When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. He had not expected there to be such a secret. In that case, why not announce it to the world? Su Yi sighed softly. "An expert of my Buddhist sect discovered the secret only after a long time. After that, the saber manual was stolen, so we hid this secret to prevent someone from truly practicing this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique from harming my Buddhist sect. So that is the case. As for the last 3 moves, the hidden spirit temple does indeed have them. However, they are already sealed in an extremely evil land. This is because Mahamaya itself is a taboo in the hidden spirit temple. There is no need to elaborate on this reason. A thought occurred to Xiao Qin. So, Abbot Su Yi said after some thought, since Benefactor Xiao is already determined to go against the Azure Lotus Church, the hidden spirit temple can lend Benefactor Xiao a hand. We can tell you where the 7th move is. As for whether you can obtain it or not, that will depend on Benefactor Xiao's ability. It looked like the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique did have many implications. The hidden spirit temple could not possibly let Xiao Qin practice the complete version of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique and tell him where the 7th move was. The hidden spirit temple also took a fancy to Xiao Qian's strength, allowing him to fight with the Azure Lotus Church's experts. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hence they made an exception this time. Where is it? Xiao Qin asked. Abbot Su Yi said after some thought, come with me. When Su Ming saw the situation, he felt dissatisfied. However, Su Yi and Su Yun already made up their minds. No matter how dissatisfied Su Ming was, he could not stop them. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Chapter 2267. Su Ye's actions upset Su Ming, so he immediately left. When the two saw the situation, they felt somewhat helpless but did not say anything. Venerable Su Yun consoled Xiao Qin, saying, Benefactor Xiao, there is no need to mind. Junior brother Su Ming is overly attached to the righteous and evil paths. He once had a great ambition to sweep away all the evil demons in the world and re-establish the orthodox Buddhist sect, bringing glory to the world. It is inevitable for him to feel some enmity for you. In reality, senior brother and I are not too attached to the righteous and evil paths. Whether there is a Buddha in our hearts or not, we follow our hearts. As long as one does not believe in an evil Buddha and has a fate with Buddha, we are all friends. Abbot Su Yi added, that's right. Faith cannot be forced. The Kasayapa Buddha never said such a thing. Before he became a Buddha, the Kasayapa Buddha once cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique. However, at the final moment he still became a Buddha and established the great cause of the Buddhist sect. Xiao Qin nodded in agreement. Being a Buddha did not mean that one would not make mistakes or be supreme. There was no need to force others to believe in it. As for false reputation, Xiao Qin was not surprised by this grand ambition of his. Since ancient times there had been no lack of such fanatics. It was not just the Buddhist sect. There were many such ambitious people in the other sections. Under Abbot Su Ye's lead, Xiao Qin followed him to a small path that meandered upward. Unknowingly they had arrived at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. This was a cold, damp and dark, empty land. An unsettling and anxious atmosphere spread in the air. It was like all the sins of the world gathered here. Xiao Qin looked at the boundless darkness before him. The land seemed to be filled with sin and wildness, making him feel somewhat strange. Where is this? How can a pure land of the Buddhist sect have such a dirty place? Xiao Qin could not help asking, feeling like he had arrived in the abyssal underworld. Venerable Su Yun asked after some thought, did you see the golden Kasayapa Buddha at the summit when you were at the foot of the mountain? Xiao Qin nodded. Naturally I saw it. It would be hard not to see it. When one looked up, one could see the huge golden Kasayapa Buddha at the summit. Buddhist light shone, and auspicious signs filled the sky. That world was like a dreamland of heaven. It was just like the pure land of ultimate bliss mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures, causing one to yearn for it and feel reverence for it. At that time, Xiao Qin wondered if the hidden spirit temple was hidden in the small world behind the golden Kasayapa Buddha body. This is the world behind Kasayapa Buddha, where the sins of the greater thousand worlds are gathered. With supreme sentiments, Buddha shouldered all the sins on behalf of the people of the world, spreading his compassion all over the world. The pure land of ultimate bliss that everyone yearned for was the human world, the mortal world. Buddha created the pure land of ultimate bliss for them, but they don't even realize it. Venerable Su Yun's words made Xiao Qin enter deep thought. The human world was a pure land and bliss was right beside him. It was an interesting point of view, but the Buddhist sects did not publicize it. Or perhaps, the mortals of the world were unwilling to accept reality. They actually didn't need the kingdom of heaven. What they needed was an illusion. Xiao Qin did not delve too deeply into the reason behind it. He casually sized up the dark and empty land in front of him. Not a single blade of grass grew in the boundless wilderness, and a rancid smell lingered in the air. Extremely ferocious wild beasts lived in this lifeless land. Many of them even retained the aura of pure great desolate Ian savage beasts. Even further away at the edge of his field of vision, he could vaguely see 7 black mountains. Aside from ferocious beasts, he also saw several hidden spirit temple disciples undergoing experiential training here. They either tempered their Buddhist hearts, practiced magic skills, or hunted savage beasts. It looked like this place was no secret to the hidden spirit temple disciples. Do you see the 7 black mountains? The saber manual for the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique 7th move is in those black mountains. The black mountains are forbidden lands of the Buddhist sections. I can only give you half a month. If you cannot find the saber manual, benefactor Xiao can only leave. Xiao Qun looked in the direction that Venerable Su Yun pointed. It was the 3rd mountain from the left. It was too far away so he could not make out any mysterious phenomenon. I understand. Many thanks to the 2 seniors for giving me this opportunity. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Even though Xiao Qun knew that the hidden spirit temple might not be able to give him the saber manual for the final 2 moves, he still had to grasp this opportunity. Right now Xiao Qun grasped the saber manual for the 6 moves. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell were the moves he obtained by himself. As for the last 3 moves, in the mortal realm, 3 life flower and merciless killing, he obtained them from the little monk Yenqin. As for the final 3 moves, they were taboos among taboos within the Buddhist sections. They were stored in this extremely evil land. If Xiao Qun could find them and cultivate them successfully, it would be an unprecedented feat. Goodbye. Xiao Qun turned around, performed a cupped fist salute and left. The moment he turned around he saw a Buddha statue which stunned him for a moment. That Buddha statue was incredibly tall but expressionless. Its entire body was pitch black, looking cold and emotionless. This Buddha statue was filled with might and pressure, not showing any benevolence or mercy. However, it was solemn and dignified, looking somewhat strange. Xiao Qun entered deep thought. This should be the golden body of that Kasyapa Buddha. However, everyone could only see its front. When the Kasyapa Buddha statue saw the resplendent golden light and the auspicious signs filling the sky, it smiled. Which one was the real one? Or rather, both sides were true bodies. Looking at it this way, one could understand why the Azure Lotus Church and the Black Lotus Church split from the Buddhist sect. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian turned around and continued on his way. At the same time, Su Ming showed an unsightly expression in the hidden spirit temple. He was clearly unhappy with Fang Zhang's senior brother's idea. Yuan Jin sat quietly on the left, listening to Xiao Chen's rage. Grandmaster, there's no need to worry too much. Even if he went to the dark world, he might not be able to cross that sea. Even if he crossed that sea, he might not be able to ascend the Black Mountain. It would be even more difficult to find the saber technique manual. Yuan Jin said softly after remaining silent for a long time. Su Ming shook his head and said, "You cannot underestimate this person. Previously I did not look down on him too much, but I have to admit it. This brat's strength is somewhat terrifying. Even if you undo the seal, you might not be able to completely suppress him." Yuan Jin nodded. Martial ancestor is right. Su Ming said sullenly, "What I am angry about is not giving him the saber manual but senior brother Abbott's attitude. He is a yes man, completely lacking the dignity of a Buddhist sect leader. No wonder the Buddhist sect has been losing its prestige in the past few years. To be so polite to a sinful person, the evil sect will destroy it sooner or later." Yuan Jin quickly said, "Martial ancestor, you cannot speak of this carelessly," Su Ming forcefully interrupted. "There's no need to worry. This time, when you sneak into the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, if the ethereal immortal palace comes out, you must snatch the wings of time. Only with the wings of time can a Buddhist monarch truly break through the epic's shackles and descend into this world. We need to start a new epoch. This group of people is too conservative. How can the orthodox Buddhist sect rise up in their hands?" A brilliant light flickered in Yuan Jin's eyes as he said, "Martial ancestor, rest assured. This disciple will do his best to let a Buddhist monarch descend into this world." Su Ming looked at Yuan Jin and smiled in satisfaction. "It looks like I was right to choose you." Xiao Qun had once stayed in the abyssal underworld for a few months. He was very familiar with such a dark and turbid environment. Furthermore, he cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique in the first place. Now he could change his divine energy sea as he pleased. He did not feel any discomfort in this environment. However, traveling was exhausting. The 7 Black Mountains were clearly not far away, but after walking for 7 days, it still felt unreachable. The journey was not difficult. However, the occasional ferocious beasts gave Xiao Chen a headache. The further he went, the stronger the ferocious beasts he encountered. During this period, Xiao Chen met several hidden spirit temple disciples and tried to converse with them. He tried to converse with them and gain some unexpected gains. These disciples did not treat him as an outsider, telling him about the situation here. For example, the 7 black mountains were a taboo. Even the strongest among them could only walk to a sea of bitterness and look at the 7 black mountains across the sea. After that, they could not proceed any further. However, no one could say for sure how far that sea was. Some said it was only 50,000 kilometers, some said it was 500,000 kilometers, and some said it was tens of millions of kilometers. One would have to walk for a year before reaching it. No matter what the answer was, Xiao Chen did not even see the shadow of that sea. Clearly, the Black Mountains were even further away. However, this place greatly suppressed the Tao domain. The laws of space and time were different. Even a simple jump drained a vast amount of divine energy. Hence, Xiao Chen could only continue walking in boredom. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's mental state was good enough. He could endure the boredom of this environment. On a certain day, Xiao Chen looked up, and a light flickered in his eyes. When Xiao Chen squinted, he discovered that a bright sea had appeared in front at some point in time. In this gloomy and cold environment, the sea was exceptionally clear and could be discovered at a glance. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He could not help speeding up. Chapter 2268. It was a sea. Suddenly, a clear jade-green sea appeared in the dark and desolate world. The seawater was pure, reflecting the 7 black mountains. Xiao Chen arrived at the seaside. Then he revealed a contemplative expression, remaining silent. Before he came, he had heard that a sea of bitterness was at the edge of this world. The hidden spirit temple disciples on experiential training here could not advance any further after reaching this place. While there were temple rules, the greater reason was that they could not go out. The sea was known as the Sea of Bitterness. The Buddhists said that the Sea of Bitterness was boundless. Since it was boundless, one naturally could not go out. The 7 sufferings of the world were birth, old age, illness, death, hatred, love, separation, and unattainable. This vast sea gathered boundless suffering. Once, Xiao Chen had faced a sea of bitterness in the Kunlun realm. That sea of bitterness had a headless Kitagarbha bodhisattva. There were saber lights left by the Qing emperor and countless aggrieved spirits and malicious ghosts lingering in the sea of bitterness in agony. Xiao Chen was no stranger to the sea of bitterness. However, the sea of bitterness before him was different from the one he saw in the Kunlun realm. Firstly, there was no Kitagarbha bodhisattva or countless aggrieved spirits. Secondly, this sea of bitterness was clear and pure, with the 7 black mountains reflected in it. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the other side of the sea of bitterness, at the 3rd black mountain from the left. That was his destination. The saber manual for the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 7th move was hidden there. 13 days of the half-month that Su Yi gave Xiao Chen had already passed. He only had 2 days left. If Xiao Chen delayed in this sea of bitterness, it would be practically impossible to obtain the saber manual. Hence, he could not step onto this sea of bitterness without being fully confident. Xiao Chen bent over and scooped up a puddle of clear seawater. They slid off his fingertips one by one, dripping to the ground. Every drop of water had a vague reflection of Xiao Chen trapped in it. Strange, is this really a sea of bitterness? Xiao Chen felt doubtful. Although the many hidden spirit temple disciples said that this was a sea of bitterness, Xiao Chen had seen it before. However, Xiao Chen, who had seen the true sea of bitterness, felt doubtful and did not dare to agree. Whoosh! Xiao Chen flicked his finger and a saber light shot out. The saber light stuck close to the water and flew forward. Wherever he passed, waves would be stirred up. He pressed forward courageously, flying. They were always in sight, unable to fly out of the sea. Interesting. Below the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body, Su Yi and Yun, who were secretly observing Xiao Chen. Below the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain, Su Yun and Su Yi, who were secretly observing Xiao Chen, revealed faint smiles. It looks like he can walk out of this. If he can't get out, he can't blame us for not giving him a chance. The two of them were more optimistic about whether Xiao Chen could obtain the saber manual or not. They were more relaxed. Yi Xiao and spirits would not. And would. And he and was they he and saber? And Xiao, and would not. To the hidden spirit temple, this was a win-win situation. Unfortunately, Su Ming did not think of this. However, just when the two concluded that Xiao Chen could not walk out of this sea, he took a step forward and calmly walked up. Strange he figured it out? It can't be that fast, right? Su Yun and Su Yi both revealed shock, clearly surprised. Could it be that Xiao Qian was really going to be the first person to step on the Black Mountains in the past few thousand years? Step by step, Xiao Qian showed a calm expression as he walked to the center of the sea and stopped. Along the way he felt a strange bitterness in his heart. His mind was filled with all the bitterness he had suffered in the past few years. This was especially so for Lu Ruyue. She seemed to follow him like a shadow. He could not obtain her in secret. The pain of parting with love was indescribable. It was unbearable pain, nearly breaking down. No wonder no one could walk out. With every step they had to endure the pain of nearly breaking down. Anyone would choose to turn back. Turning back was the shore. However, this shore was not the opposite shore. It was returning to the starting point. When Xiao Qian looked down, the seawater was still clear and pure. The 7 black mountains were reflected in the water. Everything looked very normal. However, there was no reflection of himself in the water. Xiao Qian thought of the blurry scenes of himself trapped in the water droplets. Every water droplet had his reflection. However, he could not see his reflection in the entire sea. When Xiao Qian thought about the distance to the sea of bitterness that many of the hidden spirit temple disciples mentioned, he realized that they were all different. Xiao Qian already understood that this was not a sea of bitterness but the sea in everyone's heart. The thousands of bitterness in one's heart condensed into a sea. If one wanted to go up the Black Mountains, one had to walk out of this sea of bitterness in one's heart. That was why he could explain why every single water droplet had his reflection trapped in it, but the entire surface of the sea did not have his reflection. This was because this sea was Xiao Qian himself. How could it reflect him? Why did no one walk out? This was because they could not comprehend this. They could not realize that they were in an illusion, trapped in the sea of bitterness in their hearts. If one knew this, it would be easy to walk out. As for how to break out, one had to close one's eyes and observe one's heart. When one saw the sea in one's heart, one would naturally be able to walk out of the sea in one's heart. This was because Xiao Qian was not in any sea of bitterness at all. It was just an illusion that trapped him in his own sea of bitterness. Whoosh! When Xiao Qian opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was already at the foot of the Black Mountain. When Xiao Qian turned his head back, he saw an indistinct expressionless Buddha statue in the distance. Xiao Qian smiled faintly, knowing that he had managed to walk out. After checking his surroundings and confirming that he was at the foot of the 3rd Black Mountain from the left, Xiao Qian relaxed. Flowers bloomed at the foot of the Black Mountain. To think that rare and beautiful flowers bloomed at the foot of the Black Mountain in this sinful land. These are blood spirit flowers? Xiao Qian felt slightly stunned. He had seen these flowers before. The blood spirit flowers contained a pure demonic nature, a natural tonic for demonic Tao cultivators. However, this was not important. What was important was that these blood spirit flowers bloomed exceptionally beautifully. They had existed for at least 10,000 years. When Xiao Qian looked around, he saw that the entire Black Mountain was covered in similar strange flowers and plants. The blood spirit flowers at the foot of the mountain were just the lowest ranked ones. What a treasure mountain! Xiao Qian muttered to himself. He rejoiced in his heart. Now that he cultivated both martial and spiritual energy, he could switch divine energy freely. Be it spiritual energy divine energy or demonic energy divine energy, it made no difference to him. These natural treasures that the monks of the hidden spirit temple avoided were supreme treasures in Xiao Qian's eyes. What was even more delightful was that no one had come to this place for a very long time already. Even if someone came, they probably did not touch these demonic flowers or demonic fruits. Xiao Qian swept his gaze through the blood spirit flowers. Finally, his gaze landed on an eye-catching blood spirit fruit. Blood spirit flowers were extremely rare. However, it was even more difficult to harvest them. It was not easy to obtain a blood spirit fruit. Now, with a casual glance, Xiao Qian actually saw a blood spirit fruit. The 10,000-year-old blood spirit flowers that other demonic Tao cultivators considered supreme treasures. However, Xiao Qian did not even bother looking at them, directly picking this blood spirit fruit. After plucking this blood spirit fruit, Xiao Qian thought for a while before swallowing it. Then he sat down cross-legged and quickly circulated his demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. The spiritual energy from the blood spirit fruit flowed endlessly into Xiao Qian's divine energy sea like a gushing river. After about 15 minutes, Xiao Qian completely refined the medicinal properties of the blood spirit fruit. When Xiao Qian opened his eyes, a spiritual light flickered in them. This blood spirit fruit was at least 10,000 years old. With this, Xiao Qian's cultivation improved by 10%. After all, Xiao Qian was now a two-vein sovereign emperor. Raising his cultivation by 10% in 15 minutes showed how horrifying it was. However, when Xiaochen looked at the demonic flowers and demonic fruits covering the mountain, he felt that this was nothing. If he absorbed all of them, it would be normal for him to advance to 3-vein sovereign emperor within a short time. Even if I did not find the saber manual on this trip, I still gained a lot. Xiaochen stood up with a faint smile on his face. These demonic flowers covering the mountain were a huge pleasant surprise. Venerable Su Yun and Abbot Su Yi probably did not expect such a surprise. Xiaochen thought to himself, I do not have much time left. I can only absorb the most precious of these demonic flowers and demonic fruits. I absolutely cannot touch them unless they are 10,000-year-old or older. That would be a waste of time. After making up his mind, Xiaochen started a frenzied search on this mountain. He did not know if these demonic flowers and demonic fruits would still be effective after leaving the Black Peak. In a mere 2 days, Xiaochen's cultivation soared rapidly, climbing all the way to peak 2-vein sovereign emperor. It looked like Xiaochen was about to break through his bottleneck and break through his bottleneck. Xiaochen advanced to 3-vein sovereign emperor by relying on these demonic flowers covering the mountain. However, Venerable Su Yun and Abbot Su Yi, who were on Spirit Vulture Mountain, started to feel anxious. As Xiaochen frantically hunted, cracks actually appeared on the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain, which was filled with auspicious signs. To think that he did not think of this. We cannot let him continue. The Black Peak has lost too much of its demonic nature. The balance between good and evil will be lost. Chapter 2269. Whoosh. Before Xiaochen, who was already a 2-vein sovereign emperor, could continue searching for 10,000-year-old demonic fruits to break through, a strong force pulled him out of the Black Mountain. An irresistible force pulled him out of the Black Mountain. When Xiaochen recovered his vision, he looked around and was surprised to discover that he had appeared at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. He had actually appeared at the peak of the Spirit Vulture Mountain, and right beside him was the golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha, which was as tall as a mountain. In comparison, Xiaochen was as weak as an ant. When Xiaochen looked back, he saw Venerable Su Yun and Abbot Su Yi looking at Xiaochen uneasily. Xiaochen's eyes lit up like he understood something. After some thought, he said, Seniors, this junior's time to leave the Black Mountain should not be up yet. If I remember correctly, there is still at least one more day. Venerable Su Yun said awkwardly, That's right. Benefactor Zhao's time is not up yet. Then why did you pull me out in advance? Xiaochen felt very upset. If he had stayed another day, he would have broken through the 2-vein sovereign emperor bottleneck and reached 3-vein sovereign emperor. Being forcefully pulled out of a bottleneck while being stuck at it was not a good feeling. Abbot Su Yi laughed. Ha! Benefactor is joking. This is the saber manual that Benefactor wants. You have already passed the test. There is no need for you to remain on the Black Mountain. Right after Abbot Su Yi spoke, he handed a jade strip to Xiaochen without saying anything. This. Xiaochen received the jade strip, feeling somewhat confused, not understanding its meaning. That's it then. Benefactor, please leave the mountain. I'll leave the Azure Lotus Church's matters in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb to Benefactor Xiao. Before Xiaochen could say anything, Venerable Su Yun had already asked him to leave. But, Venerable Su Yun supported Xiaochen and smiled. There are no buts. Don't you want the saber manual? I already gave it to you, so there are no buts. Come, I'll send Benefactor Xiao off. Without giving Xiaochen a chance to speak, the 2 Buddhist sect powerhouses forcefully sent Xiaochen out of Spirit Vulture Mountain. After they left, they all heaved a sigh of relief, feeling extremely exhausted. How stupid. To think that he did not think of this. He dual cultivates martial Tao and demonic Tao. Entering the Black Mountain is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. If we let him stay here for a moment longer, the balance of good and evil will be lost. I really don't know what kind of disaster it will cause. Venerable Su Yun sighed softly as he looked at the auspicious signs in the sky above Spirit Vulture Mountain slowly mending. A trace of doubt appeared in Abbot Su Ye's eyes. He asked, Junior brother, have you ever thought about why the 2 of us made such a mistake? That's right. With our intelligence, logically speaking, we should have noticed this. Leaving out such a huge piece of information might be excusable for others, but anyone with a meticulous mind would make mistakes. However, to Su Yun and Su Yi this was not right. The 2 of them were faux God realm cultivators. Everything, no matter how big or small, would be imprinted in his mind. It was impossible for him to miss the information about Xiaochen's demonic arts. Suddenly, horror flashed in Venerable Su Yun's eyes. He said sullenly, Could it be that he already broke the shackles of dual cultivating martial Tao and demonic Tao, causing us to forget that he cultivated a demonic cultivation technique? Dual cultivating martial Tao and demonic Tao gets harder the further one goes. It is a dead end. Even the Kasyapa Buddha gave up on his demonic Tao and demonic Tao the moment he became a Buddha. Since ancient times, no one has been able to completely merge martial Tao and demonic Tao. Abbot Suyi said softly, if that is really the case, then it is somewhat terrifying. A person who can completely merge martial Tao and demonic Tao is equivalent to breaking the shackles of the entire martial epoch. It looks like the martial epoch is truly at its end. Signs of it are appearing one after another. The two Buddhist sect faux god powerhouses appeared somewhat worried, showing grave expressions. Xiao Qin, who had already descended the mountain, felt confused as he held the jade strip in his hand. Why did they give me the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques saber manual for nothing? These two should not be that kind. If they really wanted to give me the saber manual, Abbot Suyi would not have let Xiao Qin risk his life in the dark world from the start. Clearly, Abbot Suyi was trying to put on a show. It was not that I did not want to give you the saber manual. I gave you the opportunity but you did not fight for it. You cannot blame me. However, when Xiao Qin's cultivation advanced rapidly on the Black Peak, he nearly forgot about the saber manual. The two forcefully pulled him out and stuffed him with the saber manual. Then they chased him down the mountain without any explanation. Strange. Xiao Qin shook his head and stopped thinking. Although he did not break through the two-vein sovereign emperor bottleneck in the end, he gained a fortuitous encounter for no reason. This allowed his cultivation to reach peak two-vein sovereign emperor and obtained a saber manual. No matter what, Xiao Qin gained a lot from this trip to the Hidden Spirit Temple. It is time to return to the Misty Rain Pavilion. It has been less than half a month. I wonder what happened to these people after that huge commotion? Xiao Qin muttered to himself as he prepared to rush back to the Misty Rain Pavilion. Just at this moment, a figure flickered endlessly in the air before landing firmly in front of Xiao Qin. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? The person who arrived turned around. It was the mysterious Yuan Zhen that Xiao Qin had not seen for a long time. According to Su Yun and Su Yi, they did not know that Yuan Zhen already had an ethereal immortal palace key. This person was somewhat mysterious. I'm fine. Brother Yuan Zhen, why are you here? Xiao Qin replied casually. However, he kept his guard up and spread out his spiritual sense in all directions. Brother Xiao, there is no need to be so nervous. No one below Spirit Vulture Mountain dares to touch Benefactor Xiao. Furthermore, everyone in the imperial capital knows that you are the 9th prince's guest. Who would dare to touch you? Yuan Zhen said softly with narrowed eyes. Xiao Qin felt excited. The competition for the prince's guest should have reached its most intense stage in the past half a month. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince took the initiative to announce that Xiao Qin was his guest. Brother Yuan Zhen, there is no need to worry. I am just cautious by nature. However, as far as I know, the Hidden Spirit Temple disciples cannot become the prince's guests. Why is Brother Yuan Zhen so concerned about the succession race? Xiao Qin probed, wanting to see if he could glean something from Yuan Zhen's expression. Yuan Zhen did not appear surprised when he heard that. It looks like Brother Xiao learned a lot on this trip to the Hidden Spirit Temple. Indeed, the Hidden Spirit Temple disciples cannot become guests. However, the succession race is now the focus of the entire city. Nearly all the sovereign emperors under 500 years old in the entire Great Thousand Realms have gathered in Yen City. I know about this. At this point, Yuan Zhen paused for a moment. Then he smiled and said, Brother Xiao, there might be some trouble when you return. Right now, the competition for the position of a prince's guest is rather scary. Many thanks for the reminder. How are my friends in the Misty Rain Pavilion doing? The other party seemed to know a lot. So, Xiao Qin asked about the things that he was more concerned about. After the wedding, the first prince was unable to recover, and his momentum plummeted. Now the 3 princes are back at the starting line. Now they are busy with the succession race and cannot care about anything else. Furthermore, everyone saw the relationship between the Sword God and Pavilion Master Su. Who would dare to touch the Misty Rain Pavilion? Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. However, after saying so much, why are you here? Me? Yuan Zhen replied softly, I'm just here to see you. I want to know how much your strength has improved since you left the Dark World. In the end? It looks like you crossed that sea and ascended the Black Peak. Otherwise, your strength would not have improved in such a short time. A bright light flickered in the depths of Yuan Zhen's eyes. He keenly noticed Xiao Qin's improvement. You seem to understand a lot about the Dark World, Xiao Qin said, not denying it. If we were to become enemies one day, would you kill me? Yuan Jun suddenly changed the topic and asked this question. Xiaoqun glanced at the other party and replied calmly, I will. In that case I can rest assured because I will as well. Please don't show mercy. Yuan Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a smile on his face. Xiaoqun could not tell if he was sad or happy. Take care. I won't send you off. Yuan Jun pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Then he turned and left. Xiaoqun entered deep thought. After speaking for so long, what Yuan Jun truly wanted to ask should be the last question. It looks like the other party will most likely enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, why does this feel somewhat strange? If they really become enemies, why did Yuan Jun ask this? This was equivalent to reminding Xiaoqun. You have to be careful. The next time we meet, I will kill you. This person is really a mystery. Xiaoqun shook his head and sighed softly. Since the first time he met this person, he had never truly figured out the other party. Before the sky turned dark, Xiaoqun returned to the Misty Rain Pavilion. Although he had expected that Chu Chaoyun Ao Jiao and the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter had already left, he still felt it was unfortunate. When Su Yi learned that Xiaoqun had returned, she rushed over. After some thought, she said, Xiaoqun, the Heavenly Book Scholar has been waiting for you for 7 days already. Alright, I'll go and meet him. What a fellow. He is really patient. To think that he waited for 7 days. Chapter 2270. Since the Heavenly Book Scholar was here, it had to be about the succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Under Su Ye's lead, Xiaoqun met the Heavenly Book Scholar in the Misty Rain Pavilion. The Heavenly Book Scholar was alone. The 9th prince was not by his side. Xiaoqun, I waited for you for 7 days, the Heavenly Book Scholar said with a faint smile. The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled faintly. Then he sized up Xiaoqun as if he was estimating his strength. Xiaoqun said calmly, It looks like there is indeed something important. Otherwise you would not have waited for so long. Speak then. The Heavenly Book Scholar nodded and said, There is still 1 more month. The various princes will be heading to the palace to fight for the slots for their guests to enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The number of slots determined how many guests one could bring into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. It practically affected the outcome of the succession race. How are the slots for the various princes determined? Xiaoqun asked. The Heavenly Book Scholar explained, It is like this. Every prince has 7 basic slots. Then, some more slots are added based on the support of the feudal lords, noble clans and sects in the Yanwu dynasty. Thanks to you, the first prince's wedding was spoiled, reducing the support of the feudal lords and noble clans. However, the first prince, the 8th prince and the 13th prince still have the most slots. The first prince already has 16 slots, while the 8th prince and the 15th prince each have 13. The other princes have different slots, but most of them do not exceed 10. The 9th prince only has 8 slots. Xiaoqun thought to himself, the first prince's faction is really horrifying. If I had not ruined that wedding, I would not have been able to deal with him. If he had not spoiled the wedding, the 9th prince would have been able to bring more than 20 slots into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Now he still has 16 slots. The 9th prince's slots are pitifully few. To think that he only has 1 more slot on top of the base. In that case, what is going on with the slots 3 days from now? The Heavenly Book Scholar explained, The slots 3 days from now is the last chance for all the princes. The princes will draw lots to decide who will fight. The winners will obtain a slot. However, the losers will lose a slot. When Xiaoqun heard that, he felt that something was wrong. He said softly, What a cruel competition. This will probably increase the advantage of the top 3 princes. That's right. This mechanism isn't exactly fair, but that's exactly what the royal family wants. Is to make the strong stronger and the weak weaker. There's no need for the princes who are there to join in the fun to take up extra slots. The Heavenly Book Scholar nodded, agreeing with Xiaoqun's point of view. Then he added some of his own thoughts. What does the 9th prince mean? The 9th prince wants you to accompany him to the imperial palace to fight for the final spots. This matter is very important. However, I did not know when you would return, so I waited in this Misty Rain Pavilion. The Heavenly Book Scholar explained the whole story. Then he looked at Xiaoqun and waited for his answer. Xiaoqun pondered for a moment before replying softly, No problem. However, if I win, I want to keep this spot for myself. The Heavenly Book Scholar frowned slightly. You want your friend to enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was a land of fortuitous encounters with many inheritances. As long as one's luck was not bad, one would gain something after entering. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb held great attraction for sovereign emperors. Hence, All the sovereign emperors of the entire martial epoch rushed to the imperial capital Yen City. Hence, this slot was not just a slot but represented many things. The Heavenly Book scholar said, "I can promise you this on behalf of the Ninth Prince. The Ninth Prince mainly wants to ensure that he does not lose his slot. As long as you win, the slot will be yours." Good. It's a deal then. In that case, I'll take my leave first. If you have time, please rush to the prince's residence as soon as possible. After sending off the Heavenly Book scholar, Xiaoqin entered deep thought. After a while, he got Su Yi to gather Wu Meng and Mo Qin and the others. Wu Meng, Yun Fei, and Mo Qin, and the others gathered at the top floor of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Xiaoqin told everyone about his participation in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. "What do you think about the succession race?" Xiaoqin asked. Wu Meng immediately replied, "Right now the favorites are still the first prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince. Although the first prince's prestige has declined, his accumulations are still there and cannot be underestimated. Actually, the 9th prince does not have much of a chance of becoming the crown prince." Mo Qin asked softly, "Big brother Xiao, does the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters know that you support the 9th prince?" Xiaoqin nodded. "After I decided to support the 9th prince, I secretly told Lord Mu Zifeng. He did not have any objections. He only said that I will handle the Yanwu dynasty's matters and that there is no need to be overly cautious. Given that, it looks like the Heavenly Alliance is somewhat indifferent to this succession race. This is really strange." Confusion flashed in Mo Chen's eyes, appearing somewhat confused. Su Yi said, "The headquarters are just empty words. The important thing is, Lord Xiao, what do you want to achieve? How can we help you?" As for the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, they definitely have their own views on this matter. Since they did not let us know, they must have their own reasons. There is no need to care about it for now. Xiaoqin thought about it and agreed. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters would definitely not miss out on such a big show. However, he did not know what the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters thought, which was somewhat difficult to understand. After some thought, Xiaoqin said, "Naturally, my first goal is the Wings of Time. The second goal is to support the 9th prince as the crown prince. As for the third goal, let's not talk about it for now." However, when Xiaoqin mentioned the third eye, Su Yi noticed a faint murderous intent in Xiaoqin's eyes. She nodded and said, "I understand. I will get the Misty Rain Pavilion to gather information about the ethereal Immortal Palace's key in Yen City. The various merchant associations affiliated to the Misty Rain Pavilion will also do their best to support the 9th prince, helping him recruit more capable guests." Xiaoqin nodded slightly. The sovereign emperors who came to participate in the selection of guests could not be considered true experts. The various princes had already promised great benefits to the true experts, personally seeking an audience and taking the initiative to recruit them. The 9th prince frequently led troops to fight enemies. It was hard to say how many resources and connections the 9th prince had in the imperial capital. With the Misty Rain Pavilion's help, the quality of the 9th prince's guests should rise to another level. "Let's do this for now. Mo Qin and Bao calculate how many resources we can use. The main ones are resources that can attract sovereign emperors. We can ignore the others. As for Su Yi, come with me to the 9th prince's residence tomorrow to meet the 9th prince personally." Xiaoqin paused for a moment. Then he looked at Wu Meng and the others and said, "You should make your preparations as well. I will choose one of you to enter the ancient Yen Emperor tomb with me." I feel that there is no need to prepare anything. Big brother Wu is the strongest among us. Given his strength, he can hold his own against a great perfection sovereign emperor. The others will not be able to help brother Xiao much. Yun Fei spoke the truth, not taking it too seriously. Talent mattered to cultivators. With the same amount of resources and effort, the one with the most talent would definitely improve faster. Wu Meng's talent was at the peak of the entire Heavenly Alliance's younger generation. Without the restrictions of the headquarters, Wu Meng could rely on the resources of the branches to increase his strength rapidly. Wu Meng's cultivation was the same as Xiaoqian's, a two-vein sovereign emperor. However, Yun Fei and the others were still one-vein sovereign emperors. There was already a significant gap between them. Good. Wu Meng will accompany me. It is settled then. Xiaoqin did not like to drag things out. In his heart, Wu Meng was his first choice. Naturally, Wu Meng had no reason to delay such an opportunity. After thanking Xiaoqin, he prepared to enter closed-door cultivation. Early the next morning, just as the sun rose, Xiaoqin and Su Yi rushed to the 9th prince's residence. The 9th prince Wang Yan's residence was in the center of Yen City, adjacent to the imperial capital. This was where most of the prince's residences were. When Xiao Chen approached the ninth prince's residence, he vaguely felt a vast energy guarding the surroundings, appearing transcendent. When Xiao Chen stepped into the residence, it felt like he had entered someone else's small world. A hidden energy grasped his every move. Xiao Chen knew that this energy definitely came from the imperial palace. That was the center of the entire dynasty. It would be hard to avoid some inexplicable energy existing there. These royal residences were adjacent to the imperial palace. Naturally, they were protected by this energy. Xiao Chen. Just as the two were about to enter the ninth prince's residence, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Chen turned his head to look. It was the eighth prince Wang Feng. A gray-clad old man from the Divine Sword Pavilion stood beside him. Xiao Chen's eyes sank slightly. That old man's aura felt somewhat familiar to Xiao Chen. Back then, in the Smiling Daughter Pavilions, Xiao Chen was facing off against the three princes. Xiao Chen felt that the Divine Sword Pavilion's older generation experts were sneak attacking him. It seemed to be this old man. Chapter 2271. What a coincidence, it's the eighth prince. Xiao Chen's expression was indifferent when he saw the person who had arrived. His gaze gently glanced and landed on the black-clothed old man beside him. That old man was a five-vein sovereign emperor. However, he evaded Xiao Chen's gaze. The eighth prince Wang Feng inspected Xiao Chen, and he felt that the latter's strength was becoming more and more immeasurable. Xiao Chen's strength was much stronger than when he first arrived at the imperial capital. Although Xiao Chen was only a two-vein sovereign emperor, he would be a powerful weapon in the fight against the crown prince if Xiao Chen could recruit him as a guest. Not to mention his strength, just by leading the Misty Rain Pavilion, he managed to mess up his big brother's wedding. It was a great recruitment value. Unfortunately, he had killed the beloved son of the Cloud Prince and was destined to be of no use to him. However, he had already formed an irreconcilable conflict with his eldest brother. At the end of the day, he could still make use of him. It would be best if he didn't start a feud now. The eighth prince Wang Feng immediately smiled and said, "Lord Xiao, if you have time, you can come to my royal residence for a chat. My royal residence is not far from Ninth Brothers. You are welcome at any time." Xiao Chen knew what she was thinking, but he did not expose her. He looked at the old man beside her and asked, "Senior, are you not going to introduce us?" He is the deputy pavilion master of the Divine Sword Pavilion, Dao Yan. He is exactly 500 years old and can be considered my strongest guest this time. If Lord Xiao is interested in the sword Dao, you can discuss it with Senior Dao Yan. The eighth prince didn't hesitate and calmly introduced the items to everyone. Dao Yan said indifferently, "I have long heard of Lord Xiao's name. I welcome your guidance at any time." Just at this moment, the Heavenly Book Scholar and the ninth prince walked out of the prince's residence together. "It's brother." The ninth prince softly greeted Wang Feng when he saw him. The ninth prince was rather polite to Wang Feng. In reality, even if it was the first prince, as long as he did not work with the Green Lotus cult, he would not pay too much attention to him. "Congratulations, ninth brother. You managed to recruit Lord Xiao as your guest." The eighth prince faintly smiled and said these polite words. Wang Feng didn't care too much about the ninth prince because he wasn't a threat to him. Even if he recruited Xiao Chen, it would not affect the overall situation. His greatest opponents were still the first prince and the 13th prince. Even further down the list, the ninth prince would not be chosen, as he had almost zero influence in Yen City. If he couldn't recruit powerful guests, his overall strength would definitely be at the bottom. There were many such princes. They entered the ancient Yen Emperor tomb to seek fortuitous encounters. He wanted to increase his strength or raise his noble rank based on the fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the eighth prince and Dao Yan left. "Senior Dao Xian?" After leaving, the eighth prince sensed something strange between Dao Yan and Xiao Chen, so he asked. Truth be told, the Divine Sword Pavilion's expert who tried to assassinate him in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was me. Just now he might have sensed something, but he shouldn't have confirmed it. Dao Yan pondered for a moment but still confessed. The eighth prince laughed and said, "I was wondering what it was." "Don't worry." Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much because he had a bigger enemy waiting to be dealt with. It's fine as long as we don't take the initiative to provoke him. This person's bottom line is very obvious, but I really don't know what his upper limit is. Don't worry. This old man knows his limits. When my Ice Dao domain improves further and I comprehend an ice small world, no one in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb will be a match for me. A mere Xiao Chen is even less of a threat to me. The eighth prince's ascension to the throne is of utmost importance. Dao Yan's eyes emitted a cold light that was as dazzling as the stars. bursting out with a terrifying fighting spirit. Right now Xiaoqin was already a five-vein sovereign emperor. If he had his ice small world he would truly be unrivaled. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the eighth prince's eyes as he asked, "Are you confident?" Xiaoqin knew that Dao Yan had outstanding talent in the Ice Great Dao. He already had a ninth-layer Ice Dao domain 100 years ago. However, Xiaoqin had not expected Dao Yan to comprehend an ice small world before entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Vaguely, he seemed to feel that luck was slowly shifting from his big brother to himself. Great luck had come. 80%. Dao Yan said softly. Wang Feng was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "What resources do you need? I will arrange it. I will definitely satisfy you." The Divine Sword Pavilion does not lack resources. Your Highness, please wait for the news. No way. Since there is an 80% chance, I have to make it a 100% chance. In the end, the Divine Sword Pavilion's resources are slightly inferior to the royal courts. I still have one more chance to enter the Heavenly Palace's treasure trove, but I have not used it yet. I'll use it on Senior Dao Yan. The eighth prince's intentions were set in stone, not allowing Dao Yan to refuse. Dao Yan felt excited. He had heard of the Heavenly Palace's treasure trove before. That was where the royal court stored their treasures. The treasures that could enter the treasure trove were all priceless and incredibly rare. Dao Yan could not refuse. In that case, many thanks, eighth prince. Well said, well said. Come, let's go over. The eighth prince felt incredibly excited. He immediately changed his route and headed straight for the palace. Wang Yan and the Heavenly Fate Scholar looked at Wang Feng and Dao Yan in front of the ninth prince's residence, entering deep thought. Seeing that Xiaoqin seemed to be interested in Dao Yan, Wang Yan said, "That is Dao Yan. He was a true inheritor of the Divine Sword Pavilion 400 years ago. Before he turned 500 years old, he became the Divine Sword Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master. Back then he was a demonic genius that shook up the entire Yanwu dynasty. He remained in seclusion for several hundred years. When he suddenly appeared, people remembered that he was not even 500 years old yet." Xiaoqin asked, "Is he very strong?" "Yes, very strong. Of all the prince's guests this time, this Dao Yan's strength is at least in the top 3. The scarier thing is that eighth brother's companions are all outstanding talents of similar sections. With the support of all the sects in the Yanwu dynasty, he does not need to spend much resources to recruit guests." When mentioning Wang Feng, the ninth prince had to admit that the other party was very strong. Sects and factions had at least 10,000 years of inheritance. They would not be lacking in resources. Not only would they not waste Wang Feng's resources, but they could even help him recruit some people with special abilities. After the first prince's wedding was ruined, the ninth prince could no longer suppress the eighth prince on paper. Now they were back at the starting line. The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Pavilion Master Su and Lord Xiao, please come in first." After entering the residence and discussing some important matters, Xiaoqin said softly, "Ninth Prince, this Xiao has something else to say aside from the fight for the slots in 1 month." "What is it?" Wang Yan let out a soft cry of surprise, finding it strange. Xiaoqin said straightforwardly, "This Xiao would like to invite the ninth prince to fight for the crown prince position." Wang Yan smiled and said, "Naturally, I want to fight for the crown prince position. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to recruit guests and ask Lord Xiao to fight for the final slot for me? You still do not understand what I mean. I want you to fight for the crown prince position from the bottom of your heart, to think about ascending to the Yan Emperor's throne, not to go through the motions like now. You are only going through the motions for the sake of the illusory ethereal immortal palace, reluctantly entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb to attack the first prince." Xiaoqin directly exposed Wang Yan's self-deception. Wang Yan had never truly thought of fighting for the crown prince position. From the way he talked about the Dao Yan earlier, it was clear that he had no ambition. To think that Wang Yan did not care about the eighth prince at all, not feeling any pressure at all. Wang Yan's expression flickered. Then he looked at Xiaoqin and said, "Haha, looks like I misjudged you earlier. Xiaoqin, you were just an ordinary person. It turns out that you only agreed to my request to fight for fame and profit." Xiaoqin smiled coldly and interrupted, "Misjudged? What's wrong? Previously, you felt that I did not care about fame and profit, that I was a person who did not have much ambition even though I dual cultivated righteous and demonic. If you let me into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I would not cause any losses to the dynasty, right?" The sudden change in the atmosphere somewhat surprised the Heavenly Book Scholar. He quickly said, "Xiaoqin, the ninth prince did not mean that. Don't speak up for him. When I first met you, I did not truly leave. I clearly heard what the ninth prince said to you. I'm not his best choice. He simply could not find anyone. In the end, he had no choice but to seek my help. If he could, he would definitely choose someone purely of the righteous Tao. Am I right? Xiao Qin showed a calm expression as he looked straight at the ninth prince. The expressions of the heavenly book scholar and the ninth prince immediately changed. They did not know how to respond. Nothing to say? In that case, let me say it. From the very start, I knew why you sought me out. I do not care about the suspicions in your heart. As long as you can help me, that is enough. I do not care who becomes the Yen Emperor. What does that have to do with me? Xiao Qin did not stop speaking. He continued, however, I have a grudge with the first prince. We are at a point where only one of us can survive. Yet you are still like an ostrich. What use do I have for you? If he ascends to the throne, I will not be able to escape death. I will have to flee the Yanwu dynasty. If I were alone, I would not care. However, I still have friends. Pavilion Master Su will not be able to leave. My merchant associations will not be able to leave either. What about them? If even one of them dies, I, Xiao Qin, will not be able to accept it. At the mention of death, Xiao Qin could not control his emotions. He looked at the ninth prince and said sullenly, I'll say something unpleasant. If you had the status of the 8th prince or the 13th prince, would Wang Fei dare to touch my martial nephew? Would my martial nephew die in such an unjust manner? I, Xiao Qin, am just that vulgar. Are you satisfied now? When Su Yi saw that Xiao Qin seemed to lose control of his emotions, she quickly stepped forward and pressed on his hand, comforting him softly. Back then she had rushed out of the city with Xiao Qin. Only she knew this the best. Xiao Qin had never let go of Ling Yu's death. Back then, Ling Yu's death had dealt a greater psychological blow to Xiao Qin than many people imagined. Xiao Qin did not say anything because he did not want others to worry. However, the frustration and helplessness in his heart never faded. With every day that passed, this burden grew 100 times heavier. When the ninth prince saw Xiao Qian's expression, he felt somewhat startled. After knowing Xiao Qian for so long, he had rarely seen the ninth prince so angry. It was rare to see him so angry. Usually, no matter how angry he was, he would never show it on his face. The ninth prince always remained calm, giving off an unfathomable feeling. However, when the ninth prince truly revealed his rage, his aura was somewhat frightening. Chapter 2272. The atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. The ninth prince had not expected Xiao Qian's outburst at all. The heavenly book scholar was stunned for a long time at the side before reacting. Honestly speaking, Xiao Qian's words were overboard. However, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it made sense. The ninth prince could be a good person. Even if he did not try to become the crown prince, Wang Fei would not dare to kill him due to their blood relationship. However, Xiao Qian was different. He did not have such a status to protect himself and his friends. Once the first prince succeeded in ascending to the throne, it would be extremely disadvantageous to Xiao Qian. He might even have to pay a heavy price. In terms of transactions, the ninth prince was clearly thinking of himself in this transaction. The ninth prince only thought about using the key in Xiao Qian's hands to prevent the demonic Tao cultivators from obtaining the wings of time if the ethereal immortal palace appeared. The ninth prince had never thought about what Xiao Qian would do if the first prince ascended to the throne. To Xiao Qian this was unfair. Why should he help such a selfish person? What is the point of having you? The ninth prince's words sounded harsh, but they were not overboard at all. This was the truth. After speaking, Xiao Qian appeared somewhat confused. Earlier he actually wanted to kill the ninth prince. Now he wanted to kill the ninth prince, even blaming some of his resentment on the ninth prince. If not for Su Yi pressing down on his hand, who knew what would have happened? After Xiao Qian calmed down, he was distracted for a while, appearing somewhat dispirited. He felt a deep helplessness. He had never felt so cowardly before. To think that he could say such shameless words, shifting the blame to someone else. This was simply laughably childish. Sorry for the offense earlier, Your Highness. No matter what, my martial nephew's death has nothing to do with the ninth prince. I will apologize in the future. Su Yi, let's go. Wait a moment. The ninth prince quickly called out to Xiao Qian. Then he stood up and said, Lord Xiao, there is no need to blame yourself. You are right. If I had the same status as Little 13, First Brother would not have dared to touch Lord Zhao's martial nephew. I have always been thinking about how to contribute to the dynasty, how to stop the demonic Tao cultivators. I was indeed eager for quick success and did not consider things from Lord Zhao's perspective. So, Xiao Qian said softly without turning his head. If Lord Xiao is willing to become my guest, I am willing to do my best to fight for the position of Crown Prince. The ninth prince Wang Yan said, enunciating each word with a grave expression. When the heavenly book scholar heard that, he trembled slightly. He knew that the ninth prince was a man of his word. Once he decided on something, he would not hesitate and go all out to execute it. However, it was completely different from his original intentions. The heavenly book scholar suddenly revealed a doubtful expression. Then a pair of profound talisman seals formed in his eyes. The moment this seal appeared, he saw the general star above the ninth prince's head rapidly fall. Instead, the originally dim imperial star gradually glowed and rose. He had advised the ninth prince in the past. The ninth prince was a talented general who could lead an army to war and defend a region. However, he did not have the talent of an emperor, and his emperor star was dim. Not to mention the three princes, he could not even compare to some of the other princes. However, the ninth prince's general star had suddenly fallen, and his emperor star had risen. The sudden change in fate Dao was a strange situation that he had never seen before, but it really appeared in front of him today. How can it be? Is it because of me? The heavenly book scholar looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. However, the heavenly book scholar did not dare to try to advise Xiao Chen's emperor star. Even if the heavenly book scholar were 10 times more courageous, he would not dare to try to advise Xiao Chen's emperor star again. Ninth prince, are you sure? Xiao Chen asked softly as he turned to look at Wang Yan. I'm sure. Wang Yan replied softly, as the saying goes, one word is like a wake-up call. Most of the time, I do not like to take the initiative to resolve problems. I only want to wait for problems to appear before thinking of a way to resolve them. I never thought of taking the initiative to control everything. Even if I manage to stop first brother this time, what about next time? There will always be times when I cannot guard against it. You are right. I have indeed been deceiving myself. Su Yi exchanged glances with Xiao Chen. When she saw the other party nod slightly, she said, as long as the ninth prince says it, the Misty Rain Pavilion will do its best to help the ninth prince seize the throne at all costs. Many thanks. However, even if I am determined to become the crown prince and have the Misty Rain Pavilion's help, my chances of victory are still very slim. I would also like to ask Lord Xiao, have you really thought it through? Wang Yan countered with a question, his expression slowly turning calm on his handsome face. Xiao Chen replied softly, I always felt that as long as you fought for it, you would have a 50% chance of success. If you did not fight for it, you would not even have a 10% chance. That was how you were previously. You did not even give me a 10% chance. Even if I did my best, I would not have any chance of success. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Good. I will enter closed-door cultivation during this period. You can discuss the matter of recruiting guests with Pavilion Master Su. There is no need to worry about resources. As long as you do your best, I have nothing to say if you fail, the ninth prince said after some thought. The ninth prince said after some thought, if you are going to enter closed-door cultivation, then do it at my residence. I have the best closed-door cultivation room of the royal clan. The spiritual energy here is incomparable to anywhere else. You can experience the wonders for yourself. Alright, I will stay here then. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony, directly agreeing. After entering the secret realm of the residence, Xiao Chen entered closed-door cultivation. Compared to the other prince's guests, Xiao Chen's cultivation was still too low. Most of the guests that entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb were sovereign emperors several hundred years old. There was no lack of older generation demonic geniuses like Dao Yan. When they were young, they had pretty good talent and sufficient resources. Furthermore, with their accumulations over time, there would definitely not be any weaklings. Among them, there might be some experts skilled in a great Dao. By relying on the accumulation of time in hundreds of years, they could condense a small world expert. A great perfection sovereign emperor who could condense a small world was definitely an anomaly that could fight a peak sovereign emperor. There would not be many of such people, at most 4 or 5. However, just one of them would be practically unrivaled in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. When facing such an expert, Xiao Chen had to think about the resources he could use. My cultivation has already soared. It is practically impossible for me to break through to 3-vein sovereign emperor within a short time. I can't raise my cultivation. If I want to raise my strength, I can only think in other directions. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After a while, he thought of 3 directions. The first was the Thunder Dao. After refining the 100,000-year-old Thunder Cliff Tree, his Thunder Dao domain had already reached the 5th layer. Of all the Dao domains, the Thunder Dao was the highest. With the support of the Alloy Dragon armor, his 5th layer Dao domain could rival a 6th layer Dao domain in might. With the support of the Saber Dao domain and the Ice Dao domain, it could rival a 9th layer Dao domain. He possessed 3 Dao domains, all of which were condensed in his divine seal. This was extremely rare among sovereign emperors. The might of the 3 Dao domains far surpassed that of a single Dao domain, extremely horrifying. However, it was still somewhat insufficient. I still have to add this. Xiao Qin opened his palm, and a golden divine lightning talisman slowly came out. Xiao Qin's palm seemed to turn into a boundless sea. The golden talisman gave off a bright electric light. However, none of it leaked out of his palm. The immortal epic's thunder immortal ancestor had condensed the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning from the immortal epic. The talisman in Xiao Qin's hand had only used 1/10 of its power, but its might was already terrifying. The talisman in his hand had already been firmly branded into his blue dragon divine seal, and it had perfectly fused with his soul power. As long as he willed it, his soul power would erupt, and he would be able to release the tribulation lightning within the divine lightning talisman. Compared to the god of lightning eye of the past, it was much more profound. However, now Xiao Qin wanted to go further. He wanted to infuse the talisman in his palm into his Thunder Dao domain. Then, the 3-layered Dao domains, supported by the alloy dragon armor, formed a Dao domain that could resist a small world. Xiao. After confirming the direction, Xiao Qin put away the divine thunder talisman and a scroll appeared in his palm. It was the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram. Ever since the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram was condensed into a painting, the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram had become a painting. Ever since the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram condensed into a scroll, Xiao Qin rarely used it. Now it was time for him to do so. This would be his strongest defensive means. He wanted to raise the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Primal Chaos Heavenly Flame to rank 7 within 1 month. They would become his second trump card. The third trump card was the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Merciless Killing. If heaven wanted to kill, who would dare to not die? As for the final Dragon's Gate's Forbidden Art, the God-Demon Body Unsealing Technique, it was best not to use it. Hence, once he used it, even Xiao Qin would not be able to control the consequences. Aside from this, there was the improvement of the 10,000 Dragons art. The 9th prince was right. This secret realm of the royal residence was indeed pretty good. The spiritual energy here was far denser than that of the outside world. It was like the dragon vein buried deep in the royal palace connected to these royal residences. Cultivating here would go smoothly and incomparably miraculous. After determining his direction, Xiao Qin muttered to himself, "These are trump cards that can temporarily raise my combat prowess. As for the Supreme Dragon Fist and Firmament's Rage, I have to stabilize them first." While Xiao Qin was in closed-door cultivation, the various royal residences outside the royal palace were not peaceful. The era of great competition in the Yanwu dynasty had arrived without anyone noticing. Chapter 2273. Thunder Mark Grass, Thunder Spirit Blood Ganoderma, Demonic Cloud Flower, Black Thunder Fruit. Xiao Qin took out the other demonic fruits mentioned on the Black Mountain from his storage ring. These demonic fruits could not increase one's cultivation. Hence he did not refine them that day. However, they were very valuable, so he kept them when he saw them. Every one of them contained pure thunder great Dao energy. However, they were all tainted with a demonic nature. To demonic Dao cultivators, they were supreme treasures with boundless value. Righteous Dao cultivators needed lunar water to wash away the demonic nature before they could refine them. As for Xiao Qin, he did not have to worry too much. He directly consumed the natural treasures that no one cared about on the Black Mountain. If other demonic Dao cultivators were here, they would definitely exclaim in shock. This was too wasteful. Naturally, these incredibly precious herbs had to be refined into heavenly pills to ensure that their medicinal properties would not scatter. However, Xiao Qin did not have any worries as these things cost nothing to him. After Xiao Qin consumed the many demonic nature pills, his entire body erupted with black lightning fire. The aura of the Thunder Great Dao in his body continuously soared, and he slowly broke through to the 4th layer of the Thunder Dao domain. Right now, the Thunder Dao was Xiao Qin's strongest and most powerful foundation. He wanted to advance it to the next layer and see if his Thunder Dao domain could break through to the 5th layer. At that time, with the support of the alloy dragon armor, it would be even more horrifying. 7 days later, Xiao Qin opened his eyes and electric light flickered in them. His entire body radiated a terrifying Thunder Dao might. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. However, I managed to solidify my Thunder Dao domain to the peak of the 4th layer. All I need is an opportunity to break through. After spitting out a mouthful of turbid qi, Xiao Qin muttered to himself, I should try it out next. Just how powerful was his pinnacle lightning Dao? The secret realm was a small world. Even if he caused a commotion here, there would not be any commotion in the outside world. Whoosh! Xiao Qin stood up and his figure flashed. Then he arrived at the center of this small world, a vast and boundless land with undulating desolate mountains. Bang! 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 An electric dragon image came out of the black gloves on Xiao Qian's hands. It circled around Xiao Qian's arm and spread to his whole body. Then the two dragons merged. Purple dragon patterns appeared on his silver armor, and a pendant made of a reverse dragon scale hung between his eyebrows. Xiao Qian's entire aura changed. It was the alloy dragon armor that belonged solely to Xiao Qian. With a thought, his peak fourth layer thunder Dao domain appeared. A horrifying Dao might filled the sky with thunder clouds. Break. Dragon patterns flickered on the armor. The dragon soul contained in the armor activated the formations in it, bringing out a peak fourth layer Dao domain. Suddenly, it rose another level, reaching the peak of the fifth level. Ice Dao domain. Xiao Qin shouted, and his second layer Ice Dao domain appeared. Immediately, heavy snow flew and cold winds blew endlessly. The might of the Wei rose again, reaching the sixth layer. Saber Dao domain. Boom. The three Dao domains layered over each other. Xiao Qin was like a powerful treasure saber standing in the world. The Dao might emanating from his body broke through layer by layer. Seventh layer, eighth layer, ninth layer. The might of the Dao reached the ninth layer. Still not enough. 10,000 tribulation divine lightning appear. The blue dragon divine seal shone brightly in Xiao Qian's soul pool. Undercurrents immediately surged in the vast soul pool. There seemed to be a true dragon leaping about. The talisman formed by the immortal epic's 10,000 tribulation divine lightning was like a dragon breaking out of the sea, revealing the tip of an iceberg. In that instant, the entire soul pool filled with golden electric light, filling every corner. A golden talisman slowly appeared in Xiao Qian's palm. Rumble. As the golden talisman surged, the entire secret realm trembled. It seemed like horrifying energy was brewing in Xiao Qian's body. Boom. When the golden talisman completely appeared, Xiao Qian's Dao might underwent a complete transformation, undergoing a qualitative change. Now, it reached a might that only a 10th layer Dao domain could display. Under the guidance of the golden talisman in Xiao Qian's palm, its might even surpassed that, looking incredibly horrifying. At this moment, Xiao Qian felt like he grasped a surging power. Even this small world seemed weak in his eyes. With just a light touch, the sky of this mystic realm would shatter into pieces and crumble. Withdraw. The talisman in Xiao Qian's soul pool, which had just revealed a small portion, vanished. The golden talisman returned to Xiao Qian's palm. Then, the three Dao domains returned to his body, and the alloy dragon armor slipped off his body. In that instant, Xiao Qian turned from the incredibly horrifying thunder god to a harmless two-veined sovereign emperor that looked like nothing special. I can release and withdraw at will. It looks like those demonic nature Dao fruits were of great help to me. If my Thunder Dao domain had not reached the peak of the fourth layer, it would have been impossible for me to control this 10th layer Dao might. Xiao Qian muttered to himself. At the same time, he felt that his strength had reached a bottleneck in all aspects. His cultivation was stuck at peak two-veined sovereign emperor. His Thunder Dao domain was stuck at the peak of the fourth layer, unable to advance any further. His 10,000 dragons art was stuck at the peak of the second layer, unable to break through to the third layer and reach the stage of 10,000 dragons soaring. His saber technique was stuck at merciless killing, unable to reach consummation. His saber Dao domain was also hard to break through. Perhaps, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is an opportunity for me to make a breakthrough in all aspects. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. If he broke through these bottlenecks one by one, it would be a miracle. If Xiao Qian broke through all these bottlenecks, his strength would undergo a true qualitative change. Even he could not imagine what it would be like. Let's not think about this for now. I'll stop here with the Thunder Dao domain for now. The next step is to properly refine the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Qian collected his thoughts and looked at the painting in his hand, filled with anticipation. It was time to use the flame seeds that he had exchanged for with his military merits before leaving the Heavenly Alliance. If one looked at the imperial capital from the starry heavens, one would see the fourth prince's residence in the imperial palace radiating dragon chi. Draconic energy surged and their eyes shone with radiance. They revealed their ambitions as they stared above the imperial palace. Above them was the true dragon sword formed by the imperial capital's dragon vein, the Yin imperial sword. Whoever could hold this treasure sword, which symbolized the supreme authority of the Yenwu dynasty, would be the true dragon son of heaven, able to ascend to the Yin emperor's throne. At this moment, the aura of a great desolate Aeon bloodline spread to every corner of the secret realm in the 13th prince's residence. Pairs of golden primordial divine eyes illuminated the sky, making it look like the sky was covered in gold. It was a shocking sight. At the summit of the highest mountain in the secret realm, the 13th Prince Wang Yi showed a smile as he looked at the golden sky, filled with lofty aspirations. Two old men stood beside the 13th Prince. One of them wore a straw raincoat and carried a fishing rod on his back, looking like a fisherman. This was the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal teacher, Sikong Shu. The other person wore silver dragon robes and exuded might without showing any anger. He gave off the faint air of kingship. This was the Divine Dragon Empire's Silver Dragon King. Wang Yi said indifferently, "Seniors, we can begin now." The Silver Dragon King nodded slightly. Then he shouted only one word, "Fight." This shout seemed to ignite the great desolate Aeon aura that filled the sky. Below, the vast world erupted with a startling battle intent. Many figures hidden in the dark appeared. Every one of them was a sovereign emperor and possessed a pure great desolate Aeon bloodline. A startling chaotic battle started. The Silver Dragon King smiled and said, "13th Prince, aside from the Golden Crow Empire, all the sovereign emperors under 500 years old have gathered here. The last 10 people to emerge from this chaotic battle will follow you to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Sovereign emperors with a great desolate Aeon bloodline are very strong in the first place, able to cross realms to kill enemies. Then this old man can't think of any reason for the 13th Prince not to be the crown prince." Wang Yi rejoiced when he heard that. He could not help guffawing. "Senior Silver Dragon King, you are right. This is brilliant. The Bushin Palace truly lives up to being a super faction with the deepest accumulations. Such combat prowess is truly shocking. However, I originally wanted to reserve 3 spots for Brother Qin Ming, Brother Bai Yunfei and Brother Xiaohou. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them participated in the battle as well." Sikong Shu said indifferently, "The 3 of them are the strongest outstanding talents of the Bushin Palace. Even if they fight against the older generation outstanding talents several hundred years old, they will not be at a disadvantage. 13th Prince, don't worry. They will definitely be among the last 10 standing." A bright light flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. After some thought he said, "Is that so? In that case I really have to take a good look." There were at least 400 sovereign emperors gathered in the secret realm. This chaotic battle was very startling. The Bushin Palace ruled over the 8 great empires. Its deep accumulations were somewhat terrifying. As the Silver Dragon King said, every one of the sovereign emperors here was incredibly strong. Indeed, there was no reason for the Bushin Palace to lose when the 10 were chosen to fight in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. However, the matters of the world were hard to predict. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb contained many variables. No one could guarantee that they would have the last laugh. The various princes anxiously recruited guests, choosing people with special talents. However, the secret realm of the first prince's mansion seemed a little strange. Inside the secret realm, Wang Fei showed a bored expression as he sat on the throne, downing cup after cup of wine. A middle-aged man, a 6-veined sovereign emperor, stood beside Wang Fei. He held a saber in his hand as he looked to the front with a grave expression. This person was Zui Yu, a peak expert that the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs nurtured in secret. The Imperial Ancestral Temple had been preparing for this succession race since several hundred years ago. This 6-veined sovereign emperor Zui Yu was the trump card that they carefully prepared for the first Prince Wang Fei. A fortress ship with a blood moon banner hung in front of Zui Yu, anchored at the summit of a mountain range. The blood moon, this was the symbol of the Xuewu dynasty. A black-clad man whose cultivation was unfathomable stood in the hold of the fortress ship. He had an eye patch on the left side of his face, revealing his eye. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that there seemed to be a row of vermilion dots on the pupil of his left eye that was exposed under the eye patch. It was extremely strange. A man and a woman sat beside this black-clad man. Aside from them, the others stood behind these 3. The man on the left had a handsome face and a lotus-like air, showing a smile on his face. His elegant facial features nearly made people forget about his bald head and his identity as a monk. This was the previous Black Lotus Church Holy Son, the current Black Lotus sect venerate Ming Xian. If Xiaoqin were here, he would be shocked to see the woman on the right, thinking that Yang Qing came back to life. It would not be hard for those who paid attention to her to guess that she was the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. At this moment, the focus was not on the 3 but on the person standing helplessly with his cultivation sealed. "My lord, I already searched his soul. He does not have any memories of the inheritance key in his mind." However, the black-clothed man with the mysterious left eye was dissatisfied. He looked at that person and muttered to himself, Jiang He, the only son of the previous heavenly dragon. If even he does not know the whereabouts of the inheritance key, wouldn't that mean that no one in this world knows? Chapter 2274. The mysterious and evil left eye and the deeply hidden temperament caused the man in black to feel a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart. Even Jiang He was no exception. Half a year ago someone started chasing Jiang He. At first he suspected that it was an assassin hired by the Golden Dragon Palace. However, he soon found out that it was the Shuawu dynasty's people. However, Jiang He did not care about it. He had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a movement technique that touched upon the space great Tao. Even if a peak sovereign emperor came to capture him, they might not be able to. Furthermore, he had other trump cards, so he did not fear them. Hence, Jiang He was extremely daring, whether it was a super faction or a hidden sect. As long as there was something that caught his eye, he would rush over and steal it, not fearing being caught. However, 2 months ago when Jiang He first arrived at the imperial capital, he met this group of people. Jiang He did not know the identity of this person before him. He only knew that Ming Xian and that woman addressed him as "Milord." I told you, right? I don't know anything about the inheritance key at all. I have no value to you at all. Why the need to be so persistent? Jiang He asked the evil-eyed man who stood up with a bitter smile. The black-clad man glanced at Jiang He and said, aside from your father, the Heaven Dragon, no one else in the world knows the secret of the inheritance key. Even the purple gold dragon emperor could not tell him after torturing him for 20-odd years. Ah. In that case, go and look for him. At the same time, send my regards. My unfilial son cannot save him. Helplessness flashed in the depths of Jiang He's eyes. However, he hid it very well. Jiang He showed a carefree and indifferent attitude as he laughed softly. The black-clad man smiled coldly and ignored Jiang He. How could one go to the Starry Heavens Dragon prison just because one wanted to? Furthermore, even the purple gold dragon emperor could not say anything. He might not be able to ask. Milord, is that possible? The inheritance key's location does have something to do with him. However, he does not know it. Ming Xian stood up and analyzed the situation from a perspective that no one had thought of. What do you mean? The black-clad man asked, feeling curious. For example, something very important on him was actually given to him by the Heaven Dragon, but he does not know it. Ming Xian sized up Jiang He, trying to find something on him. We've searched him from head to toe. There are no other clues. Beside Jiang He, a purple-clothed old man answered somberly. However, we did find something interesting in his memories. There are a lot of treasures in his storage ring, but I can't open it. Jiang He chuckled softly. Do you want it? If you let me go, I can give them all to you. The black-clad man showed a cold expression, showing no interest. He sat back down and said, continue to seal him. When the time comes, bring him to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Perhaps he will recall something when he sees the ethereal immortal palace. If it doesn't work, then we'll use the second plan, which is to force a breakthrough. Yes. In the main hall of the ship, no one dared to disobey the black-clothed man's words. Even Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter were clearly inferior to him in terms of status. Outside the warship, the Imperial Ancestral Temple expert Zuiyu, who sat beside the throne, said after some thought, First Prince, are you really going to bring these people to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? I do not doubt their strength. But these people are clearly demonic Tao cultivators. Could it be? Wang Fei said calmly, Commander Zhuo, don't worry. Getting me to approach these people is the idea of some of the royal clan's elders. Even Imperial Father has to show some respect to these elders. Do you understand what I mean? I know. I understand all this. However, Zuiyu showed a grave expression. He paused somewhat, not knowing how to continue. Using the Azure Lotus Church to keep the hidden spirit temple in check was the royal clan's strategy 1,000 years ago. It looked like the results were pretty good. In the past, the hidden spirit temple had never overridden the royal authority or interfered with the succession race. However, Zuiyu felt that something was wrong. He knew that the royal clan's elders wanted to use this group of people. However, if they were not careful, it might lead to a great disaster. Commander Zhuo, this is something for the elders to worry about. There is no need for us to bother. Let me ask you, how strong are these people? Zuiyu indicated that he understood. Then he seriously analyzed, they are very strong. Practically none of them are weak. At the very least, they are as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors. Some of them are even troublesome to deal with. Wang Fei nodded. After some thought he asked, how strong is that evil-eyed man? He is somewhat unfathomable. If we fight, I estimate that he has only a 50% chance of victory. At the mention of that evil-eyed man, Zuyu felt some fear. Wang Fei smiled and said, "Good. As long as he is strong, that is enough. I've already lost too much. I have to win this succession race. Hence, Commander Zhuo, please don't worry. I can tell you that demonic Tao cultivators have entered every succession race." Zuyu felt slightly startled when he heard that. Clearly he had not expected such a thing. The royal clan is very clear on this. However, no matter how bold these people are, they would not dare to cause trouble in the ancient Yanhuang tomb. After that, some of the demonic Tao loose cultivators would even be secretly recruited by the royal clan. Hence, the royal clan has always turned a blind eye to this. The first prince said calmly, "This world is not black or white. Commander Zhuo, you have been cultivating bitterly for a long time. Although you are strong, your thoughts are somewhat pure." Zuyu remained silent. He kept feeling that something was wrong with this. However, since the first prince already said that, there was no need for him to continue arguing. On this particular day, in the secret realm of the ninth prince's residence, Shao Qin appeared fatigued. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and sighed softly, "I finally raised the primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame to rank 7. A Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared above Shao Chen's head, covering the sky and sun. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram shrouded the entire secret realm's sky. The two heavenly flames chased each other in the sky like fish. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram existed with the sky, looking down on all life. As the flames swam about, the entire world seemed to spin. When Shao Qin looked around, the scene around him distorted at the edges of his vision. After the two primal chaos grade flames rose to rank 7, they formed a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram again. As the flames swam about, they actually changed some of the spatial laws, giving Shao Qin a pleasant surprise. "Withdraw," Shao Qin shouted. He opened his hand, and the picturesque sky appeared in his palm, firmly grasping it. Shao Qin revealed a satisfied smile on his fatigued face. Then he said softly, "I did not work hard in vain. Unfortunately, I do not have time to break through to the 10,000 Dragons Art's third layer. However, with these two trump cards, the ancient Yen Emperor tomb should not require me to execute a forbidden art. Dragon's Gate's forbidden art, 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing Technique. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the might of the forbidden art. Using the blue dragon bloodline to trace the source, one could allow an ancient blue dragon to undergo a blood rebirth. If one was strong enough, it might even turn into a great desolate Yin ancestor dragon. However, once Shao Qin executed the forbidden art, his divine energy and soul energy would burn up. More seriously, if one did not have sufficient willpower and could not reverse the forbidden art, one would exhaust all their life force. To put it more bluntly, most people would not be able to reverse the effects of this forbidden technique. Once this forbidden art was executed, most people would have the determination and boldness to turn the situation around and perish together. The forbidden art was too risky. If not necessary, Shao Qin did not want to execute it. This was especially so for the 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing Technique. If he failed, he would not be able to bear the consequences. I hope so. Shao Qin felt that this trip to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb was a fortuitous encounter for him. However, the danger he faced might be the most competitive risk he had ever taken in his life. Today should be the day of the competition for slots. It is time to go out and see who the 9th prince has recruited. Whether Shao Qin was willing or not, it was already time. He needed to go out. Shao Qin closed his eyes and rested for a while. When he opened them again, his fatigue was swept away. He recovered his usual calm and collected demeanor and walked out of the secret realm, preparing to meet up with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Shao Qin wanted to see who the 9th Prince Wang Yan had recruited. If Shao Qin was not strong enough, he would not be able to help the 9th Prince obtain the throne alone. That is, the moment Shao Qin came out, he looked up and discovered a scarlet color covering the sky. This startled him. When he looked carefully, he discovered a scarlet warship exuding a horrifying might. A war banner fluttered on the warship's bow. Shao Qin could not help exclaiming, feeling excited. The Scarlet Blood War Banner. That is the Scarlet Blood Warship. Chapter 2275. The Scarlet Blood Warship. This is the legendary warship left behind by the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King. In that case, is Xiao Sua's group here? Back when they parted at the 100,000 Great Peaks, it had been close to 10 years since Xiao Sua saw them. Xiao Sua looked forward to this group of people inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures and making a name for themselves in the 7 Forbidden Seas. Brother Xiao. The Heavenly Book scholar smiled faintly and appeared around the corner, arriving before Xiao Chen. You came at the right time. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and fixed it on the Heavenly Book scholar. The Heavenly Book scholar smiled and said, It's still all right. I estimated that you would probably come out on the last day. Hence I came early. Looks like I was right. Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He asked directly, Is that the Scarlet Blood warship above the royal residence? The two chatted as they walked. When the Heavenly Book scholar mentioned the Scarlet Blood warship, he revealed a strange expression. He said, Indeed. Speaking of which, it is rather coincidental. Ever since the 9th prince decided to seize the throne, his emperor's star has been rising. The strength of his luck has surpassed my expectations. Since you entered closed-door cultivation, experts have been coming to seek refuge. 3 days ago, the Black Cutlass pirate group that shook the Forbidden Seas came as well. It is not strange for a pirate group to target the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. After all, the inheritances and fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb are very attractive to sovereign emperors. However, I find it strange. Why did the Black Cutlass pirate group target the 9th prince? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. It looked like Xiao Sua's group did not see Xiao Chen. It was not surprising that Xiao Sua did not reveal his relationship with Xiao Chen. Who else is coming? Xiao Chen asked. Wait and see for yourself. The 9th prince is already waiting for you. After a while, the two arrived at the main hall of the royal residence. Aside from the 9th prince and Su Yi, there was no one else. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Chen in shock. After not seeing Xiao Chen for 1 month, Xiao Chen's strength had increased significantly again. This time, even Wang Yan could not make out Xiao Chen's strength. After nodding slightly, Wang Yan said softly, Since Brother Xiao is already here, Changji, get those main and backup guests to come over. Prepare to depart. I'll go prepare. The Heavenly Book scholar left after receiving the order. Xiao Chen felt anticipation in his heart, curious about who would be there. Is the recruitment of guests going smoothly? Xiao Chen asked Su Yi and Wang Yan. Su Yi took the initiative to smile and say, It is much better than I expected. Lord Xiao, you really hid yourself well. You have given the 9th prince and me a pleasant surprise. Oh. Wang Yan smiled mysteriously. You will know in a while. Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and a person rushed in first. The newcomer was dressed in gray and had regular facial features. There was a deathly aura around him that could not be washed away. He exuded a forthright temperament as if he rarely saw the sun, so his face was slightly pale. Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up as he said softly, Qin Zhuolin. The person who arrived was Qin Zhuolin, the strong geomaster that Xiao Chen had met in the Desolate Sea back then. When they first met, they had met the desolate slave Soul Reaper. But the memory was so deep that it was hard to forget it even now. Of course, what was even more unforgettable was the bottle of heartburn that Qin Zhuolin gave Xiao Chen. That had cheated him badly. Now that Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt that he had suffered a loss. If he had kept heartburn until now, his strength could have improved. Why are you here? Xiao Chen could not help asking out of curiosity. This fellow frequently wandered the desolate seas underground, passing through many ancient tombs. It was rare to see him leave the desolate sea. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, Everyone in the world knows about the succession race in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Originally, I was not interested. However, I heard that you came to join in the excitement, so I came to take a look. Coincidentally, the 9th prince took a liking to it, so I stayed behind. Wang Yan said softly, Mr. Qin is too humble. Following closely behind Qin Zhuolin was Ao Jiao. A stout man followed beside her, revealing most of his upper body and having a flame totem tattooed on it. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen and smiled gently as she walked over. This is? Xiao Chen asked, finding it strange. The Bushan Palace had the 8 great empires assist the 13th prince. However, I heard that you became the 9th prince's guest, so I did not send the sovereign emperors. This is the strongest sovereign emperor under 500 years old in the Golden Crow Empire, Senior Hao Kai. The stout man did not show any arrogance. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Hao Kai greets the 9th prince and Lord Xiao. Since the divine daughter gave the order, I naturally have to do my best. I will follow the 9th prince's instructions on this trip. As Xiao Chen sized up Hao Kai, he felt startled in his heart. Hao Kai already possessed the strength of a 5-vein sovereign emperor. The fire-attributed energy in Hao Kai's body inspired fear. He probably had at least an 8th layer Dao domain. By relying on his Golden Crow bloodline, Hao Kai was probably no weaker than Dao Yen. Right now, Xiaoqin did not know that Dao Yin already had a 10th layer Ice Dao domain and comprehended an ice small world, which was why he came to this conclusion. Gradually more people appeared. Aside from Wu Meng, most of them were people that Xiaoqin was not familiar with. These were the guests that the 9th prince recruited himself. Among them, there was an old man who attracted Xiaoqin's attention. That old man was skinny. The light in his eyes was withdrawn, and he showed a calm expression. The 9th prince addressed this old man as Senior Feng. He was an expert of the Blood Eagle army and also Wang Yan's strongest trump card. Xiaoqin did not pay much attention to this old man, as the appearance of someone in the main hall put significant pressure on everyone. Everyone could not help looking over. That person looked like a middle-aged man wearing long scarlet robes. His gaze was deep and calm. However, there was a frightening domineeringness on his face. His entire body gave off an unruly aura. Big brother. This person walked straight to Xiaoqin and spoke in a deep voice with a sincere attitude. This startled many people in the main hall, making them feel incredibly surprised. Xiaoqin smiled calmly and said, "After not seeing you for 10 years, you did not let me down. You finally grew up." When Xiaoqin first met Xiao Suo, the other party did not even have a 3-star pirate ship. Now Xiao Suo had such an air. The change was truly great. Xiao Suo's cultivation had even reached 3-vein sovereign emperor, 1 grade higher than Xiaoqian's. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures were indeed legendary. "I'm fine." Xiao Suo did not dare to be presumptuous before Xiaoqin. After greeting Xiaoqin, he went to greet Wang Yan. All the guests had arrived. On the surface, the strongest were Senior Feng and Hao Kai. These two were great perfection sovereign emperors with 5-vein cultivations. As for the remaining small perfection sovereign emperors, Xiaoqin felt that the stronger ones were Xiao Suo, Qin Zhuolin, and the Heavenly Book Scholar. As for the others, aside from Wu Meng, Xiaoqin was not familiar with them, so he could not evaluate them. In terms of overall strength, there was still a gap between them and the 3 princes. However, with this lineup, they would no longer be at the bottom among the princes. There was finally a glimmer of hope to become the crown prince. Let's go. Now that everyone is here, let's head to the Imperial Palace. Time was tight. After the competition for slots, the Dao platform to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb would open. This matter was very important. Naturally, they could not delay. After chatting for a while, Wang Yan led the group out of his residence and headed for the Imperial Palace. In this generation of the Yanwu dynasty, there were dozens of princes, regardless of their strength or status. All of them were qualified to recruit guests into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Most of them were destined not to become the crown prince. However, they could not give up on the inheritance and fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Of course, there were some princes who hid themselves deeply, pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. No one could say for sure. It could only be said that this show was destined to be interesting. At this moment, the various princes in the various royal residences felt very pleased with themselves. They led their guests to the same destination, heading for the Imperial Palace in a grandiose fashion. There were still the final competition for slots in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Naturally, the strong princes were filled with anticipation. The princes who did not intend to fight for the throne could not give up even if they wanted to. In the 3 challenges, as long as someone targeted them, they would have to send out their guests to fight. If they lost, they would lose 1 guest slot. If they won, the other party would have 1 less guest slot. After the competition for slots, the strong would naturally become stronger, and the weak would become weaker. This could be considered the prelude to the succession race. It allowed one to determine the true strength of the various princes. Chapter 2276. In the age of great competition, everyone was like a dragon. Then the various princes set off for the Imperial Palace. The entire Yanwu dynasty's territory, including the astral domains in the outer seas, could feel the wheel of fate spinning. The dynasty's luck surged as if some kind of power was startling it awake from its slumber. At the Yanwu dynasty's Imperial Palace, where luck gathered, a vast dragon might spread out. The dragon might seem solid, turning into towering mountains circling above the Imperial Palace. A holy sword stabbed into those mountains, a holy sword that symbolized authority, status, and the Yan Emperor's throne. The princes with flourishing luck could even see this treasure sword that regular sovereign emperors could not see with the naked eye. As long as they could grasp this sword, they would become the crown prince of the dynasty and ascend to the Yan Emperor's throne. The place with the densest dragon chi in the Imperial Palace. Surrounded by the splendid palaces, there was a vast and boundless martial arts practice field. In the treasure hall in the clouds in the sky, the 108 feudal lords, the noble clans' clan heads, the sect's pavilion masters and many experts gathered here, preparing to watch the final competition for the slots. When noon arrived, the sun hung high in the sky. The various princes entered through the winding corridors in the imperial palace, entering the drill ground in a grandiose fashion. Outside the drill ground were many royal platforms and pavilions. The various princes entered the drill ground in an orderly manner according to their identities, ascending the tall platforms. The royal platforms were squarish and close to 100 meters tall. Banners fluttered on the railings in the surroundings. The princes sat there, and the guests either sat at the sides or stood there, sizing up the surroundings. The ninth Prince Wang Yan, Xiao Qin, and the others ascended the royal platforms. At this moment, wind and clouds gathered. All sorts of extraordinary people, demonic geniuses, and outstanding talents appeared. Although there were many people in the drill ground, it was quiet. No one made a ruckus. In the air, many pairs of eyes met and collided, creating intense sparks. Those who could come here were all dragons among men. They had to go through many rounds of selection and elimination before finally standing here. Nearly all the sovereign emperors of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao under 500 years old in the entire martial epic gathered here. Some of these people knew each other, had old grudges or new grudges. This made the trip to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, which everyone looked forward to in the first place, even more exciting. What kind of show would there be? Aside from this, most of the sovereign emperors present knew what was going on. Aside from the succession race, there was an even bigger game in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Misty Immortal Palace. No one knew how many guests had come for the ethereal Immortal Palace. However, Xiao Qin reckoned that there was at least a 70% chance that he had come. Even if he did not come for this, he had heard the prophecy of the ethereal Immortal Palace appearing. However, no one mentioned this matter. They had a tacit understanding. Xiao Qin was also looking around to see if he could find any familiar faces and how strong the other princes were. Naturally, Wang Fei was one of them. Even if Xiao Qin wanted to ignore the first Prince Wang Fei, he could not. Outside the martial arts practice field, his aura was the strongest among the many kings' platforms. There were a total of more than 20 people, and he had 18 official candidates. If they won all 3 battles, the number of guests they would have would reach a terrifying 21. It was hard to imagine how horrifying the first prince's aura would be if Xiao Qin had not ruined his wedding. Xiao Qin casually glanced around and discovered an old acquaintance, Ming Xian. As Ming Xian stood behind the first prince, he had handsome facial features and a lotus-like air. He looked like a handsome man. However, he was a monk. That is, Xiao Qin let out a soft cry of surprise. When he saw the woman not far from Ming Xian, a strange look flashed in his eyes. It's Yang Qing. The Yang Qing that Xiao Qin once befriended in the Grave Sea cluster. No, it is not Yang Qing. Yang Qing is already dead. This woman is the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. The Yang Qing that Xiao Qin knew was just her Nirmanakia. The Nirmanakia was a completely different person and could not be confused with her. Just as Xiao Qin felt bewildered, that Yang Qing seemed to sense Xiao Qin's gaze. She smiled meaningfully at him. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze, avoiding eye contact. As Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze, he did not notice that there was another person on the first prince's platform. There was another person covered in a black robe. His entire body shone with a blood-colored light, within which lightning flickered. That person's eyes stared at Xiao Qin like a venomous snake. Without a doubt, the first prince's platform was the most eye-catching spot. However, the first prince remained extremely low profile, sitting on the throne in the middle of the platform with his eyes closed. It seemed like the setback at the wedding had made the first prince withdraw his ambitions and endure silently, making him even more shrewd. Aside from the first prince, the most eye-catching ones were naturally the 8th prince and the 13th prince. The 2 of them each had 16 slots, second only to Wang Fei. Their lineup of guests was also extremely strong. On one side were the representatives of the entire Yanwu dynasty sections. The 8th Prince Wang Fei's platform was filled with sect demonic geniuses several hundred years old. None of them were weaker than 3 vain sovereign emperors. All of them were great perfection sovereign emperors. Among them, Dao Yin was the most eye-catching. His black eyes flickered with a faint icy light. Dao Yan's eyes looked as pure as an astral gem, startling everyone. However, no one knew that Dao Yan had already formed an ice small world. The 8th prince had gathered all the outstanding talents of his sect. The strength of his guests was flabbergasting. The threshold for the mercenary election was very advantageous for the 8th prince. He could recruit many experts without any effort. What was even more strange was that Emperor Wu's profound heaven Holy Land's holy son, Wen Renyu, as well as the outstanding talents Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan were among them. Everyone sighed in shock. The 8th prince had actually hidden himself so deeply. He only revealed that he had the profound Heaven Holy Land's support now. The 13th prince's guests were similarly shocking. Without exception, all of them were demonic geniuses with great desolate Ian bloodlines. When the 13th prince stood there, the aura of his great desolate Ian bloodline gathered, pressuring others. This was the innate advantage of his bloodline. Furthermore, these people were from the 7 or 8 empires under the Bushin Palace. Sovereign emperors under 500 years old fought against each other, becoming absolute elites. With one glance, Xiao Qin noticed several familiar faces: Bai Yunfei, Xiahou Zun, and the dragon god crown prince Qin Ming. There were also some princes that Xiao Qin did not notice. These princes possessed terrifying strength as well. Someone wearing a thick cloak and hood stood behind the 4th prince Wang Yun. This person had his head buried. This was the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen. He lowered his head, not looking at anyone. No one knew what he was thinking. The 6th prince Wang Ming was even more horrifying. The underworld god hall expert stood on his tall platform. The flood dragon human Yen Tsangming, old Xiao from the Battle of the Underworld River, the Buddhist sect traitor Zhen Yuan, and the Azura race and Rakshasa race experts. After disguising their identities, these people stood behind Wang Ming in a low-profile manner, not revealing anything. Others would find it hard to figure out where many outstanding talents gathered. They would not know what trump cards Wang Ming was hiding. There were too many outstanding talents, too much for the eyes to take in. There was simply no way to see them all. Even Xiao Qin could not guarantee that he did not make a mistake. He vaguely felt that the 8 superfactions had sent people here in secret. This included the low-profile Pirate Alliance and the Underworld God Hall deep underground. Xiao Qin also saw Grim Reaper Lin Feng. The other party nodded slightly at him, not saying anything else. It looked like the Heavenly Alliance was planning to make 2 bets. On one hand, they had Mu Zifeng choose Xiao Qin and support the 9th prince. On the other hand, they had Swearin Ji send Lin Feng to support the 7th prince. They wanted to see who would emerge victorious. Unfortunately, they were somewhat disappointed. They did not see Chu Chaoyan. The universe origin sect's people did notice him. However, Chu Chaoyan was not among them. Perhaps he was hiding among the other princes. Perhaps he had already given up the ethereal immortal palace key in his hand, staying out of this matter. Everyone gathered, good and bad mixed together. Clearly, the many powerhouses in the clouds had not expected this. To think that this succession race actually attracted so many outstanding talents. There were even some demonic Tao cultivators among them. Suddenly, a vast imperial might tore through the clouds, shocking the entire place. It was the Yen Emperor. As he hovered in the air, he looked down on everyone. When he swept his gaze around, everyone felt fear in their hearts, not daring to meet his gaze. With the Yen Emperor's sacred sword, the Yen Emperor was nearly unrivaled in the Yenwu dynasty's imperial palace. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of the many princes and guests below. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb is reopening. Many thanks to all the outstanding talents who came from afar to help my son. This is especially so for my friends from the demonic Tao Hall, the Underworld God Hall, and the Pirate Alliance. You are really bold. Whoosh. The Yen Emperor's words were like a clap of thunder, setting the place abuzz. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the many demonic Tao Luce cultivators, the Underworld God Hall cultivators, and the Shuowu dynasty's outstanding talents. These demonic Tao Luce cultivators felt that they had hidden themselves sufficiently, carrying shocking treasures. After concealing their demonic chi and mixing in with the prince's guests, they looked no different from ordinary Luce cultivators. Unexpectedly, they were like child's play before the Yen Emperor. Just as everyone felt uncertain, the Yen Emperor's grave expression vanished. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. This emperor will not make things difficult for you. The ethereal immortal palace might appear in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. If I do not let you in, there will be even more trouble. However, now that you have returned to my ancient Yen Emperor tomb, you have to abide by the rules of my Yenwu dynasty. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I guarantee that even if the underworld god appears or the demon master descends, they will not be able to save you." Chapter 2277. When the Yen Emperor suddenly brought this matter out in front of everyone, it caused quite a commotion. After all, the identity of a demonic Tao cultivator was very sensitive. However, the imperial capital Yen City was the #1 city in the world. It could be said to be the center of the entire Great Thousand Realms. Although the Qianwu dynasty and the Xinwu dynasty were stronger, they were not as open as the Yenwu dynasty due to the restrictions of the Universe Origin sect and the profound Heaven Holy Land. Even if one ran into a demonic Tao cultivator in the imperial capital Yen City, it would not cause much of a surprise. In every succession race, demonic Tao cultivators would participate. This was something that everyone had a tacit understanding about. Strictly speaking, Xiaoqun was also considered half a demonic Tao martial artist, so it would be difficult to investigate this matter. The dynasty turned a blind eye to this. After all, these demonic Tao cultivators would not dare to cause a ruckus. They all knew their limits and wouldn't go overboard. But this time it was a little unusual. The battle for the crown prince had involved the emergence of the Immortal Palace, which had attracted the attention of too many demonic forces. Nearly all of the 8 superfactions had come. The number of demonic Tao cultivators far surpassed that of previous demonic Tao cultivators. The Yen Emperor's words were directed at the demonic Divine Hall and the Underworld God Hall. In other words, Xiaoqun wanted to intimidate the Universe Origin sect and the other superfactions. In the end, this place is the territory of my Yenwu dynasty. All of you have great backgrounds and cannot be offended. But don't go overboard. Don't think that I don't know about your existence. On the royal platform, Xiaoqun softly said, "Ninth Prince, it seems that you are worrying too much." Doubt flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. After some thought, he said, "I thought that Imperial Father did not know about Big Brother's collusion with the demonic creature dynasty. It looks like everything is within his grasp. However, why is that? The other party is a great enemy of my Blood Moon dynasty." The Heavenly Book scholar explained, "Your Highness, this matter involves the appearance of the ethereal Immortal Palace, the only transcendent grade soul tool in the world. If the Yen Emperor chased the people of the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic God Hall out, the Yen Emperor would definitely be killed. The other party definitely won't let this go. What do you think will happen then?" Wang Yan was not stupid. He quickly understood. At that time, the succession race will not continue. The faux god experts of the Underworld God Hall and the Shuowu dynasty might personally charge over and attack the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The other super forces will definitely try to take advantage of the crisis and disrupt the situation. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt a chill run down his spine. At that time, he could already foresee a calamity. The foundation of the entire Yenwu dynasty might be shaken. The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, "That's right. Hence, rather than blocking it, it is better to release it. The current situation is actually the best." Xiaoqun admired the Yen Emperor. The Yen Emperor's boldness and vision were indeed extraordinary. The 9th prince was still a bit young. He spent most of his time outside and the world in his eyes was either black or white. Today's events had taught him a thing or two about the structure of an emperor. After some words, the Yen Emperor stood in the air and announced loudly, "The fight for the slots begins now. Draw your swords." After speaking, the Yen Emperor's figure disappeared. Clang. Following that, an endless chain of clangs rang out on the surrounding royal platforms. These were the sounds of swords being drawn. The princes all had a Yen Imperial sword replica. Although they were replicas, they were connected to the original. At a critical moment, they could even summon out the original Yen Imperial sword to support them. This was an extremely special soul tool. What was even more special was that each Yen Imperial sword replica contained a different Tao of each prince. For example, the 9th prince frequently guarded the borders, fighting enemies and killing demons. What he obtained was the Massacre Tao. When the succession race ended, there would be only one replica Yen Imperial sword. This replica Yen Imperial sword would carry its own Tao and receive the inheritance, becoming the supreme new holy sword, ruling the Yenwu dynasty. Clang. Wang Yan drew the Yen Imperial sword in his hand and turned into a flash of light. The Yen Imperial sword stabbed into the front of the royal platform. The dragon luck contained in the sword turned solid, turning into a 30-meter-long dragon image coiling around the royal platform. Immediately, dragons fought in the sky above the drill ground. The dragons roared ferociously and dragon might spread out, covering the sky and sun. Clouds churned above the royal palace, and mysterious phenomena appeared. When looking around, the first prince had the strongest dragon luck above his royal platform. That dragon image was 63 meters long. As it coiled around the royal platform, it did not look angry or angry. However, it exuded might without being angry, shocking the surroundings and showing the air of an expert. Next were the 8th Prince Wang Feng and the 13th Prince Wang Yi. These two dragon images were 63 meters long. As their dragon images swayed, they continuously challenged the dragon image above the first prince's royal platform. The competition went without saying. Most of the other princes were like the 9th prince, with 30-meter-long dragon images. Only a few princes had much weaker dragon luck, which was exceptionally obvious in this competition. If nothing unexpected happened, these princes with weaker dragon luck would be the targets of the strong dragons. In the competition for slots, these princes would definitely be targeted by others, making them their priority opponents. How surprising! To think that the 9th prince's dragon image is 23 meters long. When did his dragon luck become so strong? That's right. The 9th prince's presence has always been weak, and he clearly has no intention of competing. His accumulations are actually quite deep. However, that is all. The truly strong ones are still the 1st prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince. A strong dragon luck is indeed extraordinary, far surpassing that of the other princes. Did you notice the 6th prince Wang Ming? Although his dragon image looks small, in reality, it spun around a few times. In reality, it is at least 13 meters long. This person really hid his strength deeply. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would not have noticed it. This 6th prince really does not reveal himself. It is fine if he does not do anything, but he wants to shock the world with a single brilliant feat. Quick look. The competition for slots is starting. The 8th prince is the first to challenge the 19th prince. The powerhouses in the palace in the clouds that had noticed the 6th prince Wang Ming all turned their heads to look. The 8th prince Wang Feng was the first to send out a guest to challenge the 19th prince. The 19th prince's dragon image was only 23 meters long. Clearly he could not send out a strong guest. The 19th prince smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "I did not even intend to fight for the throne. I just wanted to try my luck in the ancient imperial tomb. To think that I would not let this off." The 19th prince did not choose to resist fearlessly. He directly gave up, letting the other party win. It was not that the 19th prince did not want to accept the challenge, but that he wanted to keep a strong guest to fight the other princes. This was because the 19th prince clearly could not compete with the strong 8th prince. There was no need for him to waste his effort. The 8th prince's victory easily obtaining a slot. This immediately set off the horn for the competition for slots. A somewhat chaotic challenge took place in the arenas of the drill ground at the same time. There was an arena in front of each king's platform. If the other party wanted to fight, they would have to fight. If the other party wanted to challenge them, they just needed to jump into the arena and raise their prince's banner. The rules were simple and clear. Senior Feng, should we take the initiative to challenge or wait for the others to challenge us? Wang Yin asked Senior Feng, the oldest of his guests. This Senior Feng was an expert of the military, possessing deep cultivation and rich experience. Senior Feng looked around and replied, "Our accumulations are slightly weaker. It is best not to take the initiative to expose ourselves. Let's wait for the others to challenge us." Senior Hao Kai, what do you think? Wang Yin looked around and fixed his gaze on the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai. Hao Kai's cultivation was about the same as Senior Feng's. They were both great perfection 5-vein sovereign emperors who possessed the Golden Crow bloodline. Not to mention experience, their combat prowess was even stronger. I have no objections. I will follow your highness's instructions. Wang Yin then asked Xiao Qin and the Heavenly Book Scholar. The two indicated that they did not need to take the initiative to challenge, so they listened to everyone's opinion. Is here. Xiao Qin looked around and saw a banner land on the arena in front of the royal platform. This humble one is Duanmu Huanghan. I am here on the 4th prince's orders to challenge the 9th prince for a slot. The person who came was dressed in embroidered clothes and looked like a middle-aged man. His tone did not show any sharpness, but he was a 4-vein great perfection sovereign emperor. Wang Yin smiled faintly and said, "So, it is an expert from the Duanmu clan. Who is willing to fight?" "I'll do it." Xiao Sua took the lead and stepped forward, requesting to fight Wang Yin. This humble one is willing to fight as well and help the 9th prince take down this person. Another youth among Wang Yan's guests stepped forward. A sharp light flashed on his face, radiating a strong fighting spirit. This person's name was Jin Mingxiu. He was an extraordinary person that Wang Yan had taken the initiative to recruit with the help of the Misty Rain Pavilion's resources. Su Yi had personally recommended him. Wang Yan smiled softly and said, "Mingxiu, don't be impatient. Since Captain Xiao spoke first, let Captain Xiao fight this battle." Jin Mingxiu felt somewhat unconvinced, but he still obeyed and stepped back. Whoosh! Xiao Sua's figure flashed, and he landed heavily on the arena. Then he looked at the other party calmly. Doubt flashed in Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes. He had thought that the other party would send Senior Feng or Hao Kai. At the very least, it would be the famous Xiao Qin in the imperial capital. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince underestimated him so much. sending a three-vein sovereign emperor nameless person. It looks like the ninth prince does not have any desire to compete. In that case I will accept this slot. Seeing that his opponent was not Xiao Qin, Senior Feng or Hao Kai, Duanmu Huanghuan's reserved and senior attitude vanished, replaced with arrogance. Xiao Sua's lips curled up in a smile. Shocking waves surged and a sea of blood surged. Xiao Sua, who looked experienced and steady, did not show any sharpness, but his emperor's might soared. A scarlet mark on Xiao Sua's forehead released a dazzling light. With a wave of Xiao Sua's hand, the scarlet blood war banner appeared. Without saying anything, Xiao Sua charged over with a berserk and bloodthirsty aura. Duanmu Huanghan felt greatly startled. He had not expected a nameless person to be so tyrannical. By the time Duanmu Huanghan startled to his senses, the scarlet blood war banner had already swept over. Pa, pa, pa. The scarlet war banner moved up and down like waves, unleashing an unending stream of energy. Duanmu Huanghan sent out 3 palm strikes. With each palm strike he scattered a wave of energy. However, the waves piled on top of one another. The attacks contained in the Scarlet Blood War banner surged endlessly. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's legacy brought back the glory of the past in Xiao Sua's hands. After 10 moves, Duanmu Huanghan retreated to the edge of the arena, unable to retreat any further. Just as Duanmu Huanghan was about to take out his life soul tool and fight to the death, Xiao Sua shouted. The sea of blood surged as he stood on top of the waves. He gently waved the war banner, making it look like a spear as he thrust it down from above. Bang, bang, bang. The light waves that Duanmu Huanghan formed with his great Tao energy shattered layer by layer. The Scarlet Blood War banner easily broke through all his defenses. I admit defeat. Seeing Xiao Sua's berserk aura slowly approach, Duanmu Huanghan felt horrified. Duanmu Huanghan felt that if he continued fighting he would definitely lose. Furthermore, he would suffer severe injuries, so he quickly admitted defeat. Thank you for letting me win. After defeating his opponent in 10 moves, Xiao Sua put away the 4th prince's royal banner and returned to the royal platform. Good. Wang Yen praised Xiao Sua with joy in his eyes filled with excitement. In this battle, Xiao Sua helped Wang Yen show his sharpness. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Chapter 2278. Defeat the enemy in 10 moves, seize the flag and leave. The 10 moves seemed simple, but only Duanmu Huanghan knew what kind of pressure he was facing. The arena was a small world with a universe within it. It was incredibly vast, suitable for sovereign emperors to fight. Duanmu Huanghan had no choice but to admit defeat before he could unleash his aura. However, he wholeheartedly accepted his loss and had no complaints. It was very difficult for others to understand the terrifying baleful aura on Xiao Sua's body, as well as the oppressive domineering aura when he leaped up and descended from the sky. The aura that Xiao Qin showed was nothing like that of a 3-vein sovereign emperor. The flag in your hand is the Scarlet Blood War banner that the legendary Pirate King left behind. Duanmu Huanghan asked Xiao Sua, who was already standing on the royal platform, a little disgruntled. This was because he also had an inferior grade soul tool artifact in his possession, but he had been too careless to summon it at the start. If he had taken out his life-bound armament right from the start, he might have had a 50% chance of winning. However, if the other party really had the Scarlet Blood War banner, then there would be no point in taking out his life soul tool. Good eyesight. Xiao Sua did not comment, which could be considered as an answer. After Duanmu Huanghan heard this, the unwillingness in his eyes dissipated. He knew that he had no chance at all. Even if he had taken out his life-bound artifact from the start, the result would still have been the same, just that he wouldn't have lost so badly. Because of Xiao Chen's existence, no matter how low-key the 9th prince was, he would still attract a lot of attention. This clean and efficient battle in which he defeated his opponent in 10 moves immediately caused a sensation. It is actually the Scarlet Blood War banner. Good fella, no wonder the 9th prince's luck is 9 zhang long. He has been hiding it well. With the Scarlet Blood War banner in hand, it is not hard to understand why a 3-vein sovereign emperor could defeat a great perfection sovereign emperor. Above the clouds in the palace. When the Yen emperor saw the 9th prince's performance, his eyes lit up. He smiled at the people beside him and said, "9th brother is not bad. Aside from Xiao Qin, you managed to recruit such a guest." The imperial clan elders around him were also surprised and kept an eye on the 9th prince. On the royal platform, the 9th prince smiled and said, "Well done, Xiao Sua." Xiao Sua remained unfazed. He said humbly, "It is just the advantage of the spirit weapon in my hand. 9th prince is overpraising me. The heavenly book scholar smiled faintly and said, Captain Shao is being humble. The Scarlet Blood War banner cannot shine in anyone's hands. After the Scarlet Blood Pirate King died, this war banner went through at least 3 owners. However, none of them could bring out its wondrous effects, rendering it useless. Hence it was slowly lost. The guests on the 4th Prince's royal platform of the Geo all showed unhappy expressions. What doing? Shao Shi. Of people of Dukes 1. The 4th Prince Wang Li, on the other hand, had a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be indifferent to the loss of the quota. Wang and Wang, the Wang of Wang of and Wang of and of Lord into and of 9th brother, you really hid yourself deeply. Wang Feng looked at the 9th Prince's royal platform and thought to himself, after entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I have to keep my guard up against 9th brother. I cannot underestimate him. 8th Prince, do you need me to get someone to help you suppress the 9th Prince's arrogance? The profound heaven's holy son, Wen Renyu, asked softly with a faint smile. Aside from him, the strongest true inheritors of the profound heaven holy land, Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu, stood on Wen Renyu's left and right. These two were no longer the same as before. Their strength had improved significantly. Wang Feng thought for a while before replying calmly, there's no need. I have not fallen out with him yet. I will not offend him if I can. As Wang Feng spoke, he shifted his gaze to the 1st Prince Wang Yan. I am the Heavenly Wolf Empire's Tuoba Yao. On the 13th Prince's orders, I am here to ask for a spot from the 1st Prince. The outstanding talent of the Heavenly Wolf Empire, one of the 8 great empires, Tuoba Yao, pointed his royal banner at Wang Fei. Right after Tuoba Yao spoke, the entire place fell silent. Nearly everyone turned their gazes over. Wang Feng smiled and said, Little 13 is really bold. However, it is good for him to test you. Let's see how many trump cards Big Brother has. I really want to know if he is just bluffing or not. Although the 1st Prince's royal platform had a strong luck, it was very stable, low-key, and reserved. When the competition for spots started, the 1st Prince had not taken the initiative to fight, and no one dared to take the initiative to mock him. However, now, someone finally could not hold back and made a move against him. The Tuoba Yao on the arena had a head of purple hair, a muscular body, and slightly tanned skin. He radiated the wildness of a wolf, and lightning flickered in his eyes. When he smiled, he looked very wild. Wang Fei showed a sullen expression as he tightly grabbed the armrest. Then he said coldly, taking advantage of others, Zuiyu, the left-eyed man hidden in the shadows behind Wang Fei said calmly, 1st Prince, please calm down. It is not Commander Zhu's turn to make a move on such a clown. Which one of you is willing to make a move and help the 1st Prince gain face? A man clad in black, shrouded in bloody shadows, stepped forward. This person looked at Ming Xian as if seeking his opinion. Ming Xian nodded slightly and did not say anything. Lord Shi, let me do it. Oh? Mr. Gong is willing to make a move. In that case, victory is certain. The black-clad man with the mysterious left eye seemed to be interested in this person shrouded in bloody shadows. Whoosh. The figure of this person shrouded in bloody shadows flashed, and he landed on the arena. Then he looked at Tuoba Yao and said, I will be your opponent in this match. Tuoba Yao frowned slightly and asked coldly, hiding your head but showing your tail? Who are you? The voice of the person shrouded in bloody shadows was somewhat hoarse as he replied indifferently, the person who will defeat you. Boom. Right after the person spoke, countless blood-sucking vines leaped out of the ground like venomous snakes. These blood-sucking vines soared into the air, leaving behind many scarlet shadows as they charged at Tuoba Yao. The speed of these blood-sucking vines was flabbergasting. What was even more horrifying was that these blood-sucking vines seemed to be alive, reproducing at every moment. In almost a moment, the vines had covered the entire small world, and the vast space in the arena was completely covered by vines. This was already a special field that resembled a small world. Horror flashed in everyone's eyes when they saw this scene. Normally, such a special field only appeared in strong ferocious beasts and rarely appeared in cultivators. It looked like the blood-sucking vines would form a barrier isolating Tuoba Yao from the world. A strange look flashed in Tuoba Yao's eyes as he said, insignificant tricks. I'll defeat you in one move. A golden light flashed in Tuoba Yao's eyes. He activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Tuoba Yao's aura soared as he roared, causing thunderclouds to churn. In that instant, A startling Tao might erupted from his body. With the support of his great desolate Yin bloodline, Tuoba Yao's Thunder Tao domain reached peak 5th layer. Electric light flashed all over Tuoba Yao's body. His great desolate Yin bloodline was indeed extraordinary. The emperor's might coming from Tuoba Yao was vaguely stronger than that of a 4-vein sovereign emperor. You are still too inexperienced to play lightning with me. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows smiled coldly. Scarlet electric light suddenly burst out of his body as scarlet vines shot out. Each vine gave off electric light that looked like scarlet flames. The strange scarlet electric light instantly suppressed Tuoba Yao's seemingly unblockable 5th layer Thunder Tao domain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of blood-sucking vines surged out like venomous snakes, breaking through Tuoba Yao's Tao domain and biting him. A sharp, miserable scream immediately rang out in the Yanwu arena. Tuoba Yao knelt on the ground and howled in pain. His cries were extremely tragic, making everyone tremble in fear. Xiao Qin showed a grave expression. He saw something even more horrifying. Those blood-sucking vines seemed to be absorbing this person's bloodline power. After the blood-sucking vines passed, the scarlet flame lightning on the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows turned even stranger. I admit defeat. Tuoba Yao said these 3 words with some difficulty. These 3 words seemed to exhaust all his vital qi. Plop. The instant the blood-sucking vines returned, Tuoba Yao knelt on the ground with a plop. Tuoba Yao appeared dispirited, no longer showing any of his initial sharpness or wildness. He looked like a completely different person, losing most of his energy. The entire place fell deathly silent. Horror filled everyone's eyes. This mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was too scary. It was not that he was terrifyingly strong. It was just that his secret techniques were so evil that they inspired fear. Be it the small world-like blood-sucking vines domain, the scarlet flame lightning, or the final blood-sucking demonic vines, they were all incredible and horrifying. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows attack showed everyone how terrifying the first prince was. He truly lived up to his 60-meter-long luck. The disguised Yen Sangming, who was behind the 6th Prince Wang Li, sighed softly. The Black Lotus Holy Son and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter have not made a move yet, not to mention that person. The demonic Dao Hall's strength is still unfathomable. What's wrong? Young Master Yen, you do not seem confident enough? Wang Li asked softly with a slight frown. Yen Sangming replied indifferently, you have not seen how horrifying that person is. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows inspires fear, but he inspires despair. Chapter 2279. At the 9th Prince's royal platform, Wang Yen asked, Everyone, what do you think? Good. Everyone is here. As for the guests who have not arrived, listen to me first before taking action. In the first round of the succession race, you need to collect Dragon Essence. You can enter the second round only after collecting enough Dragon Essence. The Dragon Essence you collect will eventually gather in my Yen Imperial Sword and increase my Dragon Essence. After a while, the drill ground gave off a bright light, and a Dao platform slowly rose. Xiao Qin moved like a swallow as he soared into the air and landed firmly on the ground. The Heavenly Wolf Empire's guests showed awkward expressions. No one said anything for a long time. Just at this moment, the 9th Prince's voice rang out in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness. Wang Ming revealed a contemplative expression. Then he said indifferently, I hope it is as you wish. There was also a boundless pressure of the great desolate Yin spreading out everywhere. This ancient aura had never been so clear before. Xiao Qin took out a jade strip, which gave off a faint light. When he held it in his hand, it dispelled the chill. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin chose to stay behind, not rushing to meet up with the 9th Prince for now. There was no one in the surroundings. Sikong Shu said indifferently, 13th Prince, don't get anxious. At the very least, we managed to probe the first prince's strength. This person did not lose much of his accumulations because of the wedding. This might be a good thing for us. Xiao Qin seemed like he woke up from a dream. After a pause, he said, let's do our best and leave it to fate. Now that he has revealed his sharpness, we should not be the ones worried. Rather, it should be the 8th Prince and the 13th Prince. This is definitely a good thing for us. Xiao Qin held the jade strip to his forehead, and a 3D map appeared in his mind, a rough map of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. As for the strong princes, the dragon essence around their Yen Imperial swords had increased significantly. If Xiao Qin saw right, that figure should be Jiang He, who had not shown himself for a long time. However, how did he become the first prince's guest? The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, that's right. Our strength is not as simple as it looks. After entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, the heavenly book scholar would bring out its true potential. Before the first prince was defeated, the two of them would not attack each other. It could be considered a simple alliance. Everything was done in silence. Wang Yin seemed to think of something. He said seriously, "I'll say one more thing. This place has existed since the ancient immemorial era. If there's enough dragon essence in the jade strip, you'll be able to better adapt to this place and display your full strength. Alright, I'll stop here." The strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. There was one more thing that Yen Songming did not say in his heart. If there was one person who could make others feel despair, then Yen Songming was despair itself. The man shrouded in blood instills fear in people, but that person instills despair in people. This is the strength of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's elites. Heavy snow swirled in the air, strong winds howled, and the cold wave was so fierce that it made people shiver. As they were speaking, Wang Yi felt a gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that it was the 8th prince, Wang Feng. Everyone don't panic. The competition for slots proceeded in an orderly fashion under the Heavenly Book Scholar's suggestions. Wang Yin stretched out his hand and sheathed the Yen Imperial sword on the ground. Then, his 30-meter-long dragon essence turned into a flash of golden light and vanished. As the 10,000 dragons' art circulated in Xiao Chen's body, dragon images shone in his divine energy sea. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen did not feel much spatial pressure. After Xiao Chen and the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, the 9th prince's guests calmed down. Standing at the top of a snowy mound, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and saw the scene within 50,000 kilometers. The others expressed their opinions one after another, worrying about the first prince's strength. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like the 9th prince can forcefully pull people to his side. This is probably a form of protection. Xiao Chen analyzed in his heart. This Yen Emperor is rather special. He is exceptionally skilled in the Ice Great Tao, resulting in heavy snow and cold qi everywhere his inheritance covers. However, I can't push my luck. I'm pretty lucky. At the very least, I'm pretty close to the inheritance. Senior Feng sighed softly. He is unfathomable. There are several auras on the first prince's platform that make this old man feel fear. I can sense that the person shrouded in bloody shadows is definitely not the first prince's strongest guest. Feeling confused, Xiao Chen asked, "Dragon essence?" After entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, you will be randomly sent to the periphery of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. There will not be any danger for now. If you want to meet up with me, you can send a message to me through the jade strip that I gave you. Such a change relieved Xiao Chen of a significant amount of pressure. The so-called dragon essence can be understood as the materialization of dragon essence. This place contains the dynasty's dragon vein's ancestor vein. The ferocious beasts born here and the inheritances left by the previous Yen Emperor all contain dragon essence. The treasures and soul tools in the inheritances also contain dragon essence. Everyone can keep these treasures and soul tools for yourselves. Just remember to store the dragon essence in your jade strip. Me? After the blue dragon bloodline in Xiao Chen's body merged with this aura, it appeared excited, raring to give it a try. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai said, "I feel the same." The competition for slots came to an end. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb's inheritances were left behind by the previous Yen Emperors after they died. The inheritances varied according to the cultivation techniques they cultivated. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen had a rough idea of where he was in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb was about to open. These simple words could be considered a vow before leaving. Senior Feng, Senior Hao Kai and Chang Ji, make some preparations. I will use the Yen Imperial Sword to send you to my side. As for the others, if you want to, you can move alone or come to my side. Just send a message. Some people rejoiced while others worried. The dragon essence of the originally weak princes weakened significantly. In the following 2 matches, the 9th prince purposely lost 1 match before winning the 3rd. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb is about to open. Princes, please lead the guests in according to the order of the royal platform. That is, whoosh. The Yen Emperor's voice rang out in the sky. In the next moment, the first prince soared into the air. He brought along a large number of guests and entered the Taoist gate in a single file. The first round will last for 1 month. I hope that everyone can help me collect more dragon essence. Otherwise, if I do not have enough dragon essence, I will not be able to compete in the second round. At that time, everyone and I will be forced to leave. Also, if you run into danger, you can shatter this jade strip and leave the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Xiao Chen's eyes were sharp. He seemed to see a familiar figure among the first prince's many guests helplessly entering. According to the map, I should be within the range of the 500th yen emperor's inheritance. Wang Yi showed a slightly unsightly expression on the 13th prince's royal platform. The two looked at each other. After a simple exchange of glances, they reached a consensus. When the 6th prince Wang Ming heard that, he felt slightly stunned. After some thought, he said, "Even you feel despair?" There was no time to think. Soon it was the 9th prince's turn. Since the 9th prince was at the periphery, the inheritance left by this Yen emperor should not be much of a surprise. The divine energy sea in Xiao Chen's body surged, materializing many golden dragon images and wildly absorbing the great desolate Yin aura. Zhangyi? As Xiao Chen held the jade strip, he muttered to himself, "Spatial pressure?" Before coming here, Wang Yan had given every guest a jade strip. At that time he did not mention its use. Boom. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in the vast snowy region. Clang. However, holding the jade strip helped Xiao Chen reduce the chill significantly. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he said, "Since that is the case, I have to monopolize this inheritance. Treasures and soul tools could be kept for myself." No wonder others wanted to enter so badly. The commotion caused by the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was significant. The battles in the other arenas immediately paled in comparison. "I will definitely do my best." This place was indeed somewhat strange. His movement technique and cultivation all suffered restrictions. Even the range of his heavenly eye significantly shrank. Boom. Many thanks to everyone this time. We are about to enter the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. I hope that everyone can work together and help me. Lord Xiao, what about you? Everyone soared into the air and entered the door of light one after another. Light and shadow turned blurry and space and time changed. The 9th prince's voice rang out again, clearing up Xiao Chen's doubts and filling him with anticipation for the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. After putting down the jade strip, Xiao Chen looked around before soaring into the air. Before Yen Songming said anything, Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, said softly, "6th prince, there is no need to worry. The strongest might not necessarily be the winner in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. There are many variables that no one can predict. Otherwise we would not have made this trip." Wang Yi's eyes flickered. After a while he smiled and said, "That's true. I believe that 8th brother does not feel good in his heart right now." In that instant, it felt like countless chains shattered. Now Xiao Chen did feel significant pressure. What was even more wondrous was that the 10,000 Dragons art could no longer be controlled by Xiao Chen, circulating on its own. Chapter 2280. The vast snowy region only spanned a few 100,000 kilometers at the very most. Sovereign emperors could traverse such a distance in a few breaths. If they sent out their soul energy, they could see every movement in the entire snowy region. However, this was the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, a world that had not changed since the ancient immemorial era. The great desolate Ian's aura had never appeared before everyone so clearly before. Even Xiao Chen's divine skill, the heavenly eye, was limited to 50,000 kilometers. This showed how horrifying the pressure from the great desolate Ian was. Fortunately, for some reason, Xiao Chen's 10,000 Dragons art was exceptionally active in this place. Without needing to think about it, it circulated freely, greedily absorbing the great desolate Ian aura in the air. It vaguely showed signs of breaking through the second shackle at any moment. This place is a treasure land for cultivators with great desolate Ian bloodlines. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, muttering to himself. This went without saying for Xiao Chen, who possessed the 10,000 Dragons art. However, the pressure still existed, making it somewhat inconvenient for his movement technique. Traveling like this still drains a lot of energy. Xiao Chen sighed as snow drifted over him. This place was too cold, making it hard to melt the accumulated snow. The coldness contained in the snow could be considered cold poison. This was not too harmful to a sovereign emperor's body. However, it took a lot of effort to disperse it. Coupled with the consumption of divine essence while sprinting, it somewhat made people feel restrained. Boom. A red light flashed as Xiao Chen summoned out the demon blood vulture. Now, the demon blood vulture's bloodline had reverted to its ancestors, showing some signs of a blood phoenix. How much of your strength can you bring out in this ancient Yen Emperor tomb? 80%. As a mutated beast with a great desolate Ian ferocious beast bloodline, the demon blood vulture could adapt much better than human cultivators. That's enough. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and sat on the demon blood vulture's back, using it as a form of transportation as he flew through the snowy region. The demon blood vulture flew close to the ground, not daring to fly too high. Firstly, there was the spatial pressure. Secondly, it would be easy to become a target if it flew too high. All of the ferocious beasts here possessed dragon essence. If they were noticed, their eyes would light up and they would immediately want to kill them and steal their dragon essence. Help me find the inheritance. If you find anything suspicious, remember to remind me. Snow swirled in the air, blanketing the sky and the ground in whiteness. It would not be easy to find the inheritance left behind by the Yen Emperor, who was skilled in ice and snow. Fortunately, with the demon blood vulture's help, Xiao Qin felt relaxed. He closed his eyes and cultivated on the demon blood vulture's back. Although he was multitasking, it did not delay his search for the inheritance. At the same time, the other princes gradually entered the Yanhuang ancient forest. However, the places they appeared in were all different. They could appear in an ancient pine forest, a wild plain, or a rocky desert. In the middle of a yellow desert, a sandstorm was blowing wildly. After the first Prince Wang Fei landed, he frowned slightly. Without saying anything, he directly drew his Yen Imperial Sword. In the next moment, the Yen Imperial Sword gave off a bright light, and dragon images circled it. So. The mysterious black-clad man with the left eye, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's trump card, the six-veined sovereign Emperor Zuiyu, the Black Lotus Holy Son, and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter appeared one after another. The other guests chose to act alone, searching for the inheritance or hunting ferocious beasts. The Black Lotus Holy Son said softly, "This is just the first round. Your Highness, there is no need to waste your dragon luck to summon us." Wang Fei replied indifferently, "Naturally, I am confident of clearing the first round. However, I sent you here for another reason. I know of a superior grade inheritance of the previous Yen Emperor. I called you here to ensure that nothing goes wrong." Originally, the inheritances left by the previous Yen Emperors were not graded. However, there were strong and weak Yen Emperors. The inheritances they left varied in value. Gradually, the later generations added a grade to the inheritances, using this to distinguish the quality and rarity of the inheritances. The Imperial Ancestral Temple had a better understanding of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb and could provide the first prince with more information. A superior grade inheritance was considered an extremely incredible inheritance. Naturally, Wang Fei would be interested. "Oh, so that's it. In that case, you can accompany Brother Wang. I will not interfere in this excitement." Even though this person wore a half mask on his left face, revealing his eye, the first prince could still make out a bored expression on his face. Without waiting for Wang Fei to answer, the masked man left without saying goodbye. "How dare you?" Zuiyu frowned slightly. In his opinion, the first prince deserved death for such disrespect. The Black Lotus Holy Son Ming Xian said softly, "Your Highness, please calm down. Lord, she has always been like this. What exactly is the inheritance that the first prince is so interested in? Miss Qing and I will definitely do our best to help." Yang Qing smiled sweetly, looking like a cool breeze. Then she looked at Wang Fei and said, "Your Highness, please lead the way." Wang Fei smiled coldly in his heart, but he did not show it. He smiled and said, "Commander Zhuo, let's go. There is no need to make a fuss over nothing. Lord, she is an honored guest that I invited." Naturally, an honored guest cannot be treated like an ordinary person. The many princes' guests started moving around the ancient Yen Emperor tomb's periphery. In an ancient pine forest, the fourth Prince Wang Yun drew his Yen Imperial Sword and gathered a few important guests to his side. One of them wore a hood and wrapped himself up tightly. This was the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Zhen. Wang Yun looked at Yuan Zhen and asked respectfully, "Mr. Yuan, what should we do?" The other princes should be focusing on searching for inheritances. However, fourth prince, your accumulations and strength are rather weak. You should not fight with others. If you suffer losses, the gains will not make up for the losses. Just obediently hunt ferocious beasts and collect dragon essence. We can talk about this after this round. A hoarse voice came from the hood, making people feel a little uncomfortable. The other guests felt somewhat upset. What was the point of coming to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb if not to search for inheritances? The fourth Prince Wang Yun already made up his mind about Yuan Zhen's words. After some thought he said, "Let's do as Mr. Yuan says. Everyone hunt ferocious beasts and collect dragon essence. I will definitely reward you generously after this. Furthermore, hunting ferocious beasts does not mean that you will not run into any treasures. Everything is possible in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb." After Wang Yun said that, the other guests' resentment subsided slightly. Yuan Zhen kept a low profile in this round, not showing any intention of exposing himself. Good. Heaven is really helping me. The White Marsh Beast Empires by Yun Fei, who was on the 13th prince's side, appeared extremely excited. After some thought he said, This place is simply the best for cultivators with great desolate Ian bloodlines like us. Wang Yi revealed a smile. He was somewhat surprised as well. The great desolate Ian aura of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was even more horrifying than the legends made it out to be. Aside from the 2 royal court experts, the rest of Wang Yi's 18 guests were sovereign emperors from the Bushan Palace. Senior Sikong, what should we do in this round? Sikong Shu, who was dressed like a fisherman in a straw raincoat, appeared exceptionally calm. After some thought he said, we will split into 3 groups. We have the greatest advantage in the first round. We will take as many inheritances as we can. There is no need to waste inheritances. If we can raise our strength, we will refine them on the spot and not delay. After some time, most of them will adapt to the spatial pressure here. The advantage of their bloodlines will not remain much. Hence, we have to use our advantage in the first month to gain an even greater advantage. Wang Yi's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, with Senior around, it is like having a treasure. All right, we will follow Senior's instructions. We will split into 3 groups in this round. We will take as many inheritances as we can. Everyone knew that unless one hunted extremely horrifying ferocious beasts, it would be hard to collect enough dragon essence. Even if one hunted strong ferocious beasts, it would be a thankless task. Clearly, searching for inheritances was killing many birds with one stone, benefiting both sides. Aside from some of the more special princes, the other princes and their guests were all searching for inheritances. The many imperial ancestral temple elders on the Dao platform at the palace's drill ground made their moves together. A huge light screen rose up and flickered, showing the many princes and guests in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb had been remodeled several times. Although there were still many forbidden lands, the imperial ancestral temple already had a rough grasp of the place. As long as the imperial ancestral temple elders wanted to, they could see the situation everywhere at any time. However, it would be somewhat difficult to interfere. The big show had officially begun. Snow fell heavily. 3 days had already passed in the vast snowy region. However, the demon blood vulture had not found anything. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Qin, who was cultivating the 10,000 dragons art, opened his eyes. The night wind and snow were cold. It was hard to find anyone and the signs of life were faint. When Xiao Qin looked up, he saw churning clouds. He could not see the sun, the moon, or the stars, only the vast snow. Could this inheritance have been destroyed? After 3 days without any results, Xiao Qin felt suspicious. Such a guess was possible. After all, it was at the periphery of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. In every succession race, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb would be the first to bear the brunt of the impact. It was not impossible for the succession race to be destroyed. Hey, just at this moment, the heavy snow weakened and the thick clouds in the sky slowly thinned. In the middle of the night, the thick clouds scattered, and a bright moon silently appeared. The bright moon hung high in the sky, looking as gentle as fire. Xiao Qin had never expected the bright moon to be this bright. The continuous heavy snow seemed to wash away all the brilliance of the bright moon. In the air there was still snow falling sparsely. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the remnant snow in the air and the boundless white snowy land gave off a mottled light. The clouds parted, the moon came, and the remnant flowers made shadows. The boundless snowy region created a wondrous scene. Xiao Qin muttered to himself as he sat on the demon blood vulture and admired this beautiful scene. Will this be the opportunity one am waiting for? Chapter 2281. The clouds broke, the moon came, and the flowers turned into shadows. Xiao Qin muttered to himself on the demon blood vulture. Perhaps this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. After searching for 3 days in this vast snowy region, he had not found anything. Now that the change was sudden, there had to be something strange about it. That is, Xiao Qin looked to the front. He vaguely saw a dreamy palace bathed in moonlight at the limits of his vision. Without overthinking, Xiao Qin got the demon blood vulture to rush over at full speed. Only scattered snowflakes drifted in the air. The gentle moonlight warmed one's heart like fire. The chill in the night lessened significantly. The originally vast and boundless snowy region, which lacked life force, suddenly turned somewhat chaotic. Xiao Qin thought to himself, it looks like there are many people like me hiding in this snowy region. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared from the left and unexpectedly ran into Xiao Qin. On the demon blood vulture, Xiao Qin showed a calm expression, showing a relaxed gaze. The other 3 felt slightly stunned and kept their guard up. However, when they saw Xiao Qin on the demon blood vulture, their expressions immediately relaxed. Xiao Qin. The oldest of the three, the gray-clad middle-aged man, smiled faintly and said softly, "I've heard of you. You were the one who ruined the first prince's wedding. You even fought against the three princes in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion by yourself." These three were the 10th prince's guests. The 10th prince's strength was below average. On the surface, he looked about the same as the 9th prince. It looks like rumors are just rumors. Even if a two-veined sovereign emperor can overturn the heavens, how strong can he be? The gray-clad man originally felt wary, thinking that he had run into a strong enemy. When he saw that it was Xiao Qin, his expression immediately eased up. Xiao Qin looked up. The moonlight turned brighter, and the ancient palace in front slowly became clearer. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the aura of the ice great Tao was hidden under its white exterior. Without needing to guess, he knew that this was the inheritance land. However, it only showed itself under the moonlight. Hence, there were no signs of it during the first 3 days. Xiao Qin looked at the gray-clad man before him, a peak three-veined sovereign emperor. There were flames hidden in his eyes, and a terrifying power was brewing in his body, giving off a strong sense of oppression. "So," Xiao Qin said lightly, "it's not good to get into a conflict with this person now. I'll decide what to do after I reach the inheritance ground and meet up with the 10th prince." One of the three, a white-haired old man, secretly transmitted his voice to the gray-robed man. The gray-clothed man's eyes were slightly disappointed. He had a strong desire to fight and wanted to trample on Xiao Qin on the spot. But in the end he felt that the inheritance was more important, so he endured it for now. Such an attitude was not strange. Xiao Qin was just a two-veined sovereign emperor, yet he could become famous in the imperial capital. There would always be some people who felt dissatisfied. If he could trample on him, his reputation would become even more prominent. In one's life, fame and fortune were all that mattered. Naturally, those who wanted to fight for it would fight for it. Even sovereign emperors could not avoid it. Count yourself lucky. Let's go. The gray-robed man didn't want to waste his breath on Xiao Qin. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. How boring, Xiao Qin felt speechless. The demon blood vulture he sat on flashed with a red light. In this ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Xiao Qin possessed a great desolate Yan bloodline and the 10,000 dragons art. The pressure he faced was 70 to 80% less than the others. Xiao Qin increased his speed slightly. The three who were walking in front heard the sound of wind behind them. When they turned their heads back, they only saw an afterimage left by a flash of scarlet light. When the three quickly turned their heads back, they saw Xiao Qin sitting on the demon blood vulture, about to leave their vision. This startled the three. They had not expected Xiao Qin to be so fast. In the eyes of the person who recalled, Xiao Qin's actions were undoubtedly mocking him, so he immediately felt enraged. "Damn it! How dare you, Xiao Qin? You were acting like a coward earlier. I was not paying attention and you took advantage of me. Chase after him." The gray-robed man took the lead. His divine energy surged, and his entire body released a fiery light as his figure flashed wildly. However, even after 15 minutes, he still did not see Xiao Qin's figure, which made him feel uncertain. This Xiao Qin must be hiding. The gray-robed man looked around helplessly when he did not see Xiao Qin's figure. Never mind, never mind. Since he is hiding, there is no need to fight with him. The white-haired old man and another person rushed over and consoled the gray-robed man when they saw the situation. The gray-robed man took advantage of the situation and said coldly, "Count him lucky. I hope I don't run into him again." The ancient palace looked magnificent under the moonlight, giving off a faint fluorescent light, looking dreamy. However, in front of the palace, there were two ice statues blocking the entrance. The ice statues gave off the aura of a four-veined sovereign emperor. As they connected with the moonlight, they merged into one, deterring rash actions. Not far away, a prince dressed in luxurious clothes looked at the ancient palace with excitement on his face. However, the guest at the side advised softly, "10th prince, it is best not to act rashly for now. It will not be too late for us to enter after Senior Rong arrives." The 10th prince nodded. "These two ice statues are somewhat strange. Indeed, we cannot act rashly. Aside from me, the guests of the other princes in this snowy region are all scattered soldiers. When Senior Rong arrives, this ice inheritance will be mine." Whoosh! Right after the 10th prince spoke, a strong wind blew behind them. The two turned their heads to look and shouted, "Who is it?" Amidst the snowstorm, no one responded. There was only a flash of burning blood light, which was like a fleeting glimpse. It was so fast that the two ice sculptures didn't even have time to react. Then, it turned into a scarlet beam of light and entered the palace. The 10th prince happened to see this scene when he turned around. His expression immediately changed drastically as he roared, "Damn it! Who is so bold to snatch the inheritance that I want?" Seeing that the 10th prince was about to charge in, the expert at the side quickly supported him and said anxiously, "Your Highness, don't be rash. Those two ice statues are not dead." Whoosh. The eyes of the two ice statues sensed the 10th prince's figure and flickered with bright light. Two cold intents assaulted the 10th prince, scaring him into retreating. Inside the palace, Xiao Qin sat on the demon blood vulture's back. He watched coldly as the surrounding ice statues came to life. Then he leaped down from the air. The instant Xiao Qin landed, he activated his alloy dragon armor, and his aura changed drastically. A sharpness burst forth from his forehead. Dragon motifs adorned his silver armor, and electric light flickered. Xiao Qin reached for the scabbard on his back. Just as the ice statues were about to pounce over, he drew his saber. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the man and the vulture charged madly through the ancient palace, completely unbridled. Xiao Qin swept through everything in his way, not stopping at all. Everywhere he passed there were all sorts of strange treasures. However, Xiao Qin only glanced at them and did not pay them any more attention. 1 hour later, Xiao Qin charged to the core hall of the ice palace and stopped. Many ice-attributed treasures were casually placed on the surrounding walls. Natural treasures covered the ground. This was simply a dreamy treasure trove. Everything that Xiao Qin wanted could be found here. However, Xiao Qin did not show any wild joy on his face. Along the way, Xiao Qin felt very confused. This inheritance was at the periphery. After the succession race, it should not have been emptied out. At the very least, there should not be such treasures left. It looks like your rationality did not get to your head. Congratulations on passing the test. Whoosh! The ceiling seemed transparent. When one looked up, they could see the bright moon. Under the dazzling light, a middle-aged man dressed in white with an elegant temperament seemed to have descended from the moon. When Xiao Qin looked carefully, he found that this person looked somewhat similar to the Yen Emperor. Xiao Qin vaguely guessed that this should be the remnant will of the Yen Emperor who left behind the inheritance. The treasures on the ground are all fake? Xiao Qin asked. The white-clad Yen Emperor smiled warmly and replied, "Wrong. They are all real. However, there is only one. It contains the ice inheritance that I left behind. Everyone who comes in has only one chance to choose. As long as one makes the wrong choice, not only will one not obtain any treasures, but one will also be forcefully sent out. This inheritance of mine will also close and await the next opening of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb." Xiao Qin entered deep thought. That is to say, no one has chosen the right one even after 10,000 years. I have a question. If I choose that supreme treasure containing the inheritance, can I obtain the other treasures? Xiao Qin asked without changing his expression. The white-clad Yen Emperor smiled and said, "You seem very confident. However, you cannot. If you find the right one, you will have two choices. One is the ice inheritance that I left behind, and the other is the other treasures containing dragon essence." Disappointment flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. After some thought, he said, "That is really unfortunate." Right after Xiao Qin spoke, he walked straight to an item. The white-clad Yen Emperor's expression immediately changed slightly. Intense surprise flashed in his eyes. However, this surprise mostly contained a wild joy that he had suppressed for thousands of years. However, Xiao Qin did not even bother looking at the treasures. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and a beautiful blood-red rose by the wall appeared in his palm. The white-clad Yen Emperor asked softly, "How did you guess it? I thought that you would need to think about it for a while before making a decision." The answer was given long ago. After entering this palace, anyone who still needs to think would not be able to guess it. When the white-clad Yen Emperor heard that, he smiled faintly and said, "That's right. The clouds break the moon and the flowers show the shadows. Only the rose is red in the snow." Xiao Qin's expression did not change as he continued calmly. "If you are not a soulmate, don't enter this door." Ah, delightful. Unfortunately, you and I are not in the same era. Otherwise I would not be so lonely. I should be able to guess your choice. I hope that some of my insights will be useful to you. Outside the ancient palace, the gray-clad man's group finally arrived, panting from exhaustion. 10th Prince, fortunately we did not let you down. We rushed over at our fastest speed. No one in the entire snowy region should be faster than us. The gray-clad man was incredibly fatigued, but his eyes showed pride. Along the way he had shaken off the many guests, leaving them in the dust. The 10th Prince showed an embarrassed expression, not saying anything. The person at the side said, "Senior Rong, someone already entered." That person is very mysterious. Aside from a flash of scarlet light, I did not notice anything else. What? The gray-clad man's heart immediately trembled like lightning struck him. He cried out hoarsely, "It's Xiao Qin." To think that Xiao Qin did not hide. He went ahead of us. How can this be? Senior Rong, it is too late. We need to move quickly. The gray-clad man startled awake from his daze. After some thought he said, Right. Quickly charge in. With the 4 guests gathered, the 10th prince's confidence soared. With the gray-clad man leading the way, they charged at the 2 statues. Boom. However, all of a sudden, without any warning, the entire ancient palace exploded. Shock waves surged and the few people went flying. The gray-clad old man bore the brunt of the explosion. Blood trickled down a corner of his lips, and he appeared incredibly pale. After he landed, he tumbled a few times. Chapter 2282. The 10th prince and the other 3 guests immediately revealed looks of joy in their eyes. They knew very well that this was not the case. They knew very well that this gray-clad man did not erupt with power. Once he did, the surging energy would be like a 10,000-year-old volcano. Even a 4-vein sovereign emperor would not be able to endure it. This punch was called summoning the dragons. However, as the 10th prince looked at Xiao Qian's unchanging face, he could not help sweating profusely. However, Xiao Qian wore the alloy dragon armor, and his combat prowess soared. He did not intend to hold back at all. The surrounding space fluctuated vaguely as if many cultivators were about to cross space and arrive. The 10th prince endured the intense pain and looked up at Xiao Qian, meeting Xiao Qian's arrogant gaze. The 10th prince felt like a mountain separated the two, and a boundless pressure pressed down on him. Clang. Pop. Just as the 10th prince felt confused, a beam of red light shot out from the churning dust cloud. After defeating one person with one punch, the 10th prince's remaining 3 guests could not resist at all. The 10th prince's bodies trembled, and his internal organs shattered. His divine seal exploded and turned into flowing light. A terrifying saber wound about 1 centimeter long, appeared on the 10th prince's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Qian had at least 100 ways to make the other party take the initiative to give up. The 10th prince felt very dissatisfied. However, what else could he do if he did not agree? Let go of me first. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Qian frowned slightly. The 10th prince wanted to gather all his guests to surround and suppress him. Roar. Don't. Damn it. My ice snow inheritance, no one can take it away from me. After thinking hard, the 10th prince thought of the only way to make Xiao Qian let him off. The force that erupted out was indeed startling. To think that it allowed him to block Xiao Qian. The 10th prince goggled flabbergasted. He showed a stunned expression as he watched Xiao Qian charge over. He actually felt somewhat stupefied. As he circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist and supported by the 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiao Qian brought out the Heaven Dragon's mysteries to their fullest. The surging fiery energy in Xiao Qian's body was like an erupting volcano. At that time, he would be the first to be eliminated miserably in the eyes of the feudal lords and noble clans' clan heads. The image of a dragon coiled around the sword, and with the support of the draconic luck, the spatial pressure in this area actually weakened significantly. After drawing the tyrant's saber, a dazzling saber light flashed out. This completely eclipsed the light of the 10th prince's Yen imperial sword. Then he mercilessly chopped down. If he could choose again, he would definitely not meddle in other people's business. He would just watch Xiao Qian fly away from him. Every prince had their own luck stored in the Yen imperial sword. The dragon essence collected by the guests would eventually gather in the prince's Yen imperial sword. The emperor essence would the Zhao's dragon. The heaven's dragon spirit's Chen's star. And the spatial pressure even more. The jade strip in his palm was sparkling and translucent, like a peerless piece of jade. The jade strip flowed like a spring, nourishing the image of a dragon. Heaven Qin dragon. Mu, dragon. Xiao, Qin to say Heaven Ling by no. The 10th prince's Yen imperial sword had already fallen from his hand. At this moment he felt so much pain that he could not think. When the 10th prince landed on the ground, he could not get up in time. Just the 2 4-vein sovereign emperor eye sculptures in front of the palace gates showed how horrifying the energy would be when they exploded. The 10th prince thought about the 2 4-vein sovereign emperor eye statues in front of the palace gates. Clang. Boom. I have dragon essence. In the past few days, Senior Rong and the others helped me kill many ferocious beasts in the snowy domain. I managed to collect some dragon essence. If you are willing, I can give them all to you. Many thanks. The 10th prince felt terrified just thinking about it. Such an embarrassing matter was hard to accept. When he thought about how he might be the first person to be eliminated from the succession race, he felt terrified. When Xiao Qin sheathed his saber, moonlight shone on his saber. It looked like clear spring water flowing in the air. This stomp landed on the 10th prince's chest wound, producing an unbearable shriek. Golden dragon images swam in Xiao Qian's divine energy sea. A supreme dragon might spread out from his body. Alright, I promise you. Stop him. Stop him. When I gather all the guests, it will be the time of his death. As the 10th prince watched Xiao Qin knock away the gray-clad man with one palm strike and leave without pausing, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he waved his hand and executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. A murderous intent burst out from Xiao Qian's forehead. He had already gone far away. The instant the 10th prince let go, he quickly stood up and took out a medicinal pill to consume. Dragon essence was the materialization of the Son of Heaven's luck. In other words, it was dragon luck. Xiao Qin spread his arms, and his voice spread through the air like a dragon soaring in the sky, appearing elegant and tyrannical. When the 10th prince landed, a scarlet light streaked across the sky and caught him. Then, it turned into a beam of scarlet light and flew away with the wind. Never mind. I can give you 1/5 of the dragon essence in my Yen Imperial Sword, no more than that. 1/4, damn it. 1/3 is fine, right? Horror flashed in the 10th prince's eyes as he shouted anxiously. When the 10th prince transferred half of the dragon essence in his Yen Imperial Sword to Xiao Qian's jade strip, the 30-meter-long dragon image on the 10th prince's sword immediately shrank by half. Don't scram. Just take the initiative to give up. Pa. The 10th prince did not give the gray-clad man any space to dodge. Xiao Qin did not fear the 10th prince going back on his word, so he waited quietly. A well-preserved ancient palace exploded, and all the restrictions and formations within it collapsed in an instant. The world is unfair and the evil dragon rules the world. How can one be respected? Luck is not on one's side and one's life is as fragile as paper. What is supreme? Xiao Qin drew his Yen Imperial Sword, and a flash of sword light illuminated the room. What's going on? The gray-clad man bore the brunt of the attack and got blasted into the air, sustaining significant injuries. Boom. Before the gray-clad man could look at Xiao Qin smashed him down with a palm strike. Xiao Qin, stay behind. Xiao Qin withdrew his fist and grasped the scabbard on his back with his right hand. Then he drew his saber expressionlessly. The gray-clad man on the ground immediately became enraged. The surging energy in his body burst out at full force. Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh. A saber intent burst out like a tsunami, directly shattering the 10th prince's armor. However, there were no ifs in this world. The 10th prince's desire to gather his guests to surround and suppress Xiao Qin caused him to experience pain and fear that he had never felt before. The 10th prince wiped the sweat off his forehead, drenching half his sleeves. Half of the sky was dyed red by the raging flames. This sudden burst of power could be said to be vast and mighty. The 10th prince immediately understood that the dragon essence could reduce the spatial pressure. As time passed, the advantage of the great desolate Ian bloodline would vanish. Scram. It's Senior Rong's Magma Dao domain. Immediately, thousands of saber wounds appeared on the 10th prince's body. Electric light flickered on every saber wound as they entered his body. They came like flowing water and disappeared like the wind. Vast and mighty dragons wandered the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was honored? Boom. Xiao Qin gently clenched his fist, and warmth filled his entire body. The chill from the snowy region vanished. Imperceptibly, the other retainers of the 10th prince all felt the spatial pressure they were facing suddenly increase sharply. The instant the 10th prince turned around and soared into the air, he left behind a purple electric mark. In the next moment he appeared in front of the 10th prince out of nowhere. However, on the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Qin sniffed the fragrance of the roses. His expression remained calm, not changing at all. In theory, if a prince did not take the initiative to give up, no one could make him leave. However, the 10th prince now lay at Xiao Qian's feet. Clang. The 10th prince fell to the ground. The wound on his chest no longer hurt, but he did not know when the shadow in his heart would disappear. Since entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, Xiao Qin had not stopped cultivating the 10,000 dragons art. The 10,000 dragons art erupted from the 10th prince's mouth. The remaining 3 guests appeared in front of the 10th prince, trying to help him block Xiao Qian's attack. The gray-clad man who was smashed deep into the snow, screamed like a wolf's, in so much pain that he wanted to die. Of course Xiaochen could not kill the princes. At the very least he could not kill the 10th prince. However, letting the 10th prince off so easily was not Xiaochen's style. Xiaochen said calmly, "If you are not willing, I will send you away now." This punch was called Leaderless Dragons. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon crossed time and space, descending in all directions. A gigantic hand shot out electric light from its palm. With the support of the Tao domain, the 5-element divine lightning materialized a small world. Xiaochen. The 10th prince went berserk, feeling extremely dissatisfied. He was the first to arrive at the ice inheritance. The moment he saw it, he had already determined that the ice inheritance belonged to him. This is endless. Chapter 2283. A good show played out in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. A huge light screen in the imperial palace's drill ground showed the scenes there. Under the control of the imperial ancestral temple's imperial patriarchs, the various feudal lords and powerhouses could see what was happening on the light screen. The 13th prince is really incredible. He split his forces into 3 groups and already conquered 4 inferior grade inheritances. Wang Yi's guests were all outstanding talents with great desolate Aeon bloodlines. They held a huge advantage when they first entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The other prince's guests endured the spatial pressure and did not dare to clash head-on with the 13th prince for now. Most of them chose to avoid the spatial pressure. The spatial pressure in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was simply too great. The ever-present great desolate Aeon aura prevented people from bringing out even 50% of their strength. They could only wait until they gathered sufficient dragon essence and gradually adapted to the spatial pressure. The first prince is really lucky. To think that he found a superior grade inheritance. The light screen showed that the first prince was leading Zui Yu and the others in attacking an inheritance whose dragon luck was clearly stronger than that of the other places. However, whether the first prince was lucky or the imperial ancestral temple's imperial patriarchs provided sufficient insider information, everyone understood. The 4th prince is really unlucky. He could not find an inheritance and can only hunt demonic beasts. I don't think he can last this round. Hey, what's wrong with the 10th prince? His luck actually decreased by half. He is in the snowy region. If I recall correctly, no one has entered the ice inheritance there. It is one of the most complete inheritances in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. What's going on? The ice inheritance is gone. When the light screen showed the 10th prince, Xiaochen happened to have already left, so no one noticed. The light screen only showed the 10th prince's pale face and dispirited face, as well as the collapsed ancient hall behind him. What a fellow. Who exactly got such a great bargain? Although this ice inheritance is a medial grade inheritance, it is complete. If one can obtain it, it will be even more valuable than a superior grade inheritance. Although a superior grade inheritance was of a higher grade, it was hard to say for sure that no one managed to enter it in the succession race. It was hard to say how many things could be left for the later generations. Given this, the value of a complete inheritance became clear. At the summit of a snowy mountain in the vast snowy region, Xiaochen stood on the summit, facing the wind and snow as he looked at the scarlet blood rose in his hand. He had to choose between the ice inheritance and the ice great Tao. Without a doubt, Xiaochen chose the latter. Let's take out the dragon jade first. Any treasure in the inheritance contained dragon essence. Furthermore, it contained more dragon essence than the average demonic beast. When the jade strip absorbed the dragon essence in the scarlet rose, Xiaochen felt that the dragon essence in the jade strip had increased by half. The rose contained dragon essence, which was slightly more than the dragon essence that the 10th prince had given him. In the jade slip, the dragon essence was sparkling and translucent like an immortal spring. In the next moment, the dragon essence that was being nurtured within suddenly took form and leaped out. It swam up and down around the jade scroll. Xiaochen reached out and held the jade strip in his hand. He immediately felt the spatial pressure of the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb vanish. I didn't expect to collect a dragon shadow so quickly. Xiaochen revealed a look of joy on his face. Being able to collect dragon essence so quickly was indeed a great surprise to him. As far as he knew, it should be rather difficult to collect a dragon shadow. Dragon shadows would appear only when the amount of dragon essence reached a certain level. The more dragon shadows around the jade strip, the more luck there was. It's time to absorb the ice great Tao in it. Xiaochen muttered to himself after putting away the jade strip. Compared to the dragon essence, the ice great Tao that the scarlet rose represented filled Xiaochen with even more anticipation. Right now, Xiaochen's ice great Tao had already reached the second layer. He looked forward to absorbing this scarlet rose to see how much it would improve. Of course, the most important thing was to comprehend the white-clad Yen Emperor's understanding of the Ice Great Tao. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and grasped the rose tightly. The thorns on the rose pierced his palm, connecting with his blood. The bright red roses, watered by the blood, were as beautiful as blood, giving off a strange light in this vast snowy region. Boom! Suddenly the rose disappeared, turning into bright flower petals that filled the air, flying together with the snow. The wind was unclear. Would it be a rain of roses or a bloodbath? Xiao Qin closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Then he slowly spread out the Ice Tao domain, filling the air with rose petals and snow. The rose petals turned into motes of light and entered Xiao Qian's body. While Xiao Qin refined the ice inheritance, the other prince's guests did not remain idle. Yellow sand flew everywhere and sand dunes rose and fell. The mysterious black-clad man who had parted ways with the first prince wandered aimlessly in a sea of sand. This black-clad man wore half a mask, and his strange left eye flickered with a deep blue light. No one dared to look directly at him. It felt like if one looked at him for too long, one's soul would sink into it. Many ferocious beasts lived in the sea of sand. Occasionally, one could see guests who could not find the inheritance hunting them. Stop right there. Hand over all the dragon essence you collected. Just at this moment, two people rushed out from behind and one of them shouted loudly. The many princes' guests came from all walks of life. After coming to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, they revealed some of their bad habits. The black-clad man remained expressionless when he heard that. He silently turned around and glanced at the two. The scarlet cross in the depths of the black-clad man's left eye flickered with a weak light. The two three-veined sovereign emperors preparing to rob the black-clad man immediately felt a chill in their faces. Horror inexplicably welled up in their hearts. Plop, plop. The heart of the short-haired man on the right beat increasingly fast, so fast that he could not control it. He felt something choking his throat. His breathing turned ragged and he could not speak. Suddenly, without any warning, blood oozed out of that person's 7 orifices, and his heart leaped out of his chest. That person died on the spot, his eyes wide open. Before he died, he seemed to have suffered boundless torture, his eyes filled with boundless horror. Ah! The remaining three-veined sovereign emperor screamed in fright, trembling as he looked at the black-clad man. Such a scene was completely beyond his understanding. Boom! In his desperation, the black-clad man's aura surged, hating that he could not use up all his divine energy. The black-clad man ruthlessly threw a palm strike. The force of this palm strike gathered his divine energy, soul energy, and Tao domain, turning it into a fiercely burning eagle claw. This claw tore through the sky, and intense flames surged into the sky. Even a 4-veined sovereign emperor had to deal with it cautiously, not getting careless. This was the peak strike of this black-clad man out of extreme fear. He wanted to use this to buy himself some time to flee. Whoosh! The scarlet cross in the depths of the black-clad man's left eye spun frantically. In the next moment, something strange happened. The blazing eagle claw that seemed to be able to tear apart a small world got swallowed up by the black-clad man's left eye. There was no sound, no trace left. That black-clad man was utterly stunned. He even forgot to flee. When that black-clad man startled awake, he screamed and turned around to flee. However, just as he turned around, a strong suction came from him, and his entire body moved back. No matter how he struggled, he could not resist. That black-clad man could only grab at the air helplessly. Then the wild, berserk energy pulled him into the black-clad man's left eye. Crack, crack. The black-clad man's left eye seemed to contain a powerful, ferocious beast. After it swallowed up that black-clad man, it gave off cracking sounds. The surroundings were so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. If someone heard these cracking sounds, they would definitely be horrified, not understanding what was going on. 2 three-veined sovereign emperors died silently in the eyes of the black-clad man called Shi. One was frightened to death and the other was swallowed alive. However, all this seemed insignificant in the black-clad man's eyes. The black-clad man's expression did not change at all. He turned around and continued strolling through the desert, heading for the place where the sun set. After a while, under the afterglow of the huge setting sun, the black-clad man finally saw the person he wanted to see, Yen Sangming. Zhen Yuan stood at Yen Sangming's side, hugging a saber as he stood at the side with his eyes half closed. Zhen Yuan did not look at the black-clad man, not even glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. The afterglow still shone on his face. "Brother Yen, we meet again." The black-clad man's expression finally changed when he saw Yen Sangming. Then he revealed a faint smile. Lord Shi. Yen Sangming performed a cupped fist salute and bowed slightly, expressing his respect for this person. Brother Yen, you are still as polite as before. You know when to advance and when to retreat. How about it? Have you considered what I told you before you came? The black-clad man asked indifferently, not minding it. Yen Sangming said after some thought, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Lord Shi. I will not give this ethereal immortal palace key to anyone. However, I have never been disrespectful to Lord Shi, much less dare to be an enemy. Boom. The black-clad man's gaze sank and his eyelids drooped slightly. Immediately, it felt like the sky pressed down heavily under his gaze. Even the huge setting sun seemed small above his head. Zhen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, which had been closed all this while. Zhen Yuan's right hand inadvertently grasped his saber's hilt. Mysterious black patterns appeared on Yen Sangming's face, looking like dragon scales and looking somewhat sinister. Black death chi spread out from Yen Sangming's body, squirming like it was alive. However, Yen Sangming's expression did not change, and there was no hostility in his eyes. All of a sudden, all the pressure was swept away. The black-clad man's lips curled up. With this smile, the demonic clouds for 5,000 kilometers around scattered, and the setting sun turned bright. Brother Yen, I have always treated you as a friend. How can you say such a thing? Even if you hold enmity for me, you will still be my friend. It is normal for friends to misunderstand each other. The black-clad man paused for a moment. Then he suddenly shifted his gaze to the sky and said, However, this friend, there is no point in hiding. Hey, where are you looking at? I'm behind you. The black-clad man's expression changed slightly. When he turned around, he saw a person leaping out of the setting sun. This person appeared out of nowhere with an indistinct smile on his face. He had a calm expression and carried a sword on his back. Chapter 2284. The appearance of this person in the sun surprised the black-clad man. To think that he could not grasp the other party's position. The black-clad man could not help showing some doubt. The black-clad man was very confident in his perception. In that case, did this person teleport in an instant, or had he been hiding in this ancient Yen Emperor tomb's sun from the start to the end? Zhen Yuan and Yen Sangming exchanged glances. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, they somewhat understood why the black-clad man suddenly stopped. It must be because of this person. The black-clad man's background and strength were extremely horrifying. This was especially so for his eye technique, which inspired despair. I am certain that you are not among the prince's guests. Who are you? I'm really curious. The black-clad man quickly recovered his calm as he spoke indifferently. The Shuawu dynasty's first prince has been missing for more than 100 years. In the past decade, he appeared in the demonic Dao Hall. Rumor has it that he was born with a demonic eye that can plunge one into boundless fear. It can swallow up everything in the world, even bloodlines and souls. The person who arrived did not answer the black-clad man. Instead, he enunciated every word before continuing, This prince's name is Shi. The demonic Dao Hall has already designated him as the Shuawu dynasty's crown prince. However, he remains extremely low profile. Even within the Shuawu dynasty, few people know about him. Ah, it looks like you understand a lot about me. The black-clad man did not deny it. He smiled faintly and said, However, I already know who you are. You are the universe origin sex Dao Scion Chu Chaoyin, a shocking genius who comprehended the primal chaos great bandit. You have answered my doubts about why I could not determine your location. Might I ask out of turn? Your primal chaos great Dao can confuse space, but can it confuse time? Chu Chaoyin smiled and countered, Why don't you guess? There's no need to guess. If you cannot, you can just die. A scarlet cross appeared in the black-clad man's eyes. Chu Chaoyin's expression immediately changed, and his figure slowly turned blurry in the air. Yen Sangming felt slightly stunned. Then he suddenly understood something and looked around. He saw Chu Chaoyin's figure appear where the black-clad man first determined Chu Chaoyin's location. However, the moment he appeared, his figure turned blurry again. Where is he? Yen Sangming looked around. He discovered that every time he locked onto Chu Chaoyin, space would turn chaotic for some reason, disappearing from his vision. His figure continued to blur as he went further and further away. You can't escape. Since I've discovered your secret, there's no reason for me to let you go. The man in black snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the front. The blood-colored cross in his left eye flickered with light and started to spin crazily like a cross on the ground. Whoosh! The space in the surroundings twisted, and the space in the sky, the ground, the front, the back, the left, and the right, there were no blind spots, were all sucked in by his left eye. No matter how Chu Chaoyun's figure flashed in the distorted space, he could not avoid it. In the distorted space, blurry figures were being sucked toward the left eye of the man in black. Because there was no dead angle at all. The black-clothed man stood on the spot, and everything in the space around him was devoured by his left eye. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly, and he stopped running. The thousands of figures in the distorted space merged together, revealing his true body. At the same time, Chu Chaoyun quickly formed hand seals with both hands, showing a grave expression. At the critical moment, Chu Chaoyun's body released a weak light. That was the primal chaos Dao domain. The instant this weak primal chaos Dao domain was brought out, divine characters appeared in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. His eyes shone with an extremely resplendent golden light. The heavenly flame covering Chu Chaoyun's body looked like glass, resplendent and crystalline. That flame gave off an ancient aura, breaking through the barriers of countless epochs. Whoosh! The flame flowed through the distorted space like silver light, surging into the black-clothed man's left eye. The surrounding distorted space instantly recovered. Blood leaked out of Chu Chaoyun's lips as he took the opportunity to flee. The black-clothed man's expression did not change as he looked coldly in the direction that Chu Chaoyun had taken. Everywhere the black-clothed man passed, space turned chaotic and layered over. The black-clothed man could not lock onto Chu Chaoyun's figure at all. Consider yourself lucky. The black-clothed man looked around and fixed his gaze on Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan, who were not far away. Then his expression immediately changed. He smiled and said, "How embarrassing. I could not even trap an insignificant primal chaos Dao disciple. I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Yen." The strength that Chu Chaoyun displayed earlier was not an ordinary kind of horrifying. Just that technique of distorting space alone was enough to make Chu Chaoyun tremble. Just that move alone gave Yen Songming a headache. However, before the black-clothed man he could only flee. Although it was embarrassing, Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan did not think that Xiao Chen was weak. Yen Songming said softly, "Lord, she really knows how to joke." This primal chaos Dao disciple could not even retaliate before Lord Shi. He could only flee. Lord Shi probably did not even bring out 1,000th of his strength. When the black-clothed man heard that, he guffawed endlessly. This strange laughter was completely unfathomable. Yen Songming smiled embarrassedly. However, he felt somewhat uncertain in his heart. He did not know what this black-clothed man was up to. "Brother Yen, you are a smart person. That's why I like making friends with you. It is understandable for friends to have some misunderstandings." The black-clothed man stopped smiling and looked meaningfully at Yen Songming. Yen Songming nodded and said, "Lord, she is right. Good. In that case I will not beat around the bush. I will not insist on the ethereal immortal palace key in your hand. There is no need for me to tell you how to express yourself, right?" The black-clothed man said calmly, giving off an unquestionable air. After some thought, Yen Songming said, "If the ethereal immortal palace appears, I will definitely stand on Lord Shi's side." The black-clothed man smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on Zhen Yuan. The black-clothed man revealed a playful expression as he said softly, "I sense fear in you. How interesting." After saying that, the black-clothed man shook his head and turned to leave. The black-clothed man's final words shocked Yen Songming. Yen Songming sent a voice projection. "Zhen Yuan, did he discover your secret?" "It's hard to say. However, he is skilled in the fear Dao, even fear itself. It is hard to say if he discovered anything. However, he will definitely not discover the Black Dragon King's secret." "That's good. Did you notice?" "Ha! He is injured." Zhen Yuan's expression changed slightly. Then he looked at Yen Songming and frowned. "Are you sure?" Yen Songming's earlier respectful attitude vanished. He said coldly, "I saw it very clearly. Earlier, that primal chaos true sun did not fluster in the face of danger. At the moment of life and death, he forcefully drove his primal chaos Dao domain and brought out the might of a true god's true flame. She's heaven-swallowing demonic eye is said to be able to consume everything in the world. However, that primal chaos true flame is also said to be able to burn everything in the world to ashes." Zhen Yuan's eyes lit up. "That is really good news. I keep feeling that he is an undefeatable existence. Even if I bring out my full power, I can only severely injure him." Yen Songming said seriously, "This is one of his means. He wants to portray himself as undefeatable, planting the seed of fear in the hearts of everyone who comes into contact with him. The longer one interacts with him, the harder it is to defeat him. We have to thank this primal chaos true sun for breaking the seed that she planted in our hearts. Zhen Yuan sighed, fear is truly incomprehensible. Ah, there is no need to care about that. The two of us only need to know that he has openings as well. Come, let's meet up with the sixth prince. Right? Yen Sangming and Zhen Yuan immediately left, not wanting to linger. Chu Chaoyan. On the other side, the distant black-clad man muttered to himself with his eyes closed and the yellow sand filling the air. Black blood dripped down from his left eye along the half of his mask. Drip. The instant the blood landed on the yellow sand, all the spiritual energy and life force within 5,000 kilometers were swallowed up by this drop of black blood. Following that, the yellow sand filled the air, losing all life force. The surrounding 5,000 kilometers turned into a black desert. At a glance, one would think that the black blood had assimilated the desert. When the black-clad man opened his eyes again, a golden flame came out of his left eye. The black-clad man's pale complexion slowly recovered its color. As he looked at these flames, he revealed a look of disgust. Yen Sangming, I hope you don't think too highly of yourself. The black-clad man snorted coldly and soared into the air, turning into a black cloud that vanished into the horizon. Chapter 2285. 2 days later, at the summit of a snowy mountain, Xiao Qin, who had already completely refined the scarlet rose, opened his eyes, and his Dao might immediately soared. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Xiao Qin's ice Dao domain rose by 2 layers, reaching the 4th layer. The boundless benefits of the ice inheritance far surpassed Xiao Qin's expectations, allowing him to gain a lot. Flowers bloomed before Xiao Qin's eyes, and heavy snow drifted before him. With a thought, the radiating Dao domain turned into a cold light and withdrew. The Dao domain condensed in Xiao Qin's hand, turning into a glistening scarlet rose. Xiao Qin casually waved his hand, and the rose scattered, turning into petals dancing in the air. Xiao Qin's lips curled up in a satisfied smile. By relying on the white-clad Yen Emperor's inheritance, Xiao Qin could instantly control the strengthened 4th-layer Ice Dao domain as he pleased. With a thought, he could condense the 4th-layer Ice Dao domain into a rose on his palm. With another movement, he could easily spread out the 4th-layer Ice Dao domain, turning it into a rain of petals, forming a special field. It's time to search for other inheritances. After tasting the benefits, Xiao Qin decided to continue searching for inheritances. Either he did not search or he went to superior-grade inheritances. Only then could he gain something. However, he would probably have to go to a huge battle after this. 5 days had passed in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Most of the guests had already adapted to the spatial pressure here, and with the dragon essence they had collected, furthermore, they had collected dragon essence and could no longer bring out less than 50% of their strength. Xiao Qin executed the heavenly eye, and a vertical eye flew out from his forehead and hovered in the air. Xiao Qin used the heavenly eye to look into the distance. He saw many things that others could not see. Others were conquering those inheritances, and no one was interested in those inheritances. He could also see it clearly, which could avoid a lot of trouble and save him a lot of time. After a while, Xiao Qin withdrew the heavenly eye. Then he grasped the jade strip and checked the map of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The inheritances in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb were left by the previous Yen Emperors. The closer one was to the center, the more dangerous it would be. However, the level of the inheritances would also increase. Most importantly, the native ferocious beasts were stronger. Aside from this, there were many forbidden lands in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The so-called forbidden lands were places that even the imperial ancestral temple could not figure out. 9 out of 10 people would die after entering. Where should I go? Unlike the jade slips of the other princes, Xiao Qin's jade slips did not contain much additional information. For example, the first prince knew of some superior legacies that others did not know about, so he could easily make his choice. If it were Xiao Qin, things would not be so simple. How to judge was crucial. Let's do it here. Our target is the Thunder Flame inheritance. Just now, I saw some of the prince's guests coming out with dejected expressions. I think they failed to break through. Xiao Qin made his choice based on the information he saw with the heavenly insight god eye. All the previous Yen emperors of the Yenwu dynasty were swordsmen. Most of them were good at the fire Dao. There were also many geniuses who grasped 2 types of great Daos at the same time and could combine them perfectly. The Thunder Flame inheritance was such a place, the Thunder Dao and the Fire Dao. The demon blood vulture appeared, and Xiao Qin leaped into the air and landed on it. 4 days later, the Thunder Flame inheritance appeared before Xiao Qin. From the outside, it looked like a vast and imposing palace. There were many signs of battle nearby. Clearly, this Thunder Flame inheritance was a juicy piece of meat that several princes intended to occupy. However, it did not seem that easy to deal with. Thunderclouds covered the ceiling of the palace. Occasionally, lightning bolts descended. When the lightning landed, it immediately burned, scorching the surrounding 5,000 kilometers around the palace. Without a certain level of strength, it would be difficult to enter. Someone is coming? Xiao Qin frowned slightly. In the next moment, he turned into a purple electric mark and instantly vanished. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, 3 figures descended from the sky. A horrifying emperor's might instantly spread out. Xiao Qin saw from the shadows that the 13th prince's guests had also charged into this inheritance. 2 of the 3 middle-aged men gave off the aura of a golden dragon. They were horrifying 4 vain sovereign emperors. These 2 were called Qin Yu and Qin Liang. They were the dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming's paternal uncles. The other person was even stronger, actually a 5 vain sovereign emperor. This person's eyes filled with wildness. He was the Heavenly Wolf Empire's expert, Tuoba Yun. The 13th prince's guests split into 3 groups, sweeping through everything before them. The 3 of them were one of the groups. They had already conquered several inheritances. Then they targeted the Thunder Flame inheritance, which had already troubled several princes. There seemed to be someone earlier? Tuoba Yun showed a calm gaze as he cautiously sized up the surroundings, using his soul energy to sense. After some thought, Qin Yu said, "I saw it as well. However, I only saw a vague figure that looked like someone." A sinister light flashed in Qin Liang's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "It's Xiao Qin. He is the person that the purple gold dragon emperor wanted to kill. He should have sensed us coming and entered first, or he is hiding. In that case, there is no need to care about him. He is just a mere 2 vain sovereign emperor. He is not a threat." As a 5 vain sovereign emperor, Tuoba Yun was qualified to say that. Right. If he dares to show himself, he. The 3 did not say anything more. They ignored the descending thunder flame as they strode towards the palace. This is somewhat problematic. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. The 3 were all great perfection sovereign emperors. This was especially so for Tuoba Yun, a 5 vain sovereign emperor. The most crucial thing was that there were 2 golden dragon race great perfection sovereign emperors. Xiao Qin had a deep grudge with the golden dragon bloodline, nearly to the point where they would not rest until one side was dead. Everyone in the golden dragon bloodline viewed Xiao Qin as a thorn in their flesh, wishing to get rid of him as soon as possible. Never mind. I have to obtain the Thunder Flame inheritance. A cold look flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. As for the 2 golden dragon race great perfection sovereign emperors, he had to kill them once he made a move. Xiao Qin gently pushed off with his feet and entered within 5,000 kilometers of the palace. Moving as light as a swallow, Xiao Qin weaved through the thousands of thunder flames as he pleased. Soon he entered the palace. Indeed, there was a world inside. Only a metal bridge connected the 2 ends of the vast space. The bottom was a horrifying pitch-black abyss. The end of the bridge led to an unknown place. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of the metal chains reverberated endlessly in the dark space. Thunder roared endlessly in the depths of Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness, shocking him. Fortunately, Xiao Qin's divine seal was strong and did not get affected. He walked steadily on the bridge, not flustered. After he was done, he entered another passageway. Using the light from the lamps on the walls, Xiao Qin turned his head back to look. He discovered that the bottom of the metal chains was filled with green thunder flames burning endlessly. Piles of white bones floated on the surface of the thunder flames. These were all sovereign emperors who had fallen from the metal chains. This looked like a simple path, but so many people died during experiential training. Bona fide sovereign emperors died here. This was truly lamentable. Sovereign emperors had tested it before, and it was already comparable to divine materials. After being burned by the thunder flames for thousands of years, it gave off a jade-green light. There's sound? Soft footsteps rang out, startling Xiao Qin slightly. Damn it. We actually ran into the 8th prince's guests at the final step after much difficulty. Let's go. These 3 great perfection sovereign emperors are pretty good for not robbing us. Hee. I guess it is because they have conquered too many inheritances. That's why they do not care about our gains. After a while, a group of people appeared in front of Xiao Qin. This group was bustling with dispirited expressions, clearly in a bad mood. There were quite a number of people, at least a dozen of them. After failing to break through the Thunder Flame inheritance in a few one-on-one battles, the mercenaries from different factions decided to team up. Who could have imagined that they would run into Tuoba Yun's group of 3 and be chased out? Before strength they had no choice but to submit. Xiao Qin? Someone recognized Xiao Qin and was slightly stunned, clearly stunned. Nearly all the prince's guests had heard of Xiao Qin's name. It was not strange for someone to recognize him. Xiao Qin nodded slightly and said, "Excuse me." Then he continued walking forward. Just as Xiao Qin was halfway there, someone suddenly shouted coldly, "Stop! What advice do you have?" "Nothing much. I heard that you have a medial grade soul tool. You must have gained a lot in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, right? We would like to take a look." The one who spoke was a purple-clad, middle-aged man. Greed flashed in his eyes. Right after that person spoke, the others showed playful expressions. Although they belonged to different factions, they had formed an alliance before death. Even if Xiao Qin had a medial grade soul tool, it would still be easy to deal with a two-vein sovereign emperor. Wasn't it a piece of cake? They had the advantage in numbers and it wasn't a problem at all. Chapter 2286. The purple-clad, middle-aged man's name was Zhang Ping. He was the 18th prince's guest, a peak three-vein cultivator. Those who could cultivate to sovereign emperor before 500 years old were incredible existences. Those who could cultivate to three-vein sovereign emperor could be considered outstanding talents, considered experts in Yen City. However, among the many prince's guests, Zhang Ping could only be considered average. After being chased away by the 13th prince's three guests, Zhang Ping felt frustrated. When he suddenly saw Xiao Qin, he immediately had a bad idea. Zhang Ping immediately had a bad idea. Under Zhang Ye's instigation, the greed in these people's hearts stirred. Relying on their numbers, they became even more ferocious. What's wrong? Is young Master Xiao not willing? In that case, don't blame us for bullying you. You are still young and should not be willing to leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb so early, right? The purple-clad, middle-aged man, Zhang Ping, smiled mischievously. He thought that he had grasped Xiao Qian's weakness, certain that Xiao Qian would not dare to resist. When Xiao Qian heard that, he smiled instead of getting angry. After some thought, he said, "With your delay, I probably will not be able to obtain much benefit from this Thunder Flame inheritance. Never mind. I'll just take some losses from you." "Brat, you must be dreaming." A two-vein sovereign emperor with a fiery temper charged out of the crowd. This person was a three-vein sovereign emperor with a stocky build. With one look, it was clear that he cultivated a special body-tempering cultivation technique. "This grandpa will teach you a lesson." Star-breaking fist. Boom. The instant the man clenched his fist, an explosive force shot out. A strong wind howled like a saber. However, this man's fist light was even faster than the strong wind. He moved like lightning as he punched. As its name suggested, the star-breaking fist could shatter an average-sized star in the outside world when practiced to its peak. Given this man's cultivation, he had clearly practiced this fist to its peak. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could shatter a star in the outside world. Flickering lantern flames appeared in Xiao Qian's eyes as he instantly executed the candle dragon eyes. A candle dragon head image behind Xiao Qian opened at the same time. Then a formless ice flame entered the man's body. The man's explosive speed slowed down before Xiao Qian. "Kneel." When he got close, Xiao Qian let out a cold shout and lifted his leg to crush his knee. With a miserable shriek, the burly man fell to his knees in front of Xiao Qian. The ice flames swept through his limbs, bones, internal organs and soul pool, causing him so much pain that he wished he were dead. Xiao Qin, who already possessed the fourth layer Ice Dao domain, executed the candle dragon eyes. Its might was already incomparable to before. Xiao Qin subdued a three-vein sovereign emperor with one kick. Horror flashed in the eyes of the other guests. Their hearts trembled. Xiao Qian's strength clearly surpassed their expectations. "I forfeit." The man kneeling on the ground couldn't stand the pain of the ice flames, and he couldn't focus on healing in front of Xiao Qian, so he was forced to give up. "Everyone hand over a treasure and transfer half of your dragon essence to me. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Xiao Qian swept his gaze across the crowd of guests who wanted to rob him and shouted coldly, "Everyone don't panic. No matter how strong he is just one person. If we attack together, even if a few of us die, we can still subdue him." The purple-clad, middle-aged man who spoke first shouted when he saw the situation, trying to boost morale. That was not wrong. Xiao Qian could not defeat so many sovereign emperors. However, the purple-clad, middle-aged man forgot one thing. If Xiao Qian wanted to leave, even if there were twice as many people, they could not stop him. Xiao Qian was born undefeatable. However, this group of people belonged to different princes. How could they dare to risk their lives to surround and attack Xiao Qian? Wishful thinking. Damn it. Zhang Ping raged in his heart. He knew that if he did not take the lead and delay Xiao Qin, the others would not make a move. Xiao Qin, don't be arrogant. Whoosh. A saber light appeared and Zhang Ping took the lead to charge at Xiao Qin. A sharp saber light instantly encased Xiao Qin. Zhang Ping did not dare to be careless, not holding anything back. He merged his divine energy, soul energy, and Dao domain. He brought out everything he learned in his life into these saber lights. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Xiao Qin should not have executed his saber techniques before someone who comprehended the saber great Dao. This was simply making a fool of himself. You have not even comprehended the saber Dao domain, and yet you dare to draw your saber before me? Who gave you the courage? Xiao Qin mocked. He did not make a move, just casually walking around the saber lights that he saw as full of openings. Immediately, the boundlessly ferocious and tyrannical saber technique that others saw as boundlessly tyrannical moved. Xiao Qin looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, not even staining his clothes. Seeing that someone was fleeing quietly, Xiao Qin stopped wasting time with them. He placed his right hand on the scabbard on his back and said coldly, "The saber is not for you to play with." Clang. Xiao Qin drew the tyrant's saber with the support of the saber Dao domain. It easily shattered Zhang Ping's vast saber technique. Then the tyrant's saber hacked down heavily. Clang. The saber in Zhang Ping's hand flew away. Zhang Ping could not resist the huge force at all, instantly falling to the ground. Lie down for a while longer. Without even looking at Zhang Ping, Xiao Qin spun the tyrant's saber around and stabbed it back. The tyrant's saber pierced Zhang Ping's chest amid a startled cry, pinning him to the ground. At the same time, the god Shadow Bao appeared in Xiao Qian's hand. He released his divine seal, drew back the bowstring and released an arrow. The arrow pierced the hearts of the two sovereign emperors who had already stepped onto the metal chains, causing them to fall. Even 5 vain sovereign emperors could not block the horrifying thunder flame below. Naturally, only death awaited the two. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? The bow in my hand is called God's Shadow. Even a great perfection sovereign emperor would find it hard to block this arrow of mine. There is only one way out. If you dare, you can give it a try. Xiao Qin spoke with a relaxed tone. His tone did not sound like that of a too vain sovereign emperor. The group of guests was stupefied when they saw this. With a raise of his hand, Xiao Qin easily took down 2-3 vain sovereign emperors. The combat prowess he showed already rivaled that of a 5 vain sovereign emperors. Let me go and I'll give you a treasure. This is my jade strip. Zhang Ping grasped the tyrant's saber with both hands. Electric light flickered on the saber, but he could not pull it out of his chest. He fell into utter despair. The first to submit to Xiao Qin was to say that Xiao Qin was unwilling to leave the ancient tomb. However, the one who was truly unwilling was Zhang Ping himself. With the example of Zhang Ping and the body-tempering man and the deterrence of the god Shadow Bao, this group of people had no choice but to submit. This group of people felt so regretful that their intestines turned green. They even cursed Zhang Ping's 18 generations of ancestors in their hearts. Everything was fine. Just let Xiao Qin walk over. Why did you stop the other party? After this group of people left, Xiao Qin looked at the watery and heavy jade strip and revealed a satisfied smile. Another dragon image swam around the jade strip. As for the treasures, there was an even greater pile. There were rare great desolate Ian herbs, ancient divine materials and ferocious beast souls. Even if Xiao Qin could not obtain the Thunder Flame inheritance on this trip, he had already profited greatly. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will repay them tenfold. Xiao Qin put away these treasures with a peace of mind. Then he tightly grasped the jade strip and turned to head into the depths of the palace. After looking at the god Shadow Bao in his hand, Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then he took out the death god mask and wore it. In that instant, Xiao Qin's aura vanished, becoming one with the darkness. There were 2 4 vain sovereign emperors and 1 5 vain sovereign emperor. They had the noblest backgrounds and outstanding talent, possessing great desolate Ian bloodlines. The motley crew from earlier could not compare to these 3. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. If Xiao Qin could deal with or severely injure one of them, it would be much easier to fight. In the depths of the Thunder Flame inheritance, Tuoba Yun, Qin Yu and Qin Liang fought a group of Thunder Devils and Flame Devils. The Thunder Devils and Flame Devils did not have bodies of flesh and blood. They were spirits born in the world and did not have high intelligence. However, they were hard to destroy and possessed horrifying destructive power. The most troublesome thing was that if one could not kill these Thunder Devils and Flame Devils in one strike, they would quickly revive. Hence, the Thunder Flame inheritance blocked the attacks of the many princes, not breaking through. However, it was hard to say now that the three met Tuoba Yun's group. These three truly lived up to being elite sovereign emperors carefully selected from the 8 great empires. They did not show any fear when facing the many thunder devils and flame devils. Nearly all of them killed in one strike. Occasionally, an expert could not kill in one strike. Another person would quickly make up for it, working well together. As for the Heavenly Wolf Empire's Tuoba Yun, he was even more incredible. He was currently fighting a mutated ferocious spirit alone. This ferocious spirit seemed to be a combination of a thunder devil and a flame devil. Half of its body flickered with electric light, and the other half was filled with surging flames. When the two merged, the ferocious spirit could switch between them as it pleased. With the support of the 2 Dao domains, it could bring out a Dao might close to the 9th layer. Even so, Tuoba Yun dealt with it very easily, appearing calm and at ease. It seemed like Tuoba Yun did not want to spend too much effort. He wanted to wait for Qin Yu and Qin Liang to finish off the other ferocious spirits before the three worked together to kill it. As the three fought intensely, they did not notice a figure merging into the darkness and observing for a long time. Tuoba Yun cannot move. Clearly he is holding back. The god Shadow Bao might not be able to hit him. I can only target Qin Yu or Qin Liang. Xiao Qin, who had been observing for a long time, already made up his mind. He drew the bowstring and the heart flame burned, filling the arrow with arrows. Chapter 2287. Xiao Qin released his divine seal and infused his soul energy into the bow. The instant the heart flame filled the arrow, he let go. Whoosh! Nearly at the same time Xiao Qin let go, Qin Yu, who was preparing to kill a lightning fiend, felt his chest explode. A bowl-sized hole appeared in Qin Yu's chest, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The heart flame in the arrow entered the wound and corroded Qin Yu's entire body. His mind shook, and the divine seal in his soul pool flickered and dimmed. A large amount of soul energy leaked out uncontrollably. Pah! The lightning fiend fighting Qin Yu did not even think before throwing a palm strike. The instant the wriggling purple palm struck Qin Yu's head, lightning fell from the sky at the same time. Boom! The severely injured Qin Yu, who was already on the verge of death, died on the spot. His soul scattered and he no longer showed any signs of life. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The pitiful Qin Yu did not even have time to bring out his great desolate Ian bloodline or his many life-saving treasures. He died just like that. Second brother. Not far away, Qin Liang was stunned for a long time when he saw this scene. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment Xiao Qin let go to Qin Yu's death, only 2 breaths had passed. Qin Liang could not save Qin Yu in time even if he wanted to. He could only watch as Qin Yu's corpse turned into a pile of mush. The lightning fiends continued to strike Qin Yu, a tragic sight to behold. After this arrow was shot, unless Xiao Qin left immediately, he would definitely expose himself if he remained here. Xiao Qin took off the death god mask and slowly revealed himself from the darkness. Qin Liang, who startled awake, narrowly dodged the attacks of the lightning fiends and the flame fiends. When he saw Xiao Qin's true appearance, he was enraged. Xiao Qin! You mixed blood dragon, how dare you kill my second brother? The alloy dragon armor appeared. Xiao Qin showed a calm expression, unperturbed. Back in the Divine Dragon Empire, the Golden Dragon bloodline had nearly driven him into a corner. After he managed to escape with great difficulty, he still suffered 2 fatal assassinations. Each time his life hung by a thread. Since Xiao Qin met this Golden Dragon expert, how could he show mercy? Should he wait for the other party to kill him? Impossible. Don't worry, you'll be accompanying him soon. Electric light flickered as silver battle armor covered Xiao Qin's entire body. Purple dragon patterns adorned the armor, and a reverse scale pendant hung on his forehead. After activating the alloy dragon armor, Xiao Qin's aura surged, and his entire aura changed. The withdrawn sharpness was completely revealed. Dragon might spread out, looking solid. Humph, I didn't come looking for you, but you actually delivered yourself to me. You're courting death. Seeing that not only did Xiao Qin not run, but he was charging towards him instead, Qin Liang laughed sinisterly. A set of golden dragon armor appeared. It looked dazzling with golden light, and dragon silhouettes flew around. However, compared to Xiao Qin's combined dragon armor, it was clearly much weaker. Tuoba Yun, who was currently fighting the Thunder Flame Devil, frowned slightly. He wanted to help. However, he could not be careless with the Thundercliff demonic fiend before him. It was not something that he could escape just because he wanted to. If he left and waited for it to return to its peak, all its previous efforts would have been in vain. With this thought, Tuoba Yun stopped holding back and attacked with all his might. He planned to quickly deal with the Thunder Flame Devil before helping Qin Liang deal with Xiao Chen. Furthermore, in Tuoba Yun's opinion, if not for a sneak attack, Xiao Chen might not have been able to kill Qin Yu. At the very least, Xiao Chen would not lose to Qin Liang in a head-on clash. One thought could change many things. With this thought, Qin Yu's fate was already decided. Emperor Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen and Qin Yu quickly clashed. Dragon roars rang out and dragon images flew everywhere. One side executed the Golden Dragon Race's Emperor Dragon Fist, and the other executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Emperor Dragon Fist was known as the Dragon Race's top offensive technique. Among all fist techniques, no one could match it. However, the prerequisite was that the Supreme Dragon Fist did not appear. In a few breaths, the two exchanged 100 moves. With every punch and every move, Qin Yu actually ended up at a disadvantage. No matter what he did, he could not reverse the situation. The most crucial thing was that Xiao Chen completely suppressed his Golden Dragon might. The Golden Dragon in his body did not even dare to raise its head. Qin Yu immediately felt somewhat flustered. The Golden Divine Dragon was the strongest of the Divine Dragon bloodlines. Aside from the Heaven Dragon, what other dragon race bloodline could suppress it? However, Qin Yu did not know that Xiao Chen had the Blue Dragon bloodline. Furthermore, he had the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline conferred by the Royal Genealogy. You are just an insignificant mixed blood dragon, and you dare to be impudent. Back off. Qin Yu shouted, giving up on fighting Xiao Chen with his fist technique. Then he took out a sword radiating an Emperor Dragon might. This was an inferior grade soul tool. The most crucial thing was that it contained the Divine Dragon Empire's Emperor Dragon might. This sword was far from what an ordinary inferior grade soul tool could compare to. The dazzling sword gave off a bright light. A vague image of countless dragon images kneeling and worshipping appeared amid the light, recounting the tens of thousands of years of glory of a legendary race. With the support of the Emperor Dragon might, Xiao Chen felt a mountain-like pressure. He actually felt an urge to submit. This was the reverence the dragon race bloodline had for their race's dragon emperor. When facing this sword, it is like a dragon race disciple personally descending. You insignificant mixed blood dragon, why are you still not kneeling? Qin Yu revealed a cocky expression. He thought to himself, you are quite capable to be able to force me to draw this sword. However, it ends here. Ignorant. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. It is just a fake Holy Land, not the true Emperor Dragon Sword. Instead of dodging, Xiao Chen advanced instead of retreating. Before Qin Yu's shocked gaze, he drew the soul tool Heavenly Slayer. Dang. The saber and sword clashed. Qin Yu, who wanted to salvage the situation, vomited a mouthful of blood and took another 3 steps back. His right hand, which held the sword, exploded. He lost all feeling in his arm. This is Heavenly Slayer, the soul tool of my dragon race's treasure trove. It has been missing for a long time. How did it end up in your hands? You speak too much. Qin Yu, who was already at a disadvantage, panicked. However, Xiao Chen did not give him a chance to speak. Using the might of Heavenly Slayer, Xiao Chen unleashed a sharp saber move. Oh no. Tuoba Yun, who was dealing with the Thunder Flame Devil, sensed the might of Heavenly Slayer. Then he looked at the two's battle. Tuoba Yun goggled. Qin Yu, a bona fide 4-vein sovereign emperor with the Golden Dragon bloodline, actually ended up in such a sorry state. Not to mention Qin Yu's body riddled with injuries, he even activated his bloodline. His situation did not change at all. However, during this moment of distraction, the shock waves of the Thunder Flame Devil's attack struck Tuoba Yun, shaking his soul and making his qi and blood surge. Damn it. Qin Yu felt helpless. The more anxious he became, the more chaotic he became. He was about to deal with the Thunder Flame Devil, but it ended up injuring him instead. Brother Tuoba, save me. The Emperor Dragon Sword flew out of Qin Yu's hand. Frightened out of his wits, he called out loudly. Resolving the mundane. Regardless of whether Tuoba Yun decided to make a move or not, Xiao Chen did not intend to let Qin Yu live. Even if Xiao Chen had to endure one of Tuoba Yun's attacks, he had to kill this person today. Since the mundane was resolved, it was eternal. Heavenly Slayer released an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he turned into an ancient Buddhist venerate. He had transformed into an ancient Buddha, and the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures had all vanished. All his obsession was in this saber strike. After losing the Emperor Dragon Sword and facing a killing move executed by a medial grade soul tool, even if he had 9 lives, he would not be able to survive. The instant the saber light chopped down, Qin Yu's defenses shattered layer by layer. Dissatisfaction filled Qin Yu's face and horror filled his eyes. However, he could not do anything, only watch as the saber descended. The saber completely shattered Qin Yu's physical body and soul. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and unhurriedly picked up the Emperor Dragon Sword replica and the jade strip containing the dragon essence the two left behind. Kaxie. At this moment, the Thunder Flame Devil finally died at Tuoba Yun's hands. Tuoba Yun grabbed a primal chaos pearl flickering with lightning and flame. It was very difficult for the Thunder Flame Devil and the Flame Devil to merge. Furthermore, they merged so perfectly. The Thunder Flame Devil left behind was definitely a supreme treasure. After Xiao Qin put away the Emperor Dragon Sword and the jade strip, he happened to meet the eyes of Tuoba Yun, who had turned around. There was no fear in Tuoba Yun's eyes at all, only calmness. It was like killing 2 four-vein sovereign emperors was nothing to be proud of in Xiao Qin's eyes. There was no joy or sorrow, just calmness. Tuoba Yun felt shocked in his heart. What a terrifying mental state. Fortunately, he did not take the risk to save Qin Yu earlier. Otherwise, if he had been severely injured by the Thunder Flame Devil's counterattack before its death, it would have been very difficult for him to face this youth. However, now, Tuoba Yun no longer had any worries. No matter how stunning the other party was, he had no chance of victory before his deep cultivation. Furthermore, Tuoba Yun still had many trump cards that he had not used yet. Earlier you had the chance to attack me, Tuoba Yun said indifferently, not in a rush to attack. Tuoba Yun did not rush to make a move. At the same time he calmly observed every detail of Xiao Qin's body. Tuoba Yun was referring to the instant Xiao Qin killed Qin Yu, before he finished off the Thunder Flame Devil. However, Xiao Qin did not grasp this excellent opportunity. Instead, he went to pick up the Emperor Dragon Sword and the jade strip the two left behind. There is no need. You have been holding back. Even though you decided to quickly kill the Thunder Flame Devil, you still have trump cards that you have not used. If I make a move, I will instantly suffer a lightning quick strike from you. As a 2-vein sovereign emperor, I cannot endure a peak strike from a 5-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Qin spoke with a calm expression, showing no openings. Tuoba Yun's expression changed slightly as he said coldly, "Since you know that you cannot defeat me, why are you still not scramming?" "Is that so? I did not say that. Naturally, I am not leaving because I want the Thunder Flame inheritance. You are very naive to think that you can monopolize it." Xiao Qin saw through the other party's thoughts, revealing a mocking expression. The instant Xiao Qin spoke, he opened his right hand, and a scarlet rose slowly bloomed on his palm. Whoosh! Xiao Qin's peak 4th layer Ice Dao domain instantly spread out. As snowflakes drifted down, a chill assaulted him. It's not over yet. The instant the snowflakes landed, resplendent electricity burst out of Xiao Qin's body. The lightning patterns on his alloy dragon armor lit up. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, Xiao Qin's peak 5th layer Thunder Dao domain broke through 2 layers, reaching a startling 7th layer Dao might. Ice and lightning layered over each other. His Dao might soared again, approaching the 9th layer. The instant Xiao Qin opened his palm, his aura soared. He was no weaker than Tuoba Yun, even slightly stronger. "Come, let me see what ability you have to make me scram." Fighting spirit blazed in Xiao Qin's eyes. He remained calm as he stared at Tuoba Yun, taking the initiative to challenge him. Chapter 2288. "Come, let me see what ability you have to make me scram." The calm expression in Xiao Qin's eyes and his calmness enraged Tuoba Yun. Since when did a junior dare to be so arrogant before him? 4th layer Ice Dao domain, 6th layer Thunder Dao domain, pretty good fusion. However, you are too naive if you think that you can fight me with this. I'll show you what a 5-vein sovereign emperor is. Tuoba Yun felt like his dignity was being challenged. If he could endure at this moment, he would be letting down his heart of the martial Dao. Boom! Right after Tuoba Yun spoke, 5 rings of light burst out behind him. Each ring of light represented a divine vein. Furthermore, these rings of light were dense and vast, giving off an ancient feeling of being one with the heavens. This fully revealed Tuoba Yun's deep cultivation. This showed that Tuoba Yun's divine energy was not something an ordinary sovereign emperor could compare to. Like Xiao Qin, Tuoba Yun had used up a lot of resources to refine it several times. His cultivation technique might not be as good as the 10,000 Dragons art. However, given the Heavenly Wolf Empire's accumulations, it should not be too far off. Tuoba Yun came from an empire's royal clan, had outstanding talent, a strong bloodline, abundant resources. It was no exaggeration to label Tuoba Yun with all these things. Tuoba Yun was the kind of outstanding talent that was born with a higher starting point than others and could persist in bitter cultivation. With hundreds of years of accumulation, even without any fortuitous encounters, such a person would be much stronger than an ordinary four-vein sovereign emperor. Bang! Vast divine energy surged like the sea, giving Tuoba Yun a strong aura. After he snorted coldly, he brought out his Thunder Dao domain as well. Tuoba Yun's Thunder Dao domain was only at the 5th layer. However, with the support of his divine energy, it was no weaker than Xiao Chen's. A strong wind howled, accompanied by thunder. Crack, crack. Tuoba Yun's aura surged out like a surging wave. Just the shock waves blasted the many thunder devils and flame devils in the area into pieces. What a strong emperor's might. Withdraw, Xiao Chen said softly as he withdrew the 2 Dao domains that he radiated. When the other party's overwhelming aura arrived, Xiao Chen punched out. Lightning and ice surged. Xiao Chen broke a hole in his opponent's momentum. Moving like a dragon, Xiao Chen leaped out of the opening and dodged the attack. This is just the beginning, kid. When Tuoba Yun saw that Xiao Chen did not dare to clash head-on with Xiao Chen, he smiled coldly and filled the entire space with his Dao domain. 5 light wheels flickered behind him as he closed in on Xiao Chen and slammed his palm down. Brr. The moment he thrust out his palm, the 5 light wheels behind him condensed into a howling white wolf. Heavenly wolf shatters the sun. Supreme dragon fist raging at the unfair heaven. Xiao Chen did not show any fear in the face of danger. He circulated the 10,000 dragons art, and dragons emerged from his divine energy. Boundless divine energy turned into raging flames that blasted out. Bang, bang. Immediately, thousands of dragon images leaped out of Xiao Chen's fist light, forcefully blocking Tuoba Yun's attack. Tuoba Yun revealed a sinister smile. The instant Xiao Chen's attack came into contact, he immediately changed his move. After a feint, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched at Xiao Chen's chest. You are still too inexperienced to fight me. This is my true killing move. Dang. When the fist light landed on the alloy dragon armor, it produced a loud sound as if it had struck a metal mountain. Electric patterns flickered on the alloy dragon armor, looking dazzling. Blue Dragon War Body awaken. Xiao Chen shouted and activated the divine dragon body tempering art. His body awakened inside the alloy dragon armor, and the blue dragon war body materialized a layer of inner armor, negating most of the force from Tuoba Yun's punch. Candle dragon eyes. The lantern flames in Xiao Chen's eyes flickered, and the icy demonic flame instantly landed on Tuoba Yun's body, burning fiercely. Whoosh! Tuoba Yun grunted and quickly retreated. Electric light flashed in his body. Then he released a strand of extreme electric light from his body. Tuoba Yun used a large amount of divine energy to force out the thousands of icy flames. After suffering a small loss, Tuoba Yun felt enraged. He roared, "Heavenly wolf swallowing the moon." The light wheels of the 5 divine veins formed a huge heavenly wolf. It opened its huge mouth and leaped out, heading for Xiao Chen. That huge mouth was boundlessly vast. It could swallow a river, the setting sun, the stars, and the bright moon. Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen's figure moved like the cool breeze, moving up and down. As he waved his hand, a painting unfurled. Bang! It was a ferocious dog that dared to swallow the sun and the moon. When it crashed into the painting, it was like a ferocious beast crashing into a steel plate, knocked back. One painting separated life and death. No matter how much you swallow the moon, what can you do to me? What the heck? Blood leaked out of a corner of Tuoba Yun's mouth. He felt an incredible toothache. Earlier, the heavenly wolf was connected to his soul. When Tuoba Yun crashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, he felt like an ordinary person crashing into a steel plate. The pain made him grimace and look miserable. Tuoba Yun tumbled a few times in the air. When he tried to see the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram clearly, he discovered that Xiao Chen had already withdrawn it. Thunder Monarch Spear. Xiao Chen opened his palm. With the support of the Thunder Dao domain, the 5-element divine lightning formed a short spear shining with bright light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The many Thunder Monarch spears in Xiao Chen's hand shot out like arrows. As Xiao Chen executed the divine firmament 9 variations, the Thunder Monarch spears formed by the 5-element divine lightning covered the place. When the spears landed on the wall with restrictions, they stabbed deep into it, creating spiderweb-like cracks. After suffering repeated setbacks in his attacks, he suddenly faced such a thunderous attack that covered the sky and covered the earth. Tuoba Yun wanted to dodge, but he could not. Several Thunder Monarch spears stabbed him. Electric light exploded, causing Tuoba Yun to cry out in pain. Although Tuoba Yun looked miserable, he was not truly severely injured. After all, he still had his vast cultivation as a 5-vein sovereign emperor. If it were another 3-vein sovereign emperor, one spear strike would have killed him, scattering his soul. Such torture nearly drove Tuoba Yun crazy. He wanted to execute a killing move several times to fight to the death with Xiaoqin. However, he discovered that Xiaoqin moved around. Aside from leaving behind purple electric marks, he could not determine his true body. Damn it! If you have the guts, stop hiding. Tuoba Yun roared as he shattered the Thunder Monarch spears, flustered and exasperated. As you wish. Thousands of electric images gathered in the air. The instant Xiaoqin revealed his true body, he drew the soul weapon, Heavenly Slayer. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber, entering hell. Xiaoqin used a medial-grade soul tool to execute the powerful killing move, entering hell. In that instant, an Azura hell descended upon the world. Xiaoqin held a hellish evil dragon materialized by Heavenly Slayer as it descended, wanting to swallow up the world. F***ck. The might of the world breaking and hell descending truly startled Tuoba Yun. He couldn't help but curse. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a wolf-tooth mace with sharp saw-teeth that flickered with a black light. He used it to meet Xiaoqian's saber. As the light spread out, all sorts of mysterious phenomena shattered. The entire space turned hazy. When everything vanished, Xiaoqin stood in the air, clad in the alloy dragon armor and carrying the tyrant saber on his back. Tuoba Yun stood on the ground, holding the mace glowing with dark light. He panted heavily as he looked helplessly at the calm and collected Xiaoqin in the air. He felt that he was clearly stronger than the other party, but he was at a disadvantage, unable to hurt the other party at all. Instead, he ended up in a sorry state, covered in injuries. Tuoba Yun felt helpless. I give up. Let's do it this way. You and I will jointly obtain this Thunderflame inheritance, but I want 70% because I was the one who killed that Thunderflame devil. Tuoba Yun said coldly as he looked at Xiaoqin. Sure. Give me the Thunderflame pearl and you can get 70%, Xiaoqin said softly with a calm expression. Scram. In your dreams. This is a rare primal chaos pearl. 60-40 then. I will get 60% and you get 40. Otherwise there is no need to discuss it. You can continue trying and see if you can injure me. Xiaoqian's expression did not change, appearing somewhat cold and inhumane. 60-40, you get 60% and I get 40. Tuoba Yun's heart crumbled. Since when could a 2-vein sovereign emperor say such things to him in such a righteous and confident manner? However, when Tuoba Yun saw Xiaoqian's cold expression, he sighed in his heart. If I continue fighting, I might not gain an advantage. In any case, I already obtained the Thunder Flame Pearl. I'll just leave it at this for now. After consoling himself, Tuoba Yun said after some thought, All right, I agree. Open a path. Xiaoqin pointed to the depths of the inheritance, at the final bronze door with restrictions. That's it for now. In the end, this Tuoba Yun was a 5-vein sovereign emperor. Although Xiaoqin did not fear the other party, it would be hard for him to truly kill the other party. The ancient Yin Emperor tomb had just begun. There was no need to take such a risk. It was already sufficient for Xiaoqin to gain some advantage over the other party. One should never let greed blind one's heart. Tuoba Yun, who was holding his mace, felt very sullen. He felt that he was an expert of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's royal family. He felt like a bona fide expert of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's royal clan, but before Xiaoqin he was like a dog being ordered around. Chapter 2289. In the center of the ancient bronze gate was a mysterious lightning pattern. Tuoba Yun stepped forward and smashed the door with his mace without saying a word. Xiaoqian's spiked club was a peak inferior grade soul tool, even stronger than Qin Liang's false emperor dragon sword. The bronze door shattered, stirring up a cloud of dust. Goo-goo. Goo-goo. At the same time, a strange sound rang out, and endless black-armored insects surged out like a wave. Scarab? Xiaoqin and Tuoba Yun both recognized this ferocious beast. It was an ancient wondrous insect that was close to a consummate technique in the Great Thousand Realms. It could chew on divine materials, swallow soul treasures and spit out poison. It was impervious to fire and water, and weapons would find it hard to injure it. The two's expressions changed slightly. Not daring to be careless, they quickly dodged. Oh my god. Why are there so many sacred beetles? I can't go in. Tuoba Yun sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the sacred beetles pouring out of the entrance like waves. Clang clang clang. The two of them were naturally unwilling to give up, so they each took action to kill the sacred beetles. It was barely effective and could only push him back, not kill him in one strike. At this rate, if he didn't leave, he might even fall into it and die a horrible death. Tuoba Yun frowned heavily as he observed Xiao Chen's expression, trying to figure something out. The sudden situation left him at a loss as to what to do. He wanted to see if Xiao Chen had any way to deal with these sacred beetles. However, he noticed that the other party's complexion was slightly unsightly, even worse than the others. For some reason, Tuoba Yun felt joy in his heart when he saw Xiao Chen struggling so much. In the end, you are just a too-vain sovereign emperor. Tuoba Yun, I will leave first. This inheritance is yours. It was more important to stay alive. It was not easy to deal with these great desolate mutants. Even with all his martial techniques and divine weapons, he felt helpless, his killing power limited. What was even more terrifying was that the sacred beetles were still pouring out of the broken gate and letting out strange cries. F***ck. Seeing Xiao Chen vanish right after he spoke, Tuoba Yun cursed. Ah, this brat really wanted to kill him. Hurry up and leave. Boom boom boom. Tuoba Yun brandished the dark spiked mace in his hand and roared. Then he forcefully carved out a path and fled. After a while, he confirmed that Tuoba Yun had truly left. A figure slowly appeared in the darkness. Xiao Chen took off the death god mask and reappeared. So he hadn't gone far at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. This sudden change had helped him a lot. Demon Blood Vulture. Xiao Chen shouted and a scarlet light flashed. The demon blood vulture covered in scarlet flames appeared. It seemed to have endured for a long time. The moment it was summoned, it opened its mouth. Suddenly, a blood-colored vortex appeared in his mouth. It was like a black hole, devouring the desolate era's strange species. The sacred beetles, which were initially problematic for Xiao Chen and Tuoba Yun, became a delicacy for the demon blood vulture. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare species of the Great Thousand Worlds, the sacred beetle. Crunch. Crunch. The demon blood vulture chewed continuously as it swallowed, giving off crunching sounds. How awesome. How awesome. I feel that I can make another breakthrough this time. The demon blood vulture appeared very excited as it did its best to devour these sacred beetles. The scarlet flames on its body burned fiercely, looking like holy flames. With the demon blood vulture here, these sacred beetles were no problem for Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he could use this to shake off Tuoba Yun, the old fogey. This was simply great. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the back of the ancient bronze doors. Boom. The berserk thunder flames turned into waves that flowed like water, filling this space. What delighted Xiao Chen was that these thunder flames contained incredibly pure dragon essence. It looked like the thunder flame inheritance was here. Congratulations, you have successfully passed my test. A portion of the flowing thunder flames formed a figure, the previous owner of this place. Like the white-clad Yen Emperor that Xiao Chen came into contact with before, this person was a strand of remnant soul that managed the inheritance here. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and did not say anything, waiting for this person to continue. You only grasped the Thunder Great Tao and cannot obtain my entire inheritance, only half, the remnant soul said softly as it sized up Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not feel surprised. This was just like the previous ice inheritance. If not for that person's appetite, he would not have obtained the entire inheritance. Clearly, the owner of this inheritance would have a similar request. I'm not interested. Many thanks, senior. Xiao Chen did not argue. He just accepted it calmly. Whoosh. The remnant soul formed hand seals with both hands, and resplendent electric light burst out from its 10 fingers. It flowed like water, looking very beautiful. What pure Thunder Great Tao energy! Xiao Chen felt startled. This Thunder Great Tao energy was as pure as origin liquid, truly astonishing. After forming the hand seals, the remnant soul took out a jade bottle and poured in the purple electric liquid. Then it handed it to Xiao Chen. How heavy! Xiao Chen could not help sighing softly as he received the bottle. This is the Thunder Immortal Dew for you. It has the same effect as origin liquid, directly improving your Thunder Great Tao. After the remnant soul finished speaking, it pointed with one hand and handed a secret manual to Xiao Chen. After some thought, it said, "This is the Thunder Flame art that I created myself. Anyone who passes the test will obtain it." Thunder Flame art. Xiao Chen felt somewhat bored. If only it were the Thunder Ice art. There is one last inheritance treasure for you. The Great Desolate Aeon Fruit, Heavenly Cloud Fruit. After the remnant soul handed the brocade box to Xiao Chen, it vanished, turning into lightning and flames that merged into the water like thunder flame. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to leave. He took out a jade strip and started collecting the dragon essence that was everywhere. At the same time, Tuoba Yun rushed back with a depressed expression. This trip was incredibly frustrating, especially when he could not do anything to Xiao Chen at the end. Furthermore, Xiao Chen ordered him around like a dog. Damn it! Don't let me catch that brat. That's not right. I have been walking for so long, but I do not sense any aura left behind by that brat. Tuoba Yun was a wily old fox. He suddenly came to a realization and noticed that something was wrong. After all, Xiao Chen was a two-vein sovereign emperor. Unless he intentionally hid, he should have left behind some aura. Furthermore, Tuoba Yun had fought with Xiao Chen before and was very familiar with his aura. Dong, dong, dong. Just as Tuoba Yun felt uncertain and wondered if he should go back to take a look, footsteps came from ahead. Tuoba Yun immediately collected his thoughts and showed a cautious expression as he looked ahead with an unfathomable expression. In mere moments, 3 people appeared in Tuoba Yun's vision. The leader wore blue and white robes. He had a cold expression and a faint sword intent, exuding a pressing baleful aura. Brother Dao Yen. Tuoba Yun felt a chill as he unknowingly drew his spiked club. Tuoba Yun? The leader was the 8th prince's strongest guest, Dao Yen. Unexpectedly, Tuoba Yun met him here. Dao Yen clearly recognized Tuoba Yun, knowing that he was the 13th prince's strong subordinate. A murderous intent flashed in Dao Yan's heart. The 8th prince and the 13th prince were strong enemies. However, the murderous intent vanished in an instant. This was only the first round. The 8th prince and the 13th prince were far from fighting. Furthermore, the first prince was a common enemy. It was not good for the two to clash so early. Dao Yen smiled and said, "It looks like Brother Tuoba already took away this inheritance. We came here for nothing." Tuoba Yun was a 5-vein sovereign emperor with a great desolate Yin bloodline. He was not someone a regular 5-vein sovereign emperor could compare to. Since Tuoba Yun made a move, there was no hope for this thunder flame inheritance. However, Tuoba Yun was alone. His companions had either died or left. Perhaps, with one glance, Tuoba Yun knew what Dao Yen was thinking. He said calmly, "Given the 8th prince and the 13th prince's alliance, if I obtain the inheritance, logically speaking, I should share some benefits with Brother Dao Yen. At least I won't make Brother Dao Yen come here for nothing." Dao Yen thought to himself, Tuoba Yun is very reasonable. This is for the best. This will not hurt the friendship and make me feel better. However, I did not obtain the inheritance of this place. I will explain this later. Right now, I just want to ask, along the way, did Brother Dao Yen see the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen? Tuoba Yun asked seriously as a bright light flickered in his eyes. Xiao Chen? A murderous intent flashed in Dao Yan's eyes as he asked softly, "Is he here?" "I did not see him." "Damn it. This brat played me." Tuoba Yun's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Not bothering to explain, he turned and fled. Follow. Dao Yan's expression flickered as he quickly followed. Chapter 2290. The place where the Thunder Flame inheritance was. After the jade strip in Xiao Chen's hand reached 3 dragon images, it stopped increasing. There was clearly still a lot of dragon essence in the water like Thunder Flame, but it could not increase. Perhaps that remnant soul could be controlled and wanted to preserve the dragon essence for the next successor in the succession race. This is enough. The Thunder Flame inheritance was a peak superior grade inheritance. With some small tricks, Xiao Chen managed to fool Tuoba Yun away and monopolize the treasures and resources of this place. This was already a great harvest. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? I nearly forgot. Xiao Chen took out 2 jade strips from his storage ring. The jade strips were heavy, and they also contained incredibly vast dragon essence. These were left by Qin Yu and Qin Liang. Earlier, these two relied on their bloodline advantage to move about without fear with Tuoba Yun. After breaking through many inheritances, they clearly gained a lot. Whoosh! Xiao Chen transferred the dragon essence in the 2 jade strips to his own jade strip. In that instant, his jade strip gave off a dazzling light. It was crystalline and resplendent. The dazzling light moved people's hearts. Another dragon image swam in the surroundings, causing Xiao Chen to reveal a joyful expression. The further one progressed, the harder it was to collect the dragon images in the jade strips. This jade slip with 4 dragons was equivalent to 10 jade slips with only 1 dragon roar. With such a harvest in less than 10 days, Xiao Chen's dragon essence definitely surpassed everyone else's. It's time to go. After putting away the jade strip, Xiao Chen left the inheritance hall. Crack. The instant Xiao Chen stepped out, the shattered bronze door reformed. Xiao Qin entered deep thought as he stared at the mysterious thunder pattern in the center of the ancient bronze door for a while. Without any warning, Xiao Qin attacked ferociously, striking the thunder pattern. Bang! Xiao Qin bounced back. Interesting. Xiao Qin was certain that the force of his strike was no weaker than Tuoba Yun's earlier strike. Since Xiao Qin could not break the door again, it could only mean that the thunder pattern did not work earlier. Xiao Qin gently stroked the thunder mark and closed his eyes. He could feel a strong and powerful force condensing within the thunder mark. Unable to understand it for the time being, Xiao Qin took out the stone slab and copied the lightning pattern. If he thought about it in the future, he might be able to gain something. When Xiao Qin turned around to look, the sacred beetles that were everywhere had disappeared without a trace. The demon blood vulture probably treated it as a great nourishing pill and directly consumed it. In the center of the hall, a blood cocoon was burning fiercely, and a wave of divine might was faintly discernible. When he focused his gaze, there seemed to be the silhouette of an ancient vermilion bird at the center of the blood cocoon. It looks like the demon blood vulture had a pretty good harvest. When it wakes up again, it should be able to make a breakthrough. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Qin placed the blood cocoon into his storage ring. Dong dong dong. Hurried footsteps approached from afar, and a figure appeared like a gust of wind. It was Tuoba Yun who had returned. You're really here. Tuoba Yun felt enraged. When he looked around, he saw the bronze doors behind Xiao Qin recover. Tuoba Yun immediately felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. You bastard! To think that you dared to trick me, monopolizing the Thunder Flame inheritance. Xiao Qian's expression did not change, ignoring the enraged Tuoba Yun. He sensed an even more terrifying aura behind him. Whoosh! Indeed, the moment Tuoba Yun finished speaking, Dao Yin appeared with the other two Divine Sword Pavilion experts. Dao Yin. Xiao Qin thought for a while and recalled this person. He had met this person once outside the palace. This was the strongest guest under the 8th Prince Wang Feng, the Divine Sword Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master. The Divine Sword Pavilion expert who tried to assassinate Xiao Qin in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion might be this person. What a coincidence. Brother Xiao, unexpectedly we meet here. Dao Yin said sinisterly when he saw Xiao Qin, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile. When Tuoba Yun saw this scene, he could not help feeling nervous. Could this Xiao Qin be on good terms with Dao Yin? However, Tuoba Yun relaxed in the next moment. Do you intend to give up on your own, or do you want me to let you go? Dao Yin threatened in an indifferent tone. It looks like you are definitely the Divine Sword Pavilion expert who tried to assassinate me in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion back then. Xiao Qin showed a calm expression as he stared at Dao Yin. Monarch Yu is one of my final disciples. As his master, it is not a big deal for me to seek justice for my disciple. However, I do not wish to dwell on these grudges. Hand over the Thunder Flame inheritance and the jade strip in your hand, and I can let you off for now. Strength reigned supreme in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. Dao Yin did not have any qualms, so he could not be bothered to keep up the pretense. Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot agree to that. Die then. Dao Yin snorted coldly, and a strand of sword qi appeared out of nowhere, shooting at Xiao Qin. Whoosh. In that instant, Xiao Qin turned into an ice sculpture, maintaining his earlier posture, not moving at all. Everywhere the sword qi passed, a pillar of ice condensed, looking like it would never melt. Tuoba Yun's expression changed dramatically in shock. 10th layer Dao domain, ice small world. To think that this Dao Yin comprehended the ice Dao domain to the 10th layer. The flowing shadows turned into ice, never melting. Dao Yin frowned slightly. Then he looked around and discovered Xiao Qin in a different direction. The one that froze earlier was the afterimage that Xiao Qin left behind. Without saying anything, Dao Yin flicked his finger. More than 1,000 sword images with a chilling aura shot out from behind him, looking like flowing light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Qin's figure turned illusory, continuously flickering. The many afterimages got sealed in ice. In mere moments, hundreds of afterimages were sealed in ice in the hall. The ice pillars formed by the sword images crisscrossed in the air, looking very scary. Crack. Xiao Qin could not dodge in time. In the end, a strand of sword qi struck him. The cold penetrated the dragon armor and injured his physical body. Fortunately, Xiao Qin had awakened his blue dragon divine body once, so he would not die instantly. As Xiao Qin looked at the frost-encroaching alloy dragon armor, he did not get flustered or surprised. While the other party was talking to him, he had already spread his small world of ice soundlessly throughout this space. It was only a matter of time before Xiao Qin got struck when fighting in this small world. Dao Yan's cultivation was only one grade higher than Tuoba Yun's. However, the combat prowess that he displayed was worlds apart. A 10th layer Dao domain and an ice small world could indeed inspire despair. You can only blame your greed for meeting me so early, overestimating yourself and wanting to monopolize a superior grade inheritance. I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to give me the Thunder Flame inheritance or not? Dao Yin threatened again when he saw that he had already injured Xiao Chen. Dao Yin feared that Xiao Chen would give up and leave the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. If that happened, he would not gain any benefits at all. Overestimating myself? I have many flaws, but I have never been arrogant. Dao Yin, you can't scare me. Xiao Chen's body trembled. As electric light flickered, he scattered the frost on his body. The divine lightning talisman in his palm slowly appeared under the sea in his soul pool. The talisman formed by the immortal epic's 10,000 tribulation divine lightning revealed a tip of the iceberg. With just a tip, the strongest divine lightning of the previous epic burst out with horrifying lightning-attributed energy. Boom! The divine lightning talisman in Xiao Chen's palm soared into the sky and instantly broke Dao Yan's small world. Then it did not lose momentum. As boundless electric light flashed, the talisman broke the small world of the Thunder Flame inheritance. Kaxie! Kaxie! In that instant, chaos reigned. Dao Yan's ice small world shook. The eternal ice pillars in the air shattered, turning into a terrifying storm of ice and snow wreaking havoc. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he leaped up through the hole the divine lightning talisman broke. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The sudden situation startled Dao Yan. He gave chase with a ferocious roar. Fiendish saber inheritance, water droplet breaking the firmament. Saber intent gathered in Xiao Chen's entire body. He flicked his finger and a water droplet shot out. This water droplet looked unremarkable amid the many berserk ice storms. The raging Dao Yan did not notice it. He only had eyes for Xiao Chen. Bang! This water droplet landed silently on Dao Yan's chest, and the water droplet exploded. Immediately, an unparalleled berserk saber intent shook the entire palace. Before the saber intent that spread out, the surrounding ice storms only lasted for a moment before shattering into ice shards. Dao Yan vomited blood and fell heavily to the ground, breaking the restrictions there. Amidst the rumbling, a huge pit appeared in the ground, and a terrifying water-like thunder flame crazily overflowed. Dao Yan held his hand over his chest. Then he looked at his hand at the blood on it. Dao Yan found it unbelievable that Xiao Chen managed to injure him. Furthermore, the injuries were not light. Senior brother, the inheritance's self-destruct restriction has been activated. We have to leave quickly. The expressions of Dao Yan's two junior brothers changed drastically as they looked at the thunder flames scattering everywhere. As for Tuoba Yun, the saber intent had knocked him back. When he saw the scattered thunder flames, he fled in fright. Damn it! However, Dao Yan seemed to have gone mad. He roared with all his might, and his fine black hair instantly turned snow white. A boundless cold light burst out of Dao Yan's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the thunder flames that even Tuoba Yun found horrifying were sealed in ice. If someone looked from outside, the entire palace would be covered in frost. The endless lightning bolts in the sky looked like spears sealed in ice. This startled the two from the Divine Sword Pavilion. They had not expected their senior brother's true strength to be so strong. Xiao Chen, don't let me see you again. Dao Yan said through clenched teeth with a sullen expression, enunciating every word. However, no matter how sullen or furious Dao Yan felt, Xiao Chen had already left with the Thunder Flame inheritance. Chapter 2291. With the Divine Lightning Talisman supporting his Thunder Dao domain, Xiao Chen broke through two small worlds and left the inheritance palace. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he left a purple lightning mark in the air as he quickly flew away. An hour later, after confirming that no one was chasing after him, Xiao Chen lightly tapped the air and landed steadily like a swallow. Maintaining high-intensity flight in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb drained divine energy. Since there was no longer any threat, there was naturally no need to waste divine essence. The ground was a wasteland with sporadic ferocious beasts moving about. Occasionally, some hanger-ons could be seen searching for inheritances in the distance. This place could be considered safe. So. Rising and falling, Xiao Chen leaped continuously, and after a while he landed on a barren mountain. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and after confirming it carefully, he set up a simple camouflage array according to the surrounding environment. At this point, Xiao Chen was completely relieved. Lightning flashed, and the alloy dragon armor turned into a mercury-like flowing light that entered the gloves. Looking at the wound on his chest that had yet to heal, Xiaoqun frowned slightly. A sovereign emperor who condensed a 10th layer Dao domain was far stronger than Xiaoqun imagined. One strand of sword chi equaled a peak strike from a regular person. With the 10th layer Dao domain, one's great Dao energy already underwent a qualitative change. Without reaching that level, it would be hard for others to truly understand the horrifying might of a 10th layer Dao domain. Unfortunately, it became increasingly difficult to raise one's Dao domain. Dao Yen could be considered extremely talented. He had an exceptional understanding of the Ice Dao, but he had spent more than 300 years before he had a major breakthrough. Without a great fortuitous encounter, Xiaoqun wanted to advance to the 10th layer Dao domain and form a small world. He could only rely on time, 100 years, 1,000 years to slowly grind and slowly comprehend. However, there would be no more than 3 experts like Dao Yen in the entire ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Let's take a look at the harvest first. A great desolate Aeon heavenly essence fruit, a bottle of lightning immortal dew, and a peak divine vein cultivation technique thunder flame art. Heavenly origin fruit. The pure white heaven origin fruit was adorned with green leaves. Its radiance was reserved, and it contained an incomparably surging spiritual energy. However, not a single trace of it leaked out. When Xiaoqun sent his spiritual sense into the fruit, he found that there was a universe inside. It was enormous and vast, and traces of the passage of time could be seen everywhere. It was crystalline, translucent, and suffused with a pure primordial aura. Xiaoqun vaguely sensed that this mutated fruit could help him break through to peak 2 vein sovereign emperor. This might even allow his 10,000 dragons art to break through to the 3rd layer. The great desolate Aeon Chi contained in it was the key to the 10,000 dragons art's breakthrough. The cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art sought the source, reversing the bloodline to its ancestor, improving one's bloodline step by step. After breaking through to the 5th layer, it could be upgraded to the ancestral dragon art. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiaoqun thought to himself, what a pity. If the 3rd palace master had refined this into a medicinal pill, he would have been able to perfectly display its medicinal properties. It would be a waste to refine it on the spot. However, Xiaoqun had no choice. If he wanted to survive in this ancient Yen Emperor tomb, he had to continuously strengthen himself. Especially after encountering Dao Yen, it made Xiaoqun feel that his own strength was insufficient. He didn't want to encounter the other party again and be forced to go far away. Outsiders might think that to be able to escape from Daoshuan's hands was an incredible thing. However, in Xiaoqun's eyes, it was not worth being proud of at all. Xiaoqun stopped hesitating and directly swallowed the heavenly yuan fruit. The mutated fruit melted in his mouth, and vast spiritual energy erupted wildly, surging in his body like a raging river. If one's cultivation was insufficient, one's physical body would not be strong enough. The instant one swallowed this fruit, one's body would explode, dying on the spot. Xiaoqun had the blue dragon divine body and dual cultivated divine and demonic. Naturally, he did not fear this. Xiaoqun calmly sensed the explosive energy coming from the heavenly yuan fruit. He circulated the 10,000 dragons art calmly, circulating the 10,000 dragons art. As the 10,000 dragons art circulated, the spiritual energy and great desolate Aeon Chi in the mutated fruit entered Xiaoqun's divine energy sea through his 2 divine veins. Boom! The instant the spiritual energy from the heavenly yuan fruit landed, the raging sea surged and the rocks shattered. Shocking waves surged in this divine energy sea. A horrifying aura erupted from Xiaoqun's body. Crack! A certain shackle in Xiaoqun's body broke, and a brand new divine vein appeared in his body. Xiaoqun should have broken through back at the Black Mountain Range. Now he finally became a 3-vein sovereign emperor. However, the spiritual energy and great desolate Aeon Chi in the heavenly yuan fruit did not stop, continuing to pour in. Xiaoqun held his breath and focused, not daring to relax at all. Xiaoqun's breakthrough in cultivation was expected. He had long since broken through the shackles of a 2-vein sovereign emperor. Now it was just a matter of time. The most important thing was the 10,000 dragons art's breakthrough. This was the crux. If Xiaoqun did not grasp this opportunity, he might not find another opportunity to make a breakthrough in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. As Xiaoqun refined the mutated fruit, the depressed Tuoba Yun returned to the 13th prince's side. Tuoba Yun, you came back at a good time. What happened to my 2 uncles? The dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming immediately asked when he saw Tuoba Yun. They were both royal members of the Golden Dragon race, so their bloodlines were connected. Qin Ming vaguely sensed that something had happened to his 2 uncles. Seeing that only Tuoba Yun returned, Qin Ming's expression immediately turned somewhat gloomy. Sorry, Brother Qin Yu and Brother Qin Liang died at Xiao Chen's hands. Tuoba Yun was rather magnanimous. The two's deaths did not have much to do with him. As for Tuoba Yun's agreement with Xiao Chen, it was a temporary cooperation after the two died. It was not a big mistake. Aside from this matter, he told Qin Ming everything else in detail. They died just like that? My two uncles were 4 vain sovereign emperors. Furthermore, they had the Emperor Dragon Sword. Even if they could not defeat Xiao Chen, they should not have died. Clearly, Qin Ming had not expected Tuoba Yun to bring him the worst-case scenario. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Tuoba Yun felt very depressed in the first place. When he saw Qin Ming's attitude, he immediately felt upset. You are the Dragon God Crown Prince and hold a noble status in the Divine Dragon Empire. However, I am a member of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's royal clan. You cannot control me. Qin Ming stared at Tuoba Yun with a sullen expression. Then, the pressure of a golden emperor dragon pressed over. This fellow, Tuoba Yun felt some pressure, feeling incredibly shocked in his heart. He had not expected Qin Ming to be so young. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming possessed such a terrifying dragon might at such a young age. Sikong Shu, who was dressed in a straw raincoat, frowned and said, Brother Tuoba should be telling the truth. Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen did not dare to openly attack him in Yen City. However, he will not be able to be arrogant in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The 13th Prince Wang Yi smiled faintly. After some thought he said, Brother Qin, there's no need to get angry. I'll help you take revenge. Qin Ming startled to his senses. He knew that this was not the time to get angry. Sorry, Big Brother Tuoba offended me earlier. Your Highness, there is no need to mobilize so many people for such a small matter. I can deal with it myself. It's just a small matter. In the end, I am somewhat responsible for Qin Yu and Qin Liang's deaths. Tuoba Yun released his bated breath and apologized when he saw the situation. However, Wang Yi did not intend to leave the matter at that. He smiled and said, That's not the case. Brother Qin, think about it. Is there a chance to kill him after we leave the ancient Yen Emperor tomb? Qin Ming thought to himself as he looked around. It would be very difficult to kill Xiao Chen outside. This was clear from the 2 previous assassinations that failed. Your Highness, do you have a good plan? It is not easy to find a person in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Seeing Wang Yi's solemn and confident look, Qin Ming took the opportunity to ask. Let's hear what this person has to say. Wang Yi took 2 steps forward and said, It is not easy to find guests, but it is easy to find a prince. Qin Ming's eyes lit up in understanding. Whether the princes drew their Yen imperial swords in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb or not, they all contained vast luck. They all contained vast amounts of dragon luck, which was clearly different from ordinary guests. As long as we find the 9th prince, we don't have to worry about Xiao Chen not showing up. At that time, Qin Ming will not have a chance to make a move. The moment Wang Yi said that, Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun, who were beside Qin Ming, felt excited. Such a plan was indeed an opportunity to force Xiao Chen to show up. Wang Yi continued, Even if Xiao Chen does not show up, it does not matter. We can use this opportunity to destroy that Wang Yan and collect his dragon essence. Perhaps this was Wang Yi's true purpose. Qin Ming did not say anything. He, Bai Yunfei, and the others all looked at Sikong Shu. This plan is feasible. Sikong Shu slowly opened his mouth and only said 4 words. Chapter 2292. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed in the succession race in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The fierce competition had reached a white-hot stage. After the first round, 1/3 of the princes would be eliminated. Even if one had no intention of becoming the crown prince, surviving a few more rounds would increase their chances of obtaining valuable treasures in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Obviously, no one was willing to be eliminated in the first round. In the ancient pine forest, the 9th Prince Wang Yan, the heavenly book scholar Hao Kai and Senior Feng worked together, calculating the dragon essence they collected. Your Highness, the dragon essence we've collected is enough to last us through this round. The heavenly book scholar took inventory of the dragon essence the others collected. Wang Yan nodded. In that case, there is no need to take too many risks in the remaining time. 9th Prince, I felt that something is wrong for the past few days. There are always people approaching us in the dark as if they are purposely searching for us. Elder Feng's expression was grave and worry could be seen on his face. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai said calmly, I sensed it as well. However, Senior Feng's attainments in the Wind Great Tao are pretty good. It seems like he managed to shake off these people. I'm just lucky. With such repeated searches, it's only a matter of time before I'm exposed. Elder Feng did not try to claim credit for himself. Instead he spoke honestly. Wang Yin narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, I also sensed it. Hence, I did not want to compete for the inheritance for the rest of the time. To be safe, we should find a secluded place and hide for a while. Changji, what do you think? When the Heavenly Book scholar saw that Xiao Chen was asking him, he replied calmly, I still do not know what the situation is. I also do not know who the enemy is. It is best to remain still. Then it's settled. After the 9th Prince Wang Yin made up his mind, he asked, right now, which guests are still in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb? The Heavenly Book scholar thought for a while before saying, something unexpected happened to several people. Right now, only Xiao Sua, Qin Zhuolin, Wu Meng, and the lone Xiao Chen are still around. Your Highness, are you planning to summon them here? He had already sensed that someone was spying on him. Gathering these guests was undoubtedly the safest method. Unexpectedly, Wang Yin only asked casually and did not agree. There's no need. The fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb might change their lives. I haven't reached a critical juncture of life and death, so there's no need to summon it back. Moreover, forcefully summoning it back will consume a lot of dragon essence. Wang Yin glanced at the Heavenly Book scholar and said, I'll leave my safety to the three of you. Your Highness, please rest assured. Wang Yin had already sensed that a prince was secretly searching for him. However, he did not know who it was. He wasn't too nervous in his heart. He was rather calm and had a trace of the calmness of a king. Somewhere on a desolate mountain in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb, as Xiao Chen refined the heaven essence fruit on the spot, the image of a blue dragon almost overlapped with his physical body. Around the blue dragon, the dragon roar rang out endlessly. This was the 10,000 dragons picture manifested with his own blue dragon as the leader. The great desolate Yin Qi surged in Xiao Chen's body. The breakthrough of the 10,000 dragons art's second layer had already reached the crucial moment. All of a sudden, a strange phenomenon occurred. The great desolate Yin Qi from the heavenly Yuan fruit poured into the blue dragon. The originally faint dragon image gradually became more substantial. Azure light flared and dragon might soared. Boom. Aside from the blue dragon, the other 10,000 dragon images shattered, turning into drops of spiritual blood. The drops of spiritual blood looked like rain hovering in the air. In the next moment, the thousands of drops of spiritual blood entered the only remaining azure dragon image. The faint dragon image slowly turned solid and lifelike, looking like it came to life and filled with spirituality. An ancient great desolate Yin aura transcended time and space, descending from the distant past to the present. There seemed to be an ancient dragon domain behind Xiao Chen, hidden in heavy fog. The group of dragons roared. 10,000 dragons roared. The moment he opened his eyes. The instant Xiao Chen opened his eyes, the fog scattered and a blue dragon's head peeked out. The dragon's eyes stared at Xiao Chen. If anyone else were here, they would feel heavy pressure. Xiao Chen vaguely felt a force calling out to him. The blue dragon bloodline buried deep in Xiao Chen's body awakened. A hot berserk energy spread throughout his body, making his bloodline as hot as lava. Amid the call of that ancient dragon voice, Xiao Chen's dragon blood surged, burning fiercely. Xiao Chen could no longer hold back. He opened his eyes and saw the sky shattering. In that shattered corner, Xiao Chen's vision seemed to transcend time and space, seeing an ancient dragon nation. Dragons roared. 10,000 dragons roared. Berserk dragons filled the sky and the ground. The many living dragons materialized a mythical nation. Suddenly, one of the dragons raised its head from the sea of dragons. That dragon's gaze traveled from the past to the future, then met Xiao Chen's eyes. Immediately, Xiao Chen's heart trembled. The depths of his soul stirred and his entire body trembled. Then he suddenly startled awake. Everything was normal, there was nothing. It was like everything from earlier was an illusion, fleeting and fleeting, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, that scene was simply too shocking. With just one look, it was imprinted in the depths of his soul. At this moment, Xiao Chen seemed to understand why many of the dragon race seniors wanted to start a divine dragon dynasty. It was because the dragon race had a glorious history, once shining like the many stars in the sky, illuminating an era. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about the shock he just experienced. After returning to reality, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, the 10,000 dragons art should have broken through to the third layer. However, the mental cultivation method for the third layer is missing, so I can't cultivate it for now. However, the change that it brings is beyond my expectations. 10,000 dragons picture. With a thought, a dragon picture appeared behind Xiao Chen. However, this dragon picture was very different from before, completely different. Originally, it was a picture of the blue dragon, a vast picture of 10,000 dragons contending for the top. Now the vast background remained, but only the blue dragon remained. In the past there were too many dragon images. Even the blue dragon was just a blurry silhouette, only a rough outline. Now the blue dragon's figure appeared clearly, down to the smallest detail. The dragon scales, dragon claws and dragon spirit could be seen at a glance, without missing any details. The dragon's eyes had spirituality, and its charm was withdrawn. It was like a living blue dragon. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and circulated the 10,000 dragons art. Then the picture immediately shattered. The blue dragon leaped out of the vast picture, looking like it had descended from ancient times as it circled around Xiao Qian. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Qian's body. This was the true divine might of the blue dragon from the ancient great desolate Aeon. The cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art traced its origin step by step, reversing one's bloodline and returning to one's ancestry. One could cultivate it with any dragon race bloodline. When one reached the third layer, one would materialize a divine dragon unique to one's bloodline. With one more step, the divine dragon would return to its ancestry and become a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Xiao Qian felt satisfied with the current divine dragon might. He said softly, "Given this, it will be much easier for me to execute the god-demon body unsealing technique." One heavenly essence fruit allowed Xiao Qian to break through to 3-vein sovereign emperor and the 10,000 dragons art to the third layer. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, greatly improving his strength. After taking out the lightning immortal dew, Xiao Qian did not think too much and poured it in. It was as that remnant soul said. This lightning immortal dew had a similar effect to origin liquid, pure and without any side effects. Xiao Qian poured in 1 cubic meter of lightning immortal dew to strengthen his Dao domain. Then Xiao Qian felt his peak 5th layer thunder Dao domain expand at a visible rate. Then it suddenly erupted, breaking through peak 5th layer and advancing to the 6th layer. Xiao Qian's cultivation technique, and Dao domain all made breakthroughs. Everything felt like a dream. However, it was not too exaggerated. After all, this was before he entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Qian's cultivation technique, and Dao domain had already been stuck at bottlenecks for a long time. Now that his strength had made consecutive breakthroughs, it would not be easy for his strength to soar within a short period. There were so many benefits to monopolizing a superior grade inheritance that surprised Xiao Qian. There was still the thunder flame art which conflicted with his cultivation technique. So Xiao Qian did not intend to comprehend it. However, there was no harm in taking a look. The instant Xiao Qian flipped open the title page, he frowned slightly, feeling stunned for a moment. The first thing that entered Xiao Qian's eyes was a lightning pattern, exactly the same as the mysterious lightning pattern on the ancient bronze doors. As Xiao Qian flipped through the pages, his expression turned increasingly grave. After a while he suddenly closed the book. This lightning pattern was the outline of a seal called the Thundercloud Lock. One could grasp this seal and condense this lightning pattern only by grasping the Thunder Great Tao and the Fire Great Tao. I do not need to grasp this lightning pattern. However, since I understand the principles behind it, can it help me open that bronze door again? Xiao Qian's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. I'll try it out first. Xiao Qian immediately took action after thinking about it. He soared into the air and rushed back to the Thunder Flame Inheritance. Chapter 2293. Xiao Qian's strength soared. He advanced to 3-vein sovereign emperor. His Thunder Dao domain broke through to the 6th layer, his Ice domain reached the 4th layer, and his 10,000 dragons art broke through to the 3rd layer. Compared to when Xiao Qian first entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he could be said to have undergone a complete transformation, looking completely different. If Xiao Qian fought Tuoba Yun again, he would not have to worry about severely injuring him and could suppress him at will. As for someone like Dao Yin, he could fight boldly and bring out all his trump cards. It would be hard to say who would win or lose. His figure soared into the air. 4 hours later he returned to the Thunder Flame Inheritance. Then he fell in through the hole he made. Before the surrounding ice scattered, Dao Yin attacked in a rage before he left, sealing the berserk Thunder Flame in ice. In the main hall, many weird ice pillars were formed. Footprints covered the ground, turning the place into a mess. It was not hard to guess that during this period of time, there would be other guests who would come here one after another. However, they had all been blocked by the ancient bronze door and had to return empty-handed. Whoosh! After observing for a while, Xiao Qian's figure flashed, appearing like he teleported to the ancient door amid a flash of electric light. Then he stretched out his hand and touched the mysterious lightning pattern. According to the records in the Thunder Flame art, one had to cultivate this cultivation technique in order to grasp this seal. Xiao Chen only cultivated the lightning-attributed Great Tao and the ice-attributed Great Tao. Clearly he could not cultivate the Thunder Flame art and grasp this seal. This seal sealed an area. Even Dao Yen could not break it. Forcefully breaking it would not succeed. He could only use his wits. Xiao Chen let go and the Thunder Great Tao energy circulated in his body. Circles of Tao patterns spread out, and electricity crackled and flickered continuously. The Tao might shook the area. The Tao might spread out, and the surrounding ice pillars sealing the thunder flame trembled slightly. Then ice shards fell off. Whoosh! Xiao Chen used his Thunder Tao domain to support it. Then he simulated the same lightning pattern on his fingertip before gently touching it. Xiao Chen touched the center of the ancient bronze door, and a loud sound rang out. Blood leaked out of Xiao Chen's mouth as he went flying, nearly crashing into the ice pillar. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's movement technique was agile, allowing him to change his position. Whoosh! Xiao Chen moved like a phantom, weaving through the strange ice pillars. Then he landed before the ancient bronze door. It failed. What's wrong? Frowning, Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. He took out the Thunder Flame art and started reading it again. Thud thud thud. He tried a few more times but all of them ended in failure. Instead he suffered some light injuries. No wonder even Dao Yen had chosen to give up. Even though he had grasped the Thunder Flame art, it was still so difficult. If this still doesn't work, then we really have to give up. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He planned to use the Universe Origin True Flame to replace the Fire Tao domain and imitate this seal together with the Thunder Tao domain. Suddenly, a wisp of primordial true fire rose from his palm. Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he stared straight at this wisp of flame. Xiao Chen used the Thunder Flame art's secret technique to drive the Thunder Tao domain. In an instant, thunder and lightning crackled around the flames on his palm. The instant the thunder and flames merged, the mysterious thunder mark appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, disappearing in a flash. In 1/10,000th of a second, Xiao Chen grasped that fleeting opportunity and pressed his palm on the ancient bronze door's thunder mark. The thunder mark radiated light, and talisman scripts appeared on the ancient bronze door. Then, surging lightning-attributed energy spread out from the ancient door. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, and the entire Thunder Flame Hall shook endlessly, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. The originally frozen Thunder Flame came to life, and ice shards fell like snow. Crack, crack. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as the ancient bronze door opened. He gently pushed off with his feet, breaking the rules of this body's owner and charging back. Whoosh! Before Xiao Chen could do anything, the remnant soul that he saw earlier appeared before Xiao Chen. However, this remnant soul's figure was dim and incredibly weak. It did not react much to Xiao Chen's appearance. What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked seriously when he saw that the remnant soul's state was not right. The remnant soul replied calmly, "When you fought with that person from the Divine Sword Pavilion, you already broke the restrictions that I left back then. Before that person left, he sealed the rampaging thunder flame in ice. That will only stabilize it for a while." Xiao Chen thought very quickly and he soon understood. The thunder flame inheritance would be like the ice inheritance, completely collapsing. After that, he would no longer be able to enter. However, that white-clad Yen Emperor had taken the initiative to destroy the inheritance before giving it to Xiao Chen. This remnant soul before Xiao Chen was passive. The collapse of the Thunder Flame inheritance was not under its control. Since that is the case, why don't you give me all the treasures of the inheritance, the medicinal pills and the secret treasures? Xiao Chen thought, the hall is going to be destroyed. Rather than dying with it, I might as well be a good person and give them to myself. You are not the person I chose. Even though you entered this hall twice, you are not the person I am waiting for. The remnant soul remained calm when faced with Xiao Chen's somewhat shameless request. It said indifferently, "Aside from the dragon essence, which I cannot leave behind, the other treasures will be destroyed. Take care." Boom. Right after the remnant soul spoke, it vanished completely. At the same time the entire hall went out of control. The Thunder Flame's berserk charge caused the neighboring halls to explode. The explosions looked like fireworks in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Chen felt somewhat depressed. If he were a prince, perhaps the result would be different. However, since he came, he could not leave empty-handed. The result was within Xiao Chen's expectations. What caught his eye was the vast dragon essence hidden in the Thunder Flame. The dragon essence in this hall far surpassed the other inheritances that Xiao Chen knew. Back then, the remnant soul had controlled it, preventing Xiao Chen from absorbing too much. Now he could accept it without any worries. Rumble. The Thunder Flame inheritance was a superior grade inheritance, and it exploded. When many people saw this, they felt that it was unfortunate. In the future succession race, this inheritance would be removed from the list of inheritances. No one knew that Xiao Chen was happily collecting vast amounts of dragon essence amid the tragic fireworks explosion. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was boundlessly vast. Many princes and guests could see the shock waves from the Thunder Flame inheritance's explosion. However, even more princes and guests could not sense it. For example, the 9th Prince Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book scholar who accompanied him did not know. Your Highness, this is Black Wind Ridge, a forbidden land of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Aside from the lingering sinister winds and baleful aura, there are no inheritances or dragon essence here. This is a rather ideal place to hide, the Heavenly Book scholar said to Wang Yan as he pointed to the surroundings. It would be hard to find such a desolate place in an ancient blessed land like the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Dark clouds covered the place and sinister winds blew endlessly. The spiritual energy here was thin and weeds grew everywhere. Wang Yan showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. Wang Yan showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. If this person really wants to kill me, he will